Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 101, Clavar la Espada 5. Eisen was not the type to grin. It was rather an undignified expression of satisfaction, much too excessive and betraying a lack of self-control. Still, he smiled quite genuinely as he watched things unfold. The Godii seemed to have planned this invasion as well as they could. Using the intelligence they had gained from that wretched traitor Grimjo, they had hit 3 central locations and attempted to root out his strongest warriors. But, Los Noches was a vast place, a deadly maze for any attacker, and all Eisen had to do is issue some quick orders to his espada. Hundreds of Shinigami spilling into his realm, and for what? He'd let the hollow chaff and lesser Arrancar deal with it. They had died in droves, but none of it had mattered. Coming into his realm had meant the Godii allowing him to choose the conditions by which to fight. As if he'd ever send his strongest espada right into the arms of the Godii's strongest fighters. No, he had let them come in deep and then, he had seen them picked apart. The gambit had been to lure out him and his best, no doubt counting on his pride and arrogance. Eisen was certainly not a humble man, but he wasn't stupid. He had held Barragan in reserve and sent Stark back after he had brutalized his weaker opponents. Halibel had triumphed, and so had Nilil. The day was his, and the Godii was on the brink of annihilation. Eisen felt tempted to laugh. The Godii had charged headfirst into him, and all Eisen had to do is straighten up a blade for them to impale themselves onto. Surveying the scenes of carnage across the massive monitors, he felt elation. He had won. There was nothing else to it. With his espada all alive, what other outcome could there be? All that remained was to see whether the old fool committed to this insane attack, whether Eisen would be able to deal the Godii the coup de grace now or later. Oh, it hadn't been all his way, sure. Kaname was dead. The idiot had let himself get bested by the one person who would know how to defeat him and resorted to a last-ditch use of his unfinished, imperfect hollow powers. Eisen really didn't care. Kaname had been a good lieutenant, and Eisen would miss his organizational skills and dedication, but at the same time he had been flawed. Imperfect. He had been blind, and not just literally. Eisen would rather Kaname hadn't died, he supposed, but this was war, and if the only real loss he'd felt was Kaname, then so be it. Oh, well. Sir. The sarcastic drawl invited genuine mirth in Eisen. He was surprised Jin wasn't out there, slaking his bloodthirst on hapless Shinigami. Perhaps he was waiting for something bigger, perhaps he was just playing one of his petty games. Eisen didn't care. Jin, said Eisen calmly, please assemble the espada currently not engaged in battle. This will be over quite soon. Yeah, got it, boss, said Jin, giving a mocking little salute. Normally, Eisen might have been a little irritated by the psychopath's childish provocations, but right now nothing could dampen his mood. He turned back to the screens, and his smile widened into something dangerously close to a grin. The world he had worked so long to make was close, now, so close he could almost taste it. The blows came down, rapid and mighty. The giant blades clashed with the fiery giant's rocky arms in furious collisions, each strike seeming to shake the foundations of the chamber they fought in. Ikeka was shirtless, having ripped his burnt jacket away, and sweat mixed with blood as he furiously worked his spade and guandeo. It was a legendary clash, and any ordinary Shinigami would have been awed to see it, 2 enormously powerful creatures of equal strength trying their very hardest to kill each other. Ikeku, of course, had no notion of glory attached to his combat. He had even lost the normal joy of throwing himself into battle with all he had, of trying his very hardest and pushing himself to the edge. Hate drove his strikes now, his lust for battle replaced with a lust for vengeance. Iba was dead. A hard fighter, a drinking buddy, a respectable warrior and a good man, gone forever. Ikeka was not sentimental, but the Arrancar had crossed a line. God damn, Zhang Crow growled, gritting his teeth as the spade bit deep into the rock-encrusted arm of his fiery form. Where'd this strength come from? I thought you were all talk. Yeah. Snarled Ikeku, pushing his advantage. You thought you had me figured out, didn't you? Well, I ain't nearly done. Behind him, the dragon crest was slowly turning red, from tail to nose. his power had been rising steadily, slowly awakening. He parried a powerful strike with his right, sliding back a few paces before lashing out with his guandao. It caught Zhang Crow in the side, and the Arrancar grunted with pain. Zhang Crow growled, and a massive wave of heat radiated from his center, forcing Ikeku back, his skin blistering under the superheated air. Even with his strike broken, Ikeku stood up with a confident look and with a cruel grin spreading across his face. He assumed a stance, left side forward, left arm pointing straight out and right arm bent over his head, pointing both weapons at the Arrancar. Behind him, the dragon glowed red. "He just woke up," said Ikeku matter-of-factly, "and now I'm gonna kill ya." Zhang Crow stared at him, seeming hesitant for a second. Ikeku hoped it would be doubt, fear, because as much as he meant it when he said he was going to take the Espada's life, he was starting to get tired. He was wounded and worn, and although Ryuman Haujikamaru made him stronger, it took more power to use in return. If this turned into a slugfest. But, at the same time, it wasn't hard to tell the Espada's form would eat up a lot of energy, too. He had no idea how this was going to turn out. It was so weird to see her like this. Erza was mighty. She was the strongest person Momo knew, powerful mentally, physically, and morally. Seeing her lie on a cot, deathly pale, felt very wrong. She looked small somehow, as if defeat had shrunk her. The sight of her tore at Momo's heart. Her lover, a bloodied mess, cut up in a dozen places, her blood soaking the white sheet she lay on. Her sword arm was missing, leaving a bloody stump. Momo couldn't stop staring at it. It was almost a clean cut, and the white of the bone in her arm could be seen. The sight of it disgusted Momo, made her heart ache even worse, but she couldn't look away. How is she?" Momo whispered. She sat on her knees, her fingernails digging into her palms as she watched Isane work. The medic had dropped what she was doing the moment Momo had dragged Erza into the field hospital zone and made room for her and had worked on her ever since. Isane looked a mess, herself. Her uniform was stained and moist with drying blood. Her sleeves were rolled up, and coagulating blood covered most of her arms up to the elbows. Around them, row upon row of the wounded and dying lay, their groans making up a cacophonic choir of misery, but Momo barely noticed it. "Just a second," said Isane, weaving her hands in a pattern Momo recognized as advanced medical kidu. She had worked her craft expertly for over 10 minutes now. She had stopped the bleeding, infused more spiritual energy, anything to keep Erza alive. "She's stable," Isane mumbled with a nod, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. It left a shade of reddish pink, like some tasteless war paint clumsily applied. "That's good," Momo said, not quite sure what to say. "I've done as much as I can do for her at the moment," Isane continued. "She's not dying. She came. Momo, she was very close. Another minute or two, and she would have been gone. If it wasn't for you. I mean, it's my job, you know," Momo said, her eyes never leaving Erza. "I can't imagine." The thought of it, knowing how close it had been, was a bit too much. Momo bent over, fighting back the urge to vomit. "She's safe," Isane assured her, patting Momo's shoulder with a sticky hand, "for now." Momo murmured weakly, sitting upright again. "She's not the only one," said Isane. "Renji and Lisana are being brought here, I'm told. My captain is bringing in Captain Zaraki, too." Momo blinked. 4 captains defeated, one of them Kenpeki? A 5th one dead, too. What the hell had gone wrong? Looking down at Erza, it was too much to just sit there and do nothing. "You can fix her, can't you?" she whispered weakly, a tear trailing down her cheek. "Sure," Isane said, "if I had a month or so of bed rest and intense medical therapy to give her. Which I don't have. I can't do anything about the arm, either." "I know someone who can," Momo said, the whisper slowly rising in tone. "Of course. Karakura. Orium." Oh, right," Isane said. "Erza refused to take her on this mission, didn't she? Can't say I blame her." "I'm taking her," Momo said resolutely, standing up. "I'll get us right to Karakura this instant. A Senkaimon should do it." "Momo, Wait, Isane said, surprised. You were in the middle of a military operation. There are security protocols in place. Isane, said Momo calmly, her fears and anxieties melting away, replaced with determination. I love you, but do not try to stop me. I'm not going to let her stay like this another moment. I was going to say, Isane replied, her voice hushed, that you had better do it quietly. It shouldn't be much of an issue with things being the way they are, but it doesn't hurt. Oh, said Momo. I appreciate it. Thanks. Get her safe and get her healed, Isane said with a nod. It's better that someone gets the care they need. She nodded at the field hospital, and Momo knew what she meant. The wounded were coming in more quickly than Forth could handle them. There had to be hundreds here now. I'll see you around, said Momo. If anyone asks. Who knows? Said Isane. There are people coming and going all the time. I can't keep track of everyone. Momo nodded gratefully. Muttering a few words, she let a simple Kata spell wrap around Erza, gently levitating her off the ground. Forget the rules. They had done their part here, and then some. Stand still, you fucking asshole. Neutra's frustration drove Grimjo's cheer into something close to ecstasy. After being pent up, emasculated, humiliated, and forced to think about things he really never wanted to think about for so long, the lightning-fast thrills of mortal combat were like a soothing balm to him. This was being alive. This was Grimjo doing what Grimjo did best, giving his all to kill or be killed. With ease, he dodged under another slow swing, lunging forward to jab the sexto in the face once more, ducking away from a counter-strike from Neutra's offhand. Light on his feet, Grimjo skipped back a few paces. He was untouched so far. Neutra was lethal and powerful to be sure, and Grimjo hadn't put a dent in him yet, but at the same time his great weapon was too clumsy to catch a lighter, faster opponent. What's the matter? Grimjo said, grinning maliciously. You ain't getting tired already, are ya? You fucking wish, you little rat bastard, Neutra sneered. It'd take you a lifetime to wear me down. Grimjo quickly thought it through. Neutra had earned his place the hard way, just like Grimjo had done, but as dangerous as he was losing his cool. And if you lost your cool, you got stupid. You made mistakes you wouldn't otherwise. Deciding to see how much further he could push it, Grimjo evaded another vicious strike, and said, yeah sure ya won't wanna call in Halibel for this. I could never take her. Maybe we should get Neelil in here, too. I mean, ya clearly can't handle me on your own. Let's let a bunch o' women bail ya out. You made a habit o' that, right? Neutra's grip on his polearm tightened, and he lunged forward. Grimjo jumped over him in a graceful somersault, and grabbed the espada by the hair as he landed. He firmly yanked it back, and Neutra fell on his back, surprised by the attack. As his head hit the floor, Grimjo's foot came down on his face, grinding him into the floor. Look at you, Grimjo said sadistically, right at home under my boot. Come on, you stupid bastard. You've always got too much ego for your own good. A deep, throaty snarl emerged from Neutra's throat, followed immediately by a zero. Grimjo jumped back, evading a wild strike from the polearm as Neutra got to his feet. You son of a bitch, Neutra spat, gritting his teeth. He was close, now. Need a second to wipe the dirt off your face. Grimjo said with a snigger. Sorry about the inconvenience, big guy. Then again, I bet you're used to getting walked all over. A pulse of spiritual energy emitted from the furious espada, and Grimjo's smile widened. That fucking does it, Neutra said, raising his polearm high. I'm about to wipe you away from existence like the rat you are. Pray, Santa Teresa. About fucking time, Grimjo said, letting his own riots arise in accordance as he bent over, holding his blade to his side. Grind, Pantera. The combined release of force made the floor of the hall tremble, kicking up dust and cracking the tiles where they stood. Neutra stood tall, his chest exposed, sporting 6 arms covered in bony carapace, each one wielding a long, deadly scythe. 2 horns sprouted from his skull, forming the shape of a crescent moon. Grimjo, for his part, looked only slightly less inhuman than the espada before him. He was covered in smooth, bony carapace, leaving only a little of his chest exposed. His feet and hands ended in claws. A great, wide mane of blue hair extended from his head down all the way below his waist, and a crest of bone framed his hairline. His ears were long and furred, and his canines had grown to real fangs. A tail extended from the back of his spine, and sharp spines jutted out from his calves and elbows. "What are you waiting for?" Grimjoe said, flexing his muscles. "What, you about to punish me in the name of the moon?" "Real cute, kitty cat," Neutra hissed, raising his arms. He advanced toward Grimjoe, who crouched low. "So, that's what he looks like." Grimjoe had never seen Neutra's resurrection before, and he wasn't sure what to make of it. It looked like it at least did away with the problem of having such a slow weapon. He had to be a little careful, but then again, Neutra wouldn't know anything about Pantera, either. The sexto charged, scythes raised, and Grimjoe lunged like an animal. But before he could reach, a glancing blow from a scythe caught him in a shoulder, and 5 more raked him across his chest and legs as he scrambled back. There were scrapes and cuts in his armor, and he felt the sting of pain as blood seeped from the shallow cuts. Neutra moved forward, his 6 arms working like whirlwind of sharp death. Grimjoe dodged, parried, and evaded with the grace and expertise of a true survivalist, but even with his speed he found no openings. It was Neutra who was smiling now, pushing the former Espada back step by step. "Who's slow now, asshole?" he sneered gleefully. Another scythe raked across Grimjoe's form, then another, then another. On the defensive, constantly attacked from all angles, even Grimjoe couldn't evade it. Fuck. No, he couldn't let him set the pace. Fighting him on his terms wasn't a winning move. He skipped back a few paces, Neutra hot on his heels. Grimjoe breathed in deep, and as Neutra charged again, he let out a loud, ear-piercing roar. The sound reverberated across the entire hall, the sonic shockwave of it momentarily driving Neutra back a few paces. The sexto shook his head, recovering from the blast. "You think that'll do it, you little bitch?" "Just a start," said Grimjoe, and the tips of his fingers came aglow as he raised his hands. Slicing them downward, 2 sets of 5 blue, glowing lines of energy manifested, attached to the tips of his fingers. "Desgarin!" Grimjoe cried, letting the razor-sharp lines shoot forward. Neutra braced himself, suddenly pushed back almost 100 yards from the sheer force of the attack. Holding on to his scythes, he parried the strikes unflinchingly. That, Grimjoe knew, was his mistake. "You didn't parry this. You dodged it." Flexing his arms, he let the Desgarin come loose. At once, 10 lines of raw force struck Neutra, cutting through his defenses. 4 lines of red formed 2 X marks on his torso, blood flowing from the fresh wounds. "So, you parried 6 of them after all, huh?" Grimjoe said with a grin, launching himself into the air. "Impressive. But it took him but a moment to reappear high in the air, just behind Neutra. He bent his arm in, and pointed an elbow at the Espada's back. "Guerra de la Pantera!" Grimjoe cried, and 5 green darts surged through the air, homing in on their target. Neutra had already spun around to face him, but he couldn't parry the darts that were not even the size of a finger. They struck home, and a moment later they exploded. Neutra's chest was ravaged with the shock of it, and the Espada cried out as he fell to his feet. Grimjoe howled with joy, leaping toward him as he fell. He waved out of the way of Acero, his clawed hands ready to strike. To his surprise, though, Neutra was already half on his feet, scythes raised, when Grimjoe closed in on him. At the last second, Grimjoe twisted to the side, and 4 scythe arms sliced through the air where he'd have been a moment later. Turning his fall into a roll, Grimjoe neatly sprang to his feet. Carefully, he studied the Espada. His torso had been shredded, a raw and bloodied mess, but although it looked nasty it seemed like it hadn't done nearly enough. "Damn," said Grimjoe, "you are one tough bastard, ain't ya? You think they gave me a rank higher than you for nothing?" Neutra sneered. "If that's all you got, you better start digging your own grave right now, you rat bastard." Grimjoe cracked his knuckles and shifted his shoulders a little, his grin reappearing. "Ranks are for suckers," he said, stretching himself out, "and me, I'm glad you ain't a pushover." Wouldn't be worth killing yet if you was. Make me work for it. Fucking arrogant clown. You know, I'm the cat here, said Grimjo playfully, but you're still somehow the biggest pussy in the room. Neutra grit his teeth and charged, spitting a curse. Grimjo leaped into the air, feeling a kind of joy he had almost forgotten. All or nothing. Die, or climb a notch higher on the ladder. No matter how it turned out, this would be a hell of a fight. So iPhone raced through the halls at full speed, a black streak rushing past the fighting in a blur. There were battles everywhere she went. The Hollows were renewing their attacks, the Shinigami companies of 6th Division were surrounded and beleaguered. They were pressed hard, but so iPhone didn't pause to help. She had a mission, and soldiers dying didn't bother her. This was their job. No, right now, she needed to support Captain Cookaki. When the order came out, he would need all the help he could get. Ulquiorra Cipher, judging by the reports, was every bit as formidable as the data had suggested. Even with the help of that undisciplined auxiliary, there seemed to be only so much he could do. A Hollow threw aside the dismembered corpse of a slain soldier and made a swipe at So iPhone. Without hesitation, So iPhone slid under the clumsy attack and kept running. Killing it would have been a moment's work, but she had bigger fish to fry. They were losing. There was no doubt about it. Ichigo's arms ached, and it felt like a miracle each time he managed to parry a blow. His Hollow's mask was gone, no amount of concentration could maintain it anymore. Ulquiorra was dominating the battle now, effortlessly putting them both on the defensive. Whenever Byakuya would try to take advantage of an opening left by the Espada attacking his ally, Ulquiorra would spin around to parry. The only reason they hadn't died yet was that working as a team, they could at least watch each other's backs. Well, damn, Ichigo said, breathing heavily as the Espada took a step back, seemingly to re-evaluate his strategy for a moment. I'm all out of steam. I guess this is as good of a last stand as anyone could have asked for, right? Would your aunt approve of such defeatism? Said Byakuya firmly. The nobleman looked a mess. His hairpiece had broken, and strands of hair hung down over his face, giving him an unkempt look totally at odds with the dignified image he normally kept. There was a cut across the left side of his face, splitting his lips. His white coat had stains of red all over it, and Ichigo wasn't sure if it was the nobleman's blood, his own, Ulquiorra's, or all three at once. Even in the face of annihilation and no matter the odds, we never yield, and we never accept defeat. If we die, but we do not accept death until it is truly inevitable. To do any less is to give up. You might as well cut your own throat if you're ready to die, Kurosaki Ichigo. God damn, Ichigo muttered. I never expected you to be the one lecturing me like that. He'll come at us again momentarily, said Byakuya, ignoring the comment. When he does, I will meet the charge. You will still be faster than I am. Use it. Press him hard from the flanks. Nobody has an impenetrable defense. He may not look it, but he is tiring, too. Not fast enough. Like I said, Byakuya said quietly, nobody has an impenetrable defense. But, he's not wearing out quickly enough. The nobleman hadn't contradicted him, because even though he had just shamed Ichigo for his words, he knew it, too, there was no winning this. 6th Division had already retreated from the chamber, ordered to fall back to the closest rally point. For as long as Ulquiorra held this location, this was a dead end for the invasion. It seemed Ulquiorra had deliberated long enough because he charged, spear hanging low. Byakuya met his attack head-on, parrying a thrust that would have skewered him had he been the fraction of a second slower. Ichigo pushed aside the growing sense of helplessness and sped around to the side, bringing Tensou Zanjutsu down on the Aaron car. Just like so many times before, Ulquiorra moved out of the way, to the side. Sukatsui! Byakuya cried, and blue flames washed over the Espada as he evaded. Deciding to add to the fire, Ichigo cried, Get Chuga Tenshou, and a black arc of energy, limned in red, struck out at the Espada. He faced the attack head-on, his spear severing the attack in two. It had been the very last of the hollow energy Ichigo had left, and the Espada hadn't even bothered to dodge the hit. He stood there, ignoring the dying blue flames eating away at his form to little avail, still like a statue. What sort of monster is he? The thought passed Ichigo's mind unbidden. They had thrown everything they had at him, and it still hadn't been enough. "You are a strange creature," Ulquiorra said, turning his eyes to Ichigo, "a Shinigami in form, but the more I fight you, the more you remind me of a hollow. Fearsome though you may be relative to the ants you walk among, you are a poor imitation of the real thing. I will show you what a real hollow looks like." Then he was gone in a flash, reappearing in front of Byakuya. Ichigo saw it all happen as if in slow motion. He was fast, unbelievably so. He had raised his hand, a finger pointed at the captain's chest. A small, black orb had formed at the tip of his finger. It felt like a zero, but a zero shouldn't be this small, and it shouldn't take so little time to charge. "Zero Oscuras," said Ulquiorra. Byakuya's eyes widened, but Ichigo knew that as sharp as the man's reflexes were, he wouldn't be able to get away in time. Acting on pure instinct, Ichigo threw himself forward the moment he saw Ulquiorra's raised finger. As Ulquiorra spoke the words, there was Ichigo, his palm slamming into Byakuya's chest. The captain was thrown off his feet just as the zero discharged, and Ichigo felt a quick, sharp pain before everything went numb. Byakuya scrambled to his feet, blade in hand. The discharge of power had been massive. The orb's size had been quite deceptive, the wall of the far chamber had been demolished, and Byakuya had no doubt it would have killed nearly anything it hit. The Kurosaka boy was on his knees, and there was an ugly hole on the left side of his coat, and in the side of his chest. Charred flesh mixed with raw, sizzling muscle and bone, blood seeping out before being vaporized, turned into steam. Somehow the boy was still conscious, on his knees and staring up at the espada dimly. Ulquiorra raised his spear, aiming it downward. "Sauren Sukatsui!" Byakuya snarled, the spell catching the espada off guard. As the cloud of blue flames enveloped Ulquiorra, momentarily causing him to stagger back, Byakuya rushed to the boy's side. "This was foolish," Byakuya said, his mind still processing what had just happened. He had been completely blindsided by the espada's attack, and that zero, it had formed instantaneously. Another moment, and he would have been dead. Not in a million years would he have expected such self-sacrifice. Not from a low-born, ill-mannered cur with no real understanding of honor. "Yeah, well," Ichigo murmured, barely conscious, "I'm pretty sure that isn't news to you. Always been a fool to you, right?" Byakuya balled a fist. This wasn't right. The boy was going to die, no older than 15, yet braver still than almost anybody Byakuya had met. He grabbed the boy by the right arm, pulling him to his feet. He at least wouldn't die on his knees. He would at least meet a warrior's end, alongside Byakuya. As an equal. "Attention all Godei forces. This is Kyoraku Shunsui, speaking on behalf of Captain Commander Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai." The voice rang out as if from nowhere, but Byakuya recognized the spell. Field communications was one of the most practical uses of Kido. All forces are to fall back to their rally points and withdraw to the invasion staging grounds in an orderly fashion. You are all ordered to retreat. Your routes will be covered by the captains in reserve. I repeat, all forces, you are ordered to retreat. "Yeah, hear that, Captain Kukaki?" Ichigo said dimly. "We're all going home. Right?" A wheeze came from the boy's mouth, and Byakuya supposed it had to pass for a laugh. The irony of it wasn't lost on him. They were ordered to fall back, but for the two of them, there was no escape. They were too weak now, and left to the mercy of an espada with plenty of strength to spare. "My division managed to retreat, at least," Byakuya murmured under his breath. "They will all be able to go on. Even without me." Ulquiorra had recovered already, staring them both down with the patience of a predator before a cornered rat. Byakuya's arm trembled, and it took some effort to hold onto his blade. His Bankai was all but spent, and with Kurosaka down, this was the end of the line. Briefly, he spared a thought for Rukia, hoping she would make it out. "Just as Lord Aizen foresaw," said Ulquiorra, slowly advancing on them, "this invasion was always destined to fail." He raised the spear, and Byakuya raised his blade in kind. It was more of a symbolic gesture at this point. He was still holding on to the boy, and he would barely be able to move. But symbolic resistance was all he had left. It would have to do. Then a black streak slammed into Ulquiorra as if out of nowhere, sending the espada staggering back. Byakuya blinked. He hadn't even sensed her coming. It was Captain So iPhone, her code discarded. The espada towered over her, winged and dreadful, but she looked unafraid. "Captain Kukaki!" she cried out, never taking her eyes off her enemy. "You were given an order, weren't you?" "Yes," Byakuya said, the idea of survival sinking in. He had been ready to die but a moment ago. "Yes, of course. I'll cover your retreat," So iPhone said firmly, "so hurry up, back the way you came." Ulquiorra gave her a look, like she was vermin. "They are not leaving." Deciding to trust the captain on her word, Byakuya slung the Kurosaka boy over his shoulder and, ignoring the ache of his wounds, began to head for the exit. Behind him, Ulquiorra surged forward, spear raised, but before he could take another step, So iPhone had blocked his way. "Shung Kao!" she cried, and dodged under a thrust from the spear. There was a massive burst of energy, and she launched herself into the air, a roundhouse kick catching the espada in the head. He staggered back again, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Out of my way," he said. "That will not happen. You'll find that I'm not the kind of threat that can be ignored," Ulquiorra siffer. There was a flash of Sonito, and Ulquiorra tried to move around her again, but before he could reach Byakuya, a fist caught him in the solar plexus, explosively amplified by the Kadu-powered technique So iPhone was employing. Ulquiorra gasped as his diaphragm collapsed. In front of his eyes, Kukaki Byakuya walked through the chamber door carrying Kurosaki Ichigo, heading away. So iPhone took a stance. She was very unsure of her ability to defeat this monstrous opponent, at least not without going all out, but she didn't need to. All she needed to do was buy some time. Sale was in a very, very bad mood. This pint-sized, unremarkable Shinigami bitch had not stopped pressing him even for 1 second. His skin was going white with the cold, and in some places a worrying shade of blue. His mask fragment had fragmented even further from an inglorious blow to his temple, where a bruise was forming. As he lashed out with a wide stroke, wishing badly that he had spent more time practicing with the barbaric weapon, she dodged under the attack, surged forward, and slammed the hilt into his gut. Again. It was to his relief when he heard the call go out across the halls, the order to retreat. Not long ago he had delighted in thoughts of how he'd torture her, but right now he would be happy just to have this miserable experience done with. Her blade had come to rest right at his neck, well inside his guard, and she had paused right there as the meaning of the words washed over her. "What's wrong?" said Sale confidently. "Why don't you test just how thick my arrow is, woman?" "I would very much like to," she said sharply, "but luckily for you, I have no time left to waste here. My company has already fallen back. That leaves only me." She took a step back, blade still raised. Sale already thought of how he'd catch her, how he'd release his blade and make her pay. Then there was an icy cold gale, and a wall of ice slammed into him, a last, obnoxious gift from the ill-mannered Shinigami woman. Sale was knocked off his feet. When he broke free from the icy debris he could see her running away, already dashing out of the chamber. Part of Sale wanted to give chase. Another, much more significant part of him knew that they would already have some captives left behind. Wounded soldiers, who wouldn't put up so much damned resistance. Sale was not above pettiness, hate, or revenge, but he was above chasing them needlessly. "Go ahead, you lucky little bitch," he thought as the Shinigami disappeared from view. "Lord Aizen will deal with all your kind in time anyway." Anohana bent down, and gingerly she picked up Kenpaku's bulky form in a bridal carry. Even with the care she had given him, he was a mess, and she knew that he needed much more work if he was ever going to recover. The espada had done a number on him. Anohana had had to care for him many times across the years, but only a handful of those times compared to the monstrous damage he had taken now. The bandages she had wrapped around his chest, already dyeing pink with the blood and fluids seeping through, hid a gaping hole that would rightly have killed any lesser man. It was a testament to his constitution, his inhuman fortitude, that he was still alive. She doubted anyone except perhaps Yamamoto would have lived through such a wound. Looking down on him with a compassionate smile, almost like a mother staring down at her son, she took the first step toward the exit. She had heard the order as clearly as had everyone else, and it only confirmed what she had suspected. The invasion had failed. Eisen had not taken the bait, instead opting to let them all spread thin. Wait. Neliel Tuaderschwank barred her way, sword in hand. She was staring down, the bone of the mask fragment on her skull obscuring her eyes. Blood and tears stained her face. "Did your friends recover?" said Anohana matter-of-factly. "I am quite sure I stabilized them." "They did. But in that case, remember what I said? I do not know what sort of medical readiness you have here in Las Noches, but if it were me, I would make sure to keep them in bed for at least a month with consistent application of medical kit to ensure a full recovery, with checkups every day until the worst of the injuries show signs of proper healing. I believe the latent healing abilities of a hollow should be quite useful to you, but I'd rather not make too many assumptions. Regardless, I would say their chances of living are quite high if you ensure continued medical treatment." "I believe you," Neliel whispered. "Then, what is the issue?" Anohana believed she already knew, but she was not going to act like there was anything wrong. If anyone would go back on their word, it wouldn't be she. "Lord Eisen, he wouldn't like it if I just let you walk away." "What do you think, young lady?" said Anohana, her voice calm and reasonable. She was well aware of the effect she had on people. She'd had centuries to perfect her craft, to make people feel like they never wanted to disappoint her. I think. Anohana observed the Quinta carefully. She was a people person. It came with the profession. If she was right, and she usually was, the blade was for show more than anything else. The way her arm trembled, the way her voice wouldn't stay firm, no, she didn't want violence. She was trying to reconcile two different beliefs. Anohana knew which one she'd prefer to see triumphant. "I think," said Anohana, before the Espada had any more time to think, "that you're very loyal. That you've defeated one of the Godiai's most notorious warriors in single combat. I also think that you believe in doing good for goodness' sake. I gave you my word, and you gave yours. You do not want to walk back on that, because you do not want to be the kind of person who does. Because it's ordinary, deceitful hollows who say one thing and then betray the one they bargained with. But you are a better person than that, and you know it." "But," Neliel said, her voice trembling, "we're enemies. I'm supposed to kill you on sight. I mean." She slowly shook her head, grasping her blade tightly. "It's supposed to be a lot easier than this, you know." She mumbled weakly. "Lord Eisen, he's told us all about you. About the ruthlessness. The refusal to accept change. How you think we're all inhuman monsters. He's right. About some of us, at least. We look at you and we see the same as you do, a ruthless enemy that is beneath any moral consideration, fit only to be killed. But looking at you, I know they're wrong." Anohana took a step forward, keeping a watchful eye on the Espada's sword. "You're a Vastolord. They say your kind is more human than most. I think they're right. I think you want to stand by your word, because there is some decency in you. If you want to prove the people who hate you right, then you will have to stab me in the back." Anohana took another step forward, past the Espada, hoping she hadn't misjudged the woman. "It's all about who you want to be. Eisen or no Eisen, what sort of person are you if you go back on your word?" She heard the clatter of a blade dropping to the floor. "He almost killed them." Anohana stopped and looked back. "I know. This is war. It's not going to be any less ugly than this. We've lost people, too. At least your friends are still alive so long as you get them someplace safe. I would see that done sooner rather than later if I were you." Neliel stared at her, emotion written plainly in her face. It was strange in the features of a hollow, Anohana could see more compassion than in most of their soldiers. "I will," she said at last. "Good. It would be a shame for my hard work to go to waste." Neliel nodded. With that, Anohana began walking again, one step at a time. Neliel spared her another confused look, before hurrying back to the side of Pesha and Dondakaka. Jalal was breathing heavily. He could go on for some time, he was sure of it, but his movements were getting slower. A single wrong step and he'd be encased in ice, at the mercy of a captain, and the longer things went on, the more of a certainty that one wrong step became. The captain, for his part, looked no better off. Half of the pedals were gone. So far, though, Jalal hadn't laid a finger on him. His only shot was winning a war of attrition, and he sincerely doubted he would. "You're very good," Jalal said, temporarily resting on his arm joints. "No wonder they call you a child prodigy." "I'm almost 20, you know," said Hichugiya. "Seriously. Shinigami aging. Not much I can do about it. I'll probably look like a teenager till I'm 50. It works out great when you look like you're in your 20s for a century, but it's not as much fun before that." Maybe it was the weariness that had broken him down, but Jalal couldn't help but laugh. "Are you joking? Do I sound like the joking type to you?" "No, no," said Jalal, shaking his head with a chuckle. "You might not look like it, but you definitely sound grown up. Do not patronize me." "I'm not," said Jalal with a sigh. "Enough talking. Let's end this." "It's already over," said Jalal, shaking his head. "You heard the order as well as I did. You lost the battle. You're to retreat. I will not be provoked by you." "Look," said Jalal, taking a step back. "Let's call it here, why don't we? I can't beat you. Not like this. You're too good. And you can't seem to beat me either. Personally, I'd like to live. If the battle is over, I'd rather not risk my life anymore, not if it isn't necessary. Wouldn't you agree? I can't risk turning my back on you." "No, I understand that. I kept you busy, didn't I?" "Busy enough, at least." Jalal stood up straight, balancing his bulky body of bone on his legs, and with a thought he let it all fall apart. The form of his resurrection disappeared into nothingness, sealed in his blade again. "There," said Jalal, lowering his blade. "If I attacked," said Hichugiya, furrowing his brows in confusion, "I could probably overwhelm you. It's a risk, yes. But, then again, I had to take the first step. We Hollows, we aren't known for being honorable or charitable." Slowly, the captain's bankai began to fade away. "Sheath your blade," he said. Jalal took a deep breath. That would leave him very exposed, indeed. Hoping that he hadn't misjudged the captain, he slowly slid the blade back into its scabbard. Hichugiya stared him down, blade still raised, and for a second Jalal worried that he had made a terrible mistake. Then Hichugiya slung his sword over his back, and gave Jalal an appreciative nod. "Go home, Captain," said Jalal. "We've spent enough time trying to kill each other here. We'll be at each other's throats again soon enough," Hichugiya agreed. "It's a shame. I wish it wouldn't have to be this way, but neither of us have a choice." "You surprise me, Arankar," said Hichugiya. "We're not all the same. Well, now's no time to talk about our differences or lack thereof. I'll see you soon enough, Captain Hichugiya." "And I'm sure," said Hichugiya. "Farewell for now, Jalal Fernandez." With that, the captain turned around and rushed away. Jalal watched him go. He truly had not wished to kill him. It was lucky he had a good enough excuse to let him go. How? Zhang Crow was on his knees. Further back lay Ikeku, badly burnt and unconscious. It was not the third seed who had done this to him. It was not the enthusiastic, overconfident Madare Ikeku who had reduced him to this state. He certainly would never have done something so devious. Weakly, he grasped at the vines wrapping around his arms. He'd lost control of his resurrection, drained of its power, it had gone away entirely. "You're lucky," said the effeminate man standing over him. "It looks like your energy was rather a lot for my Ruriiro Kyojaku. I can't seem to finish you off without damaging my Zanpakuto. Stay where you are, and I'll leave with Ikeku. That's as good a deal as either of you will get." "You said you were a fifth seed," snarled Zhang Crow frustratedly. He had beaten the third seed, just barely and with great effort, and this junior officer dared waltz in and shit all over his triumph? "5 is a most beautiful number," said the effeminate man dismissively, walking over to his wounded comrade, "but the most important thing to remember is, it's just a number. You son of a bitch. Zhang Crow growled. He grit his teeth, watching with furious anger as the fifth seed bent down and lifted his beaten comrade. "You big fool, you," said the fifth seed, hoisting him up over his shoulder. "What would you do without me? Don't you fucking ignore me." Zhang Crow snarled. "I'll fucking kill ya. I'll kill both of ya." "Shush," said the fifth seed dismissively. "You're lucky to stay alive. Come after me, and I will take the time to kill you." The vines receded, but Zhang Crow barely had the strength left to stand. Damn him. Damn them both. No less than 12 hours ago, the gate had been flooding soldiers in non-stop, fit for battle and ready to fight. Now it was overburdened with soldiers running back the other way. The process was painfully slow. Anohana had insisted, as soon as she returned, that the wounded be returned first. Yamamoto had not cared to argue, and only nodded his assent to the decision. He looked around. There were men there who were clearly not long for this world, grievously injured and drawing their last breaths. He could hear their moans now. Some of them were crying out to their loved ones, lost in a delirium of pain. He felt it keenly. All their pain, all the maiming and death, it was his responsibility. He had ordered them here. He had told them where to go, and now, the folly of an old man had led them to the brink of defeat, and for what? Yamamoto's old hands clutched at his cane, hard. He showed no emotion outward, but inside he felt a great, almost overwhelming grief. He had failed them all. If these men had died for victory, he could at least justify it. But, Aizen had not reacted like Yamamoto had expected. A man so self-aggrandizing and arrogant as to announce his treason to the whole world, where everyone was watching, surely he would face them head-on. That had been Yamamoto's assumption. That Aizen, in his ego, would not refuse a challenge of this magnitude. That his pride would not allow it. That he would hit back hard at one of their attack routes, allowing them to refocus their efforts there. But, Aizen had no pride. Not in the way a soldier would understand it, at least. Yamamoto understood that now. Aizen was a shrewd, cold, evil man who had seen this attack as an opportunity. Yamamoto had known the risks. This was enemy territory. They would be going headfirst into the meat grinder. The risk had been high, and so had been the reward, to sever the head of the serpent and end the war early, seizing the initiative. But, he had underestimated his opponent. No, he had not even understood whom he was up against. Komamura Seijin was dead. Zaraki Kenpeke, Abarai Renji, and Listen as Strauss were receiving emergency care. Captain Scarlet was missing. One captain dead, 4 beaten, and all they had managed to do was kill a single traitor. Captain Scarlet, he remembered her protests now, with perfect clarity. The urgency in her voice, the almost desperate pleas to not play into Aizen's hands. She had still gone where ordered, and she may well have paid the ultimate price for it. He was surprised at the thought. She had shown that much loyalty, despite her grievances with the Godai. She had been right. This had been folly, from the start till the end. "Hey, old man." "Captain Commander." It was Kyoraku. The boy was somber, and his seriousness felt off-putting. "Yes, what is it?" Yamamoto grumbled irritably. "We need a plan," said Kyoraku eagerly. "The retreat is going as planned, but, after that, then what? Aizen won't give us time dash." "I know," said Yamamoto brusquely. "I know you know," said Kyoraku gently, "but we need a course of action, and we need it now." "Yes. Yes, we do," said Yamamoto with a heavy sigh. "Perhaps we should fall back with all able-bodied vice-captain and captain-tier fighters to Karakura town and make ready to defend it there, as planned. Reconvene with Urahara and his Shihoan ally, set up defensive perimeters, see if we can rush the defensive matrix." Yamamoto nodded. "Give the order," he said wearily. "Don't do this to yourself, old man," said Kyoraku, staring out at the stream of wounded. "Nothing will get better because you torment yourself like this." "It was by my command," said Yamamoto firmly. "I will see the fruits of my orders. I will not turn my back on it. This is my burden to bear, and I will not shirk away from it." "All right," said Kyoraku with a sigh. Go give the order, then. Do it. As Kurika walked away, Yamamoto fixed his eyes on the wounded. Right now, all they could do was pray that they could get them all out in time. Ulquiorra walked into the meeting room. He had taken the time to change into a new set of clothes, as his battle had ruined them quite thoroughly. That blasted woman had kept him busy until his two targets had escaped, only to fall back, herself. He had followed her for some distance, but even he had been unable to keep up. He would have kept pursuing, except a messenger had intercepted him. Lord Eisen had called, and orders were orders. In the middle of the room stood their lord. He looked invigorated by their success, a slight smile at the edge of his lips. It vexed Ulquiorra a little to realize he was the last of the inner circle to arrive. It seemed his need for propriety had kept his lord waiting. Jelal Fernandez was already there, looking rough but still in one piece, and much the same could be said for the other two. Halibel looked colder than usual, her eyes giving off a piercing stare from behind her collar. Nelia looked a little shaken beneath her composed exterior. Ulquiorra noticed it in the little ways, the tremor in her hand and the way she made a fist to stop it, the way her eyes darted back and forth across the room. "Please forgive my tardiness," said Ulquiorra, bowing with one hand folded over his chest. "I was less than presentable." "I'm sure," said Eisen amusedly. "It is of no consequence. My children, you have all done well. I am proud of you. The Godii came for us, walked right into a trap, and the way you all followed my vision has left them reeling, crippled. The initiative is ours. This war is ours to lose now." He turned to Halibel. "Report briefly. What happened?" "Tuan died, Lord," said Halibel firmly. "The cameras confirmed as much. Your battle was less clear to me, though. I defeated Erza Scarlet in single combat. She was more bothersome than expected. I took an arm off her and broke her bankai, but at the last second, her vice-captain used some sort of magic to teleport her out. I did manage to kill Komamura before that, though." "A captain slain and a captain defeated," said Eisen, nodding sagely. "Well done, Halibel." Jelal shrugged. "Squared off with Hichuga Taushiro. He's real good, sir. I wasn't able to seal the deal. We agreed to drop it." Eisen gave him a look. It was the smart call, Ulquiorra figured, to be honest. Lord Eisen would have known if he was lying. Fernandez was not skilled at deception. "Very well," said Lord Eisen, apparently deciding not to dwell on it. "Nelia? I saw you were able to defeat Kenpeki. Can you confirm he is dead?" "He's alive, sir," Nelia whispered. "Anohan Erza recovered him." "Did she burst in on you before you could make the kill?" "Sir, Nelia said, pausing. A helpless expression passed her face. "When I defeated him, I ran for my fractions. They were dying. I couldn't leave them, so. So, you let Anohan Erza walk out with a sure kill?" Eisen asked. He was composed, but Ulquiorra had learned to read his master. He was irritated. "You couldn't have taken a second to shear his head from his shoulders." "I'm sorry, Lord Eisen," Nelia said, turning her head down. The shame in her voice was apparent. There was weakness there, Ulquiorra reasoned. Her strength was similar to his own, but she lacked the killing instinct. Her years of being powerful had worn at her, made her soft. He had seen it happen before. "I expected more of you," said Eisen firmly. "The champion of the Godii, and you let him slide through your grasp." "Lord Eisen," said Halibel firmly, "as you say, it was the champion of the Godii. And, she defeated him handily. The day is ours, and we have all pulled through. If you recall, not even Ulquiorra was able to kill his targets. Had Ulquiorra been the prideful sort, he might have remarked that he had been fighting two people at once, working with remarkable skill to complement one another. He might have remarked that they had received reinforcements at the last second. Instead, he said nothing, and thought of her reaction. Defensive. She was smoothing over an error committed by somebody else. Her loyalty to Nelia was not new to him, but it did demonstrate that her commitment to their cause was weaker than her commitment to her own priorities. "Lord Eisen," said Ulquiorra, through with reflection, shall we ready to strike at the Shinigami as they retreat? There is an opportunity to eradicate them here and now. There is, said Aizen with a nod, but with Yamamoto guarding them, it would be a high-risk venture. Their fatal flaw was spreading themselves thin. Our fatal flaw would be attacking where they have concentrated strength. No, my espada, said Aizen, an unmistakable and joyous eagerness in his voice, we will not make the same kind of error they did. Let them run. They will be forced to come to Karakura, and there we will hit them with everything we have, as soon as all our forces are organized. The time is almost upon us. The Godai has expended the last of its power in a foolish attack, and we have lost almost nothing of value. We will strike them as soon as we can, and they will die. Every last one of them will bend the knee or lose their head. I will finally have what I desire. Ulquiorra noticed Halibel raising an eyebrow. Nilil, for her part, looked even more concerned than before. Jelal looked a little put off. Ulquiorra would have scoffed if he had cared enough to do so. Not one of them understood. They saw a hint of what their lord looked like in the dark, more like one of their own than they cared to admit, and they questioned him. They would have to be watched. They could not be relied upon to remain loyal, not absolutely. If they were lucky, they would die fighting. They would not like what would come next. Chapter 102, The Creeping Shadow of War. There was darkness. There was a state of blissful ignorance, occasionally interrupted by dark and torturous images. There was that murky pond of near unconsciousness, where one knew and understood very little of the world. Then it all gave way. Erza began to wake, and opened one eye. For a moment she lay there, at the edge of consciousness where one was not quite dreaming and not quite awake yet. Then she blinked, and much to her dismay, she began to remember. It flooded in all at once, the failed invasion, the beating she had taken from Halibel, Komamura's death. Failure, so much death, and oblivion. She sat bolt upright as the memories hit her, momentarily disoriented. She gasped, letting out panting groans as her arms flailed around. SSHH. SSSHH, a calming voice came, soothing her. Everything is fine. You're going to be okay. You what dash, Erza said, looking around the room wild-eyed until her sleep-addled eyes could find their focus. The first thing she saw as the world started to make some sense was Momo, a look of joy and relief in her face as she gently wrapped both her hands around one of Erza's. There were tears in her eyes, and something about it made Erza put herself together. She shouldn't be crying. Momo, said Erza confusedly. Where am I? Your room, said Momo. Please, lie down again. You're still weak. I have 2 arms, Erza said perplexedly, inspecting the one Momo was holding onto. Folding up her pajama sleeve, she could see no sign of injury, not even a faded scar. Of course. Orium put you back together, said Momo quietly, but I bet you figured that out. Erza nodded. What I don't see, she said wearily, is how I'm even alive. I was on my very last legs, Momo. I knew I was dead. I made my peace with it. How? I got there at the very last second, said Momo, a tear trailing down her cheek. She grasped Erza's hand tightly. I had a teleportation spell prepared. I don't want to think about what would have happened if I didn't. I got you to the field hospital. I sane stabilized you, and after that, I got you here. You've got a fair bit of spiritual power to regain, but other than that you're okay. You saved my life, Erza said plainly, gratitude welling up in her chest. You'd have done the same for me. Erza nodded slowly and squeezed back. Amidst all this sorrow, it was relieving to have something to hold on to, knowing that something was still intact. Still, she could only be overcome by emotion for so long. Erza took a deep breath, and considered what had just happened. The invasion. She said urgently, hoping for news she knew would not come. It. Momo shook her head. It didn't work, just like you said. Not long after I left, the order to evacuate got through. 5th Division made it out with the rest. 4 captains were in critical conditions, and one didn't make it, Erza said bitterly, remembering Komamura Saijin. A good man, fur and fangs or none, he had thrown himself in Halibel's way without a second thought. He had been loyal, brave, and inspiring, and it had all been for nothing. Momo nodded. We lost 200 soldiers from our division. Others were less fortunate. Erza grit her teeth. That old man, that old bastard. He's preparing a defense of the city, said Momo quietly. In fact, he said for you to join him as soon as you were able. I think you should rest, but... Oh, I'll join him all right, said Erza darkly. She knew exactly at whose feet she would lay this disaster. What else could this be called? She had warned him. Urahara had, too. Everyone who knew anything about who Aizen really was had seen this for the trap it was, and now they might very well have lost the war. Good men and women had died by their hundreds on his gamble, and it had all been for nothing. The Godai had shown itself to be incompetent, foolish, wrong, and she had been part of it. Careful, careful, came a voice from the doorway, sounding infuriatingly pleased. That sort o' talk could get you executed, don't ya know? Grimjo, said Erza, staring down the Aaron car. Fresh injuries lined his form, and his vest had been discarded, but he grinned wide. I take it you didn't sit around. Nope, said Grimjo, shaking his head. Got bored, picked a fight with Neutra. Didn't crack him in time. The evacuation order came, and as much as my blood was up, I wasn't dumb enough to take him on with no backup, so I found an opening and bailed. Right now, I'm just hiding out at your place to make sure people don't start asking questions like, where were you, or, what happened to being a good boy and staying put, ... Erza shook her head, making a fist with her free hand. Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, she said, her voice shaking, if I hear you making a crude comment, or mocking any of the dead, I'm going to personally tear your head off. This is not the time. Got it, Red, said the Aaron car, holding his hands up in a conciliatory gesture. I can take a hint. No mocking of any kind. Good, said Erza. She turned to Momo. How long was I out? I think, almost 12 hours now. 12 hours. Erza burst out. 12 hours? That long? Aizen was bound to strike any time. She had no time to waste. Momo, go get my spare uniform, she said firmly, right this instant. When you're done, go see to the troops. I want a full review of our casualties and a status report. But you're still weak. Momo, said Erza, gently disentangling her hand from Momo's, that was not a request. We have a city to defend, and I'm not going to be found wanting. You have your orders, so execute. Why yes, Captain, Momo said, saluting sharply. Erza got out of bed, and minutes later she walked out of the building, Zanpakuta strapped to her side and a new uniform on. A swift set of shunpo later, Erza arrived near Urahara's place, where in the distance she could feel the spiritual signatures of multiple captains converging. She stopped a block away and paused for a minute to breathe. She was hot with anger, but she was still a captain. It would do her no favors, would do none of them any favors if she just walked in there and started shouting. She took a deep, long breath, then another, until she had forced some calm into her body. When she was ready, she walked toward the headquarters, marching like she had a grudge against the ground beneath her. Her stride was slowed somewhat when she came upon the store entrance, finding Orium waiting there for her. She waved merrily at Erza, but Erza was less than relieved to see her. She was covered in blood. Well, not covered so much as stained pretty badly, but it was unsettling all the same. You're up, she said cheerily. I'd hug you, but... She gestured vaguely at her clothes. Without a word, Erza pulled her into a bear hug. Orium, stiff at first, quickly reciprocated the embrace. Now, said Erza gently as she pulled back, what about all this? I've been healing people pretty much non-stop since they started coming back, explained Orium. I healed you first. It was ugly to look at. I'm sorry you had to see that. It's a war, right? Said Orium firmly. I can't turn away from it. Besides, I had to look at a lot of almost dead people today. There was Ichigo, and, well, he was almost as bad as you. And then there was Kenpeke, and he was the worst mess I think I've ever seen. I kept on working till I felt all dizzy and Anohana told me I had to take a time out, or else. The distracted, whimsical cheer of her nature had gone, Erza noticed. It was so, matter of fact. She cringed a little at how badly Kenpeke had to have been maimed if he was the worst of them all, and wished that Orium had never had to be part of it. But, Orium had chosen, and Erza couldn't deny her this. You rest up, said Erza, ruffling her daughter's hair. You earned it. Besides, we'll probably need you again soon. You got it, said Orium, nodding. I think they're waiting for you inside. Erza nodded and walked inside the store. In a back room she found them all huddled together around a holographic display, a browbeaten set of leaders who, to Erza, had never looked less the part. Not one of them looked confident or proud. Zaraki Kenpeke, who normally stood upright with a shark's grin, eager for battle, seemed slumped over and struck with some sort of malaise. Kyoraku Shunsui had taken off his hat, and even left his bright pink coat to hang by the door. Renji and Lisana weren't even there, presumably still among the wounded. Even the indomitable Yamamoto looked weak now, as if worn down by an immense weight. Although he stood tall, it seemed as if he did so with great effort, like it was all he could do to not tremble. The sight of it enraged her. It was wrong to see the defenders of this city like this. And why? What for? No. She would compose herself. And as I keep on saying, came the strained voice of Urahara Kisuk, the process cannot be rushed. Attempting to create a dimensional cutaway space with an incomplete matrix is out of the question. There's no way. Said Yukatake. What's the risk, Urahara? The risk, said Urahara, his voice calm, composed, yet trembling just slightly, is that it backfires and thousands of people die, without us having protected any of them. He paused and turned around to look at Erza. The room fell silent and all of a sudden, all eyes were on her. Captain Scarlet, he said, are you well? Erza wondered if she'd ever feel well again. I am healed, she said, her tone short, a little drained from Ryotsu exertion, but I will recover. As you all know, said Yamamoto, we face an unprecedented crisis. Erza joined the circle, her gaze fixed at the old man, staring at him. She could feel the discomfort from the others. She could see worried glances from Kyoraku and Yukatake, the two no doubt worried she would say something emotional and angry. Erza's eyes were wide, and in her sleeves her fists were balled, but she kept a neutral enough look and said nothing. Our invasion has failed. We do not yet have a full tally of the casualties, but we estimate over 500 dead. One of them was Captain Komamura. He died with honor, and his memory will be given appropriate tribute once this is over. Him and who many else? Erza thought to herself. As it stands, we expect Aizen to attack the moment he has rallied his forces, and we are on full alert. All captains are expected to do battle at a moment's notice. If we fail here, all is lost. Our backs are against the wall. Right now, said Yamamoto wearily, we must focus on the defense of this city. We are currently patrolling around all of Karakura, establishing communications networks. When Aizen attacks, we will know immediately. Our attack did not go as planned, but we are not beaten. We will not yield. We are the 13 court guard divisions, and we will not surrender to usurpers. Even if it means laying down our lives, I know each one of you will not accept defeat until you have given all you can give. Their lives. Erza knew what he meant. But, he spoke as if trying to convince himself. He had not exerted himself at all in the Godii, but he sounded defeated already. If nothing else, the old man at least seemed to not take the lives wasted, they had been lightly. He droned on for some time about defense details, formations, and ideas, but Erza hardly listened. It was mediocre, obvious plans, almost speaking just to have something to say. Her eyes never left the old man, her steely gaze fixed on the commander. She barely even blinked. He had gambled, he had ignored the warnings, and he had cost them hundreds of lives. He had cost her a friend. He had made a fatal error, and she would not let that be forgotten. Finally, he fell quiet, and with him the whole room. They stood there in silence for some time, before the old man turned to face her. Is there something you would like to say to me, Captain? He said to Erza. No, said Erza coolly, shaking her head very slightly. No, I think the situation speaks for itself. Quite, said Yamamoto, after a little pause. Well, to your posts, then. We must be ready. As the meeting ended, Erza walked out feeling emotionally drained. She had been given a post near Central Karakura, which essentially meant hanging around and not doing much else. Just sit around and wait for it to happen, while her mind ate away at her. But before she could walk out of the building, she was stopped by Yukitake Ushiro. The white-haired captain shot her a subdued smile, but it seemed forced. I appreciate it, he said. What? Erza shot back, a little sharper than she had meant to. That you kept calm in there. This, no matter what, even if we win, this will not go down in history as a good military operation. The old man knows it. I appreciate that you did not make it worse for him. I'm not one to say, I told you so, Erza said stiffly. I know you lost a friend. I know it's still raw. But, all the same. All the same what? Erza snapped. Seijin was a good man, and he died for nothing. There is nothing I can take from that will undo that fact. I'm not going to give any grand statements about honor or how he died doing the right thing, Yukitake said quietly. I didn't know him very well, at least not outside our professional lives. But, I will say he probably died doing what he wanted to do. I think he would have no regrets. It's a fine way to live. Erza choked up a little, holding back a tear. Not now. Not yet. He gave his life for mine, she confessed, nodding slowly, without hesitation. As you would have done for him, Yukitake said with a nod. Have some hope, Erza. This is what he was made of, what you are made of, and what all of us are made of. Loyalty, even at the cost of your life. The battle was lost, but the war is not over. Of course it isn't, said Erza darkly, turning away her grief in favor of anger. Aizen. It was his fault most of all. No, not until I'm dead. We'll make our stand here and win or go out with honor. It's what Komamura would have done, and it's what I'll do. I don't share the Godei's views or vision of the world, and I don't believe in our leadership, but I won't turn away. These are dark times, said Yukitake approvingly, but it seems you haven't lost your way still. It gladdens me. I'll see you later, Erza. As he walked away, Erza wondered how many of them would be left standing in the end. While everyone else was busy making their plans, Kurosaki Ichigo was far from the hustle and bustle of preparing for the impending conflict. He sat cross-legged in one of the furthest corners of Urahara's basement, eyes closed and Zanjutsu sealed form sheathed and resting across his thighs. More than anything, he wanted to be alone. He didn't remember much after Ulquiorra's Black Zero had hit him. He had been surprised to wake up, alive. Apparently so iPhone had covered their retreat while Byakuya had carried him to safety. The thought of the nobleman going to such lengths, when he had hardly been in any better shape than Ichigo had been, filled Ichigo with a number of conflicting emotions. It was bizarre that Byakuya had gone to such lengths. It was bizarre to owe Byakuya his life. Most bizarre of all, Ichigo didn't even mind it that much. He was a good man, when it all came down to it. He had been misguided before, but, what else could that kind of dedication be called but brave, or loyal? But, as touching as that might be, Ichigo reminded himself, it hadn't been enough. They had worked well together, in an almost godlike tandem. They had complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses, and for a moment it had seemed like they would stand on par with the likes of Ulquiorra Sifur. But, even with that, they had been unable to match him. He had just been too strong, too fast, and too skilled. Maybe if they had years to improve their skills, adapt to his abilities. It wasn't impossible. They had not been all that far off. The Espada, for his haughty attitude, had been hard-pressed to deal with them both at the same time. No, it wasn't beyond them, if they had the time. The problem was that they had no time. Ichigo hadn't learned much from Shinigami Command, but he had seen enough to realize they expected an attack at any moment. Why wouldn't they? Their invasion had failed, and the defeat had left them reeling. Aizen would be a fool not to attack. and attack he would. He'd descend on Karakura, on Ichigo's home, and he'd tear it apart with his army of monstrous Arrancar. Ichigo tried not to, but he kept imagining it. His home, in ruins. His sisters, stiff and cold on the ground. His parents, cut to ribbons trying to defend them. Chad, Tatsuki, Orium, all dead because they hadn't managed to stop Aizen. His hands made fists, the nails of his fingers digging into the palms. Like hell. Like hell he'd let that happen. But, that was the thing. It was easy enough to bravely say I won't let that happen, but this was reality. In reality, words were just words if one couldn't back them up. It didn't matter how sincere and passionate Ichigo was if he lacked the strength to match his enemies. Words without the strength to back up these convictions were meaningless. To himself, there and then, Ichigo made a decision. It was not one that he would have normally made, and most certainly was one he knew everyone in his life would disapprove of, but Ichigo didn't care. If it got him what he wanted, then so be it. Forcing himself calm through a series of deep breaths, he entered a state of meditation. Suddenly the world was light, a blue sky with streaks of cloud illuminating him. Atop a skyscraper he stood, old man Zanjitsu, towering over Ichigo. Ichigo. The figure said, a warning in his tone. Do you already know why I've come? Said Ichigo bluntly. I sense your intent, the spirit admitted, and it is folly. You would destroy us both. Then grant me power, said Ichigo firmly. Grant me all of the power you have, so I can kill the people I must kill. I know there is more to you, old man. After all, we only just started our journey together. Give it all to me, and now. Only then will I reconsider. You know that I cannot, said the spirit severely. Only through time and practice may you earn the needed skills. I was forced into giving you a shortcut once. I will not give it twice, boy. Fine, said Ichigo with a nod, then we're done for now. Move aside. Grudgingly, the spirit shifted aside, keeping his eyes firmly locked on Ichigo. Hey, you, said Ichigo loudly. Come on out. I know you're listening. You always are. Why don't you come out and tell me what a fuck up I am for failing? Go on, erode my will, why don't you? Slowly it came into view, fading into vision from nothing. It was different now. Whereas before the hollow had looked like a twisted mirror image of Ichigo, the same exact features but in black and white, it now looked truly the part of a hollow. Fairly slender but muscular, with a wide, horned mask lined with uneven red lines running over its eye holes. It was man-sized, at least in this dimension, with clawed hands and a chiseled chest, white like the marble of a statue. A tail grew from the end of its spine, standing erect with its tip wagging back and forth behind the hollow's shoulders. It was malicious and vile, its hominid form still a wretched parody of a real human, but Ichigo did not flinch or turn away. It was a familiar evil now, one that had gnawed at his mind for weeks without finding any purchase. It was caged. Look at you, the hollow said mockingly. It stared into Ichigo's eyes, its voice reverberating across the mental landscape, ending as a whisper in Ichigo's ear. You took a beating, and here you are like a dog with his tail behind his legs. Yeah, said Ichigo, staring right back into the hollow's yellow, primal eyes, and I bet it just killed you that I didn't lose control even when I was at death's door. The hollow had no face for Ichigo to read emotion from, but he didn't need to. He could feel the hollow's anger, just as he could feel Zanjitsu's disapproval. You are here because I called you. You will stay until you've heard me. Is that clear? For as long as you are king, your majesty, said the beast mockingly. Ichigo nodded. That's what I thought. You will want to hear what I have to say, though. Judging by your lack of glee, I can only assume you haven't guessed it yet. Ichigo, do not do this, said Zanjitsu. Sorry, old man, said Ichigo with a shrug, but I'm out of options. Out of options? Said the hollow eagerly. My, you are desperate, aren't you? Ready to give me this body yet? What if I said yes? Just like he had felt the hollow's anger, he felt its surprise, which quickly became disbelief. You lie. Spat the hollow. Did you summon me just to taunt me? Because you lost, you feel the need to take it out on me. Not my whole body, of course, said Ichigo, but I've come to offer you a bargain. The hollow stared at him, furiously. Its clawed fingers twitched. It couldn't resist the idea, and Ichigo knew it. The hollow craved control like an addict craved the needle. I'm listening, it said at last. There is power in you, said Ichigo, and lots of it. Savagery like nothing I could think of. Of course, said the hollow, more than you would ever have. What else is new? And, so far, all I've done is wrench it from you by force. That's why the mask only stays for so long, because it's a contest of my will against yours when I use it. But, what if I didn't have to force you? You don't, said the hollow, its tail waving more eagerly now. Just give us this body, and we'll all be strong. Not gonna happen, said Ichigo, but I will make you this offer. Give me more of you, and I will give you more in return. A little more control. A little more of you in me. How do you mean? Said the creature suspiciously. Let me show you, said Ichigo, and at his will, he changed. His skin paled a fair bit, and his Ryotsu changed, more like a hollow's than a Shinigami's. His mental state was different, his mind now felt more like a hollow's, and less like his own. Imagine it, said Ichigo. To fight, like this. To feel like it's you drawing blood with this blade. To have some control when we do battle. To fight together as partners. If the hollow had had lips, it would have licked them. You think, that will satisfy me? A sliver of control, and for what? For more power, and more resilience. You crawl back to your hole when I'm done, but there will be more of you in me still. Every time I hunt a hollow, I'll let you out to play. No, said the hollow. That is not enough. It is never enough. I want it all. Then you can stay in your cage forever while I force you to give me what I can already force you to give me, Ichigo said coolly. You're desperate, said the hollow menacingly, or you'd never go this far. Which is why now is the time to make a bargain, because you will not have the chance again. The hollow moved on the spot, as if itching to jump out of its own skin, rocking back and forth. Now or never, Ichigo said firmly. A little control, or none at all. I'm not giving up my humanity for you, ever, but if you ever wanted a chance to seize power, this is it. The hollow grit its teeth. Every time you hunt. Every time, Ichigo said with a nod. And, we'll do battle with that arrogant bastard Ulquiorra. Oh, I'd love to sink my claws into his guts. You will. More of me and you. You're ready to take that risk. Ichigo nodded. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. The hollow let out a frustrated growl, and snarled loudly, You have a deal then, Ichigo. But if you slip up even for a second, then I lose, and you take charge. What else is new? Done, then. Said the hollow cheerfully. Open yourself up to me, and I will come. Go, said Ichigo. I'll call on you when it's time. With that, the hollow vanished into smoke, gone as quickly as it had come. Ichigo turned to face Zanjitsu. The spirit was quietly furious, he could feel it plain as day. Ichigo, said the Zanpakuto, do you know what you have done? Do you realize the danger you put us all in? Yes. You fool. Boomed the spirit. You think stating it with confidence makes it any less mad? You gamble with your life, with mine, and with those of your friends and family. Would even one of your visored friends, those who have lived with this condition for whole lifetimes, call this anything other than insane? But I am no visored, said Ichigo stubbornly, not like they are. I'm not some failed science experiment. I'm a hybrid, the first of my kind. If anyone can handle this, it's me. Hell, maybe it's what I'm destined for. You've lost your mind, boy. Think about it. Ichigo snapped back. In no time at all, I've gone from having no control to having perfect control. It took hard work, sure, pain and sweat, but I did it. I can keep my mask up for minutes. It's several years' worth of training, accomplished in a month. I'm a natural. I can handle it. Then you had better pray your confidence is not plain arrogance, or you will live to become a prisoner in your own body. You will live to see yourself devour your nightmare come to life. What difference will it make if I die first? Said Ichigo with a shrug, realizing he believed it. Ulquiorra had come within an inch of killing him, and they were facing imminent doom. The Godai seemed all but finished now. So if you are to die, you'd rather die a monster, is that it? I'd like to die after having taken that white-skinned bastard with me, said Ichigo darkly, and if that means a deal with the devil, so be it. He will not be content with so little. I know the risks. This conversation is over, Zanjitsu. The deed is done. All we can do now is look forward. The spirit turned away from him. I am a hair's breadth away from taking your powers away. Stray even once, and I will see to it that the hollow will at least not have the use of my strength. I'm counting on it, said Ichigo approvingly. Are you serious? Tatsuki had been more than a little shocked to see Orium come at her, covered in drying blood, but the actual news had hit her even harder. The Godai, on the verge of defeat? Said Orium with a nod. I figured, well, Miss Anohana told me I should tell you guys, right after she insisted I get some rest. And, well, she's the sort of woman that when she asks you to do something, you usually end up doing that thing. Yeah, said Tatsuki, still reeling from the shock. Look, Orium, what happened? Let's go get the others, said Orium. I only know what I've been told. It's bad. I'd rather not say it twice. I'll tell you the rest when we find Chad and Urayu. And, Ichigo. He's okay, said Orium, probably still resting. Tatsuki nodded. It was good to know that much, at least. After a quick change of clothes, Orium and Tatsuki headed out to find the other two auxiliaries. They weren't hard to find. Chad had been pacing outside Urahara's store, whereas Urayu found them before they found him. Orium took them aside, and the four of them stopped by a children's playground, finding a secluded corner. Very well, then, said Urayu. Would anyone mind explaining why there are Shinigami swarming all over Karakura in the hundreds? The locals have started to notice. If the Godai has stopped caring about optics, then it's bad, said Chad with a nod. It went really wrong, said Orium quietly. Ichigo almost died. Same for Erza, and a bunch of the other guys. One of the captains died, and a whole lot of other Shinigami, too. They were driven back. Right now, they're preparing an emergency defense of Karakura. They think Aizen might strike any minute. Chad was as hard to read as ever. Urayu's eyes, though, widened considerably. Damn it. He swore, clenching a fist. I never thought you cared that much about Shinigami, said Tatsuki. I don't, said Urayu darkly, but I do care about the trouble they're bringing to our doorstep. They gamble it all on a foolhardy attack, and now they've come running with their tail between their legs. They've gambled with all our lives, and they lost. Hey man, people died, said Tatsuki sharply. Show some respect. There are thousands of people in this city who are at risk because of that, Urayu insisted, and now we're expected to fight in their failing war, too. Typical. Just, typical. It is what it is, Chad interjected. We can't change the way things happened. Right now, we need to fight. He's right, said Orium. It doesn't matter how it happened. You'll stand by us, won't you, Urayu? Yeah, the Quincy muttered. Of course I will. But, I'm not going to be happy about it. That's good enough, said Tatsuki. But, still. I never thought it would go this badly. Well, said Urayu, if nothing else, it will probably be over soon, one way or the other. Just, try to stay alive, you guys. I'd rather not have to bury any of you. Don't worry, we'll make sure you get to go first, Tatsuki joked, spare you the trouble. Urayu did not laugh, but his lips briefly curled up. If that's the way it ends, then that's the way it ends, he said with a sigh. I need some time to myself. I'll be there when they arrive. Sure, said Tatsuki, whatever you need. They watched the Quincy walk away, deep in thought. Tatsuki wondered to herself what would happen. Would she survive? Would any of them? How many headstones would there be after this battle was done? Ichigo had walked the entire way, confined to the limitations of his physical body. It was less than optimal, given that an imminent attack was expected to come at any moment, but if the Vizard were going to listen to a word he had to say, then leaving any kind of spiritual trace at their doorstep was out of the question. He moved awkwardly, now, somehow, his body felt constrained, somehow wrong. He had gotten much too used to his Shinigami form, to the freedom and power it possessed. Even so, he walked onward. He slipped into the warehouse, half expecting them all to be gone. It wasn't far from the truth. He found them huddled near a corner, gathering their belongings. Clothes were hastily being thrown into carrying cases, along with whatever other belongings they had. "Hey," said Ichigo as he approached them. "You!" snapped Shinji, the first to turn away from his work to stare at Ichigo. One by one, his fellows followed his example. "You got some fucking nerve to come here, kid," he spat, "coming here at this damn time." "I know it's got to be stressful." Ichigo started, attempting to be diplomatic, but Shinji was not in the mood to talk. "Stressful ain't the half of it, kid," he snapped. "The only reason we haven't gotten the hell out o' Dodge is because every damn street has a Shinigami patrolling it right now. I don't know what went down, except the Godai is bound to have fucked up in some huge way, typical, ain't it, and is about to get caught with its pants down. We're not sticking around for that." "You're right," said Ichigo firmly, "they did fuck up. Aizen is coming to get them. He's coming for all of us. He's not going to stop. So don't fucking say it." Shinji snarled. "Don't stand there and grandstand about how we all need to stick together. The Godai hates us all, and we've survived this long by keeping a low profile. First chance we get, we're out of here. We owe those bastards nothing, and I for one don't hate Aizen so much I'm going to throw my life away for it." "So, what, then?" Ichigo insisted. "Just find another hole to hide in." "Kid," said Shinji, a dangerous edge to his voice, "if you lecture me about courage, I'm going to slit your throat. I like being alive. Would I like to cut Aizen to little pieces? Sure. I'd also like to have my whole life back. Some things, we can't have. Aizen doesn't know we're alive and neither does the Godai, and that's how we're going to keep it." Ichigo sighed. "Does he speak for all of you?" he said loudly. "Isn't there even one of you who'd rather do something about it?" Alright, fuck the grandstanding or whatever. This is my home. This is your home, too. You're strong. Stronger than most. You would be invaluable. The Godai has changed a bit, and if they saw you saving the day, well, maybe you could have your old lives back. You won't know unless you try." Kensei was the first to speak up, his deep voice surprisingly subdued. "I used to believe," he said plainly. "Just, believe. In everything I was supposed to believe in. It was cast aside at a moment's notice. I don't expect you to understand, kid, but when you live without any purpose but your own for that long, it changes you. Changes your priorities. Aizen wants the Godai? He can have it. Our fates have become separated. It's not our concern anymore. So, find something worth fighting for," Ichigo entreated. Kensei gave him a sympathetic look and shook his head. "So, that's it, huh?" said Ichigo angrily. "You're turning your back on your home." "Our home is where we make it," Rose said smoothly. "What matters to us is each other, not where we happen to hang out. We don't have the luxury of staying in one place openly and developing an affection for it. All that power, and what for?" Ichigo said, shaking his head. "Defending yourselves from hollows you could blow away with a snap of your fingers." "Survival," said Shinji stubbornly. "Is that all there is to it?" Ichigo insisted. "What if it wasn't?" The room fell silent. Lisa took a step forward, clutching her sheathed blade in one hand. "Are you serious?" said Shinji incredulously. "Shinji," she said calmly, looking him in the eye, "I get where you're coming from. I don't really care about the Godai, either. But, it's been over 100 years of wasting time in some abandoned shithole. If that's going to be the rest of my eternal life, then, no thanks. It just feels pointless. Boring. I think I've lived long enough as it is. So, what, is this suicide? Shinji sneered. Tired of life? That's it. Lisa shrugged. Maybe. Or, maybe. I dunno, maybe doing something is better than nothing, even if it gets me killed. You can't. Last I checked, Lisa said sharply, you're not the boss of us. You speak for us, but you can't tell any one of us what we can and can't do. Fine, Shinji said with a sigh. If you want to throw away your life for an organization that hates you for existing, be my guest. If you survive, come find us. If not. No need to be so dramatic, said Lisa dismissively. I intend to live, thank you very much. And, maybe test the waters a little, see if the goatee eye really has changed. Good luck, Shinji muttered. Oh. Me, too. The excitable cry was from Mashiro, who sauntered forward with her normal cheer. Shinji looked at her, nonplussed. You, too. She said with a nod. I mean, it sounds like fun. Lisa's right, being cooped up here kinda sucks. I always wanted to know if any of the people we left behind are still around, too. Well, if anyone else wants to throw their lives away. Shinji growled. There were no further volunteers, though. Shinji shook his head, and resumed packing. See ya around, I guess, he muttered, and don't tell anyone about us. Not on my life, said Lisa firmly. Your family, still. She turned to Ichigo. You're a persuasive young man, she said, her piercing eyes locking with his, and I suppose it's your lucky day. If we don't die, I expect you to speak on our behalf. You got it, said Ichigo hastily. Really, I can't thank the both of you enough. Aizen dash. He's a bastard, yada yada, Lisa said dismissively. Come on, kid. Let's go get ourselves killed. That's the spirit, Ichigo chuckled, walking out alongside the two visored. It was honestly as good a result as he could have hoped for. Uriah found them in the usual rundown building, their auras entirely suppressed. He would not have been able to find them had he not known where to look. At the bottom floor of the abandoned building they were, standing up in full battle plate, talking amongst themselves. The Wanden Ritter, the Knights of the Holy Order, resplendent in their glory. Grand Master, Sir Lampard, Sir McAllon, Sir Basterbine, said Uriah courteously as he approached. Aspirant, said Hashwalth, nodding in return. I'll admit I am surprised to see you here. The Shinigami presence is overbearing, said Hashwalth calmly. We did not quite expect it. Still, they aren't looking for Quincy's. We should be well hidden for the time being. Grand Master, said Uriah, bowing, aye. The fuck is this Grand Master shit? Bambietta snorted. Didn't he say to call him by name? You're stiffer than usual. What, you chew down a bottle of Viagra, or something? He's polite, said Hashwalth, and I believe I know why. I know what you have come to ask, Aspirant Ishida, just as you know what the answer is. You could make the whole difference, said Uriah. You know it. We could, Hashwalth admitted. I am not asking you to risk your lives for these Shinigami. But, thousands of souls are at risk here. Good people. Mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, and sisters and friends and companions. Human lives, all of whom matter. People who will be caught in the crossfire. Are you not defenders of humanity? He spoke the words quietly, pleadingly, hoping it wasn't pointless. From Hollows, said Bambietta. Nothing in the work description about dumbass Shinigami. Uriah, said Hashwalth calmly, I appreciate your passion. Truly, I do. It is most becoming for a knight to care so deeply for others. Yet, our fealty to His Majesty is absolute. His orders left no room for interpretation or disagreement. I could not come to your aid without betraying my vows as a knight. Uriah, I'm sorry, said Meninas, shaking her head. I'm sorry about these people, but we can't. None of us can. Then what if you just helped from the sidelines? Protected the civilians? You could avoid open battle. Uriah said hastily, ready to try anything, but he was cut off. There's no discussion to be had, kid, said Lil Tato bluntly. Orders are orders. We stay put. The only thing to talk about is whether we do it here or somewhere else. Uriah took in a deep breath. I know, he murmured, shaking his head, but I had to try. Hashwalth nodded. So you have. It is a noble thing, too. But, this is not our role. I am doubtful if I would want to even if I could. There is no love lost between us and the Godii, as you well know. As far as we are concerned, this battle is a civil war uprising, a Shinigami affair entirely. The bodies, wherever they will fall, it will be the Godii's responsibility. There we agree, Uriah muttered. Their own folly brought them here. I just wish. Look, I get it, said Bambi, with surprising tenderness in her voice. People are gonna die, and you know you can't help them all. Just don't go around feeling like it's your fault if you can't save someone. It drives you mad if you start thinking that way. Yes, said Uriah tamely. Very well, then. If I live, I will come see you again. Can I hope to find you here, like before? If not, we'll find you, Hashwalth assured him. Take heart, young knight. This trial will strengthen you, like the heat of a fire and the hammer of a blacksmith temper steel. What heart is there to take? Uriah said, shaking his head. No. I don't believe that, but it's a lot. It weighs on you, Hashwalth said with a nod, as it should. Life and death is no trivial matter. I look forward to your return, Uriah. Something about the way he said it gave Uriah just a little hope. The confidence in his voice, as if there was no doubt in his mind that Uriah would make it back. Well, screw it. With or without them, he'd do all he could for this city. A disheveled iPhone all but collapsed on a small chair in the makeshift office she had used since she had first been deployed in Karakara. There wasn't much room to spare in the shop right now, with subordinates running in and out to deliver reports and receive new orders. There was feverish activity going on, further bolstered by the air of mild hysteria carried by every rank-and-file Shinigami she saw. Even the officers had it, no matter how hard they tried to conceal it. iPhone could practically smell their fear. If not for the strong, stable leadership of her fellow captains, and their ability to act as if everything was going to be fine even if it obviously wasn't, even if the future was bleak, then it would have soon fallen apart. Morale hung by a thread. The door slid open, and iPhone sharply looked up from where she sat to berate whomever dared disturb her in her office. Her expression softened, though, when she saw who it was, Yoryuki, a subdued little smile on her face. I'm surprised to see you taking a rest, she said, closing the door behind her and sauntering into the room like she owned it. I would have expected you to be carrying 3 times the load right now. iPhone sighed. Conserving energy, she said with a shrug. I'm trying to be reasonable about how I expend my energy. Delegating a little. Who are you and what have you done with my little bee, huh? Said Yoryuki, sitting down opposite iPhone on the floor, legs crossed. She smiled wide, and iPhone curled her lips up just a little. I'm a changed woman, what can I say? Besides. iPhone paused, the brief mirth passing from her as she continued. I'm trying my hardest, I really am, but I know there's nothing I can do. No matter how much work I put in, we won't make this town properly defensible before Aizen attacks. No matter how much any of us do. We can only scramble to do what we can before he attacks. And I can't say that to anyone. Even if they all know it's true, I have to act like it's not. Because if we don't, we'll lose hope and then we're as good as done. Yoryuki nodded. I know it's bad. It's a disaster, iPhone said bluntly. Isn't it funny? We have all these beliefs about how right everything we're doing is, and it all hangs on lying to ourselves. Well, said Yoryuki, we've both worked enough in intelligence to know that's the way it always is, right? It just becomes more obvious at times like these. iPhone nodded. I know. Still, it just seems so frail. We've thrown all we had at Aizen, and now what? I'll happily die fighting if I have to, but I'd like to think my death would have some meaning. That's why I work, because if I stop, I start thinking like this. I start thinking, is there really hope? The Captain Commander, his wisdom has led us well for so long, but now he has erred and it's breaking him. You lost one, said Yoryuki, and so did they. As crass as it sounds, the troops on the ground hardly matter. This will be decided by Captain and Vice Captain tiers of fighters. This is home ground for us. Looking at it tactically, with the resources available to us, of course you can win. If you keep your head in the game, if you make the right decisions and give it all you've got, you absolutely can win. Unless, of course, you start thinking you can't. So iPhone felt a little relief hearing the words. For all her years serving in the Stealth Corps, she had not been unaffected by the defeat. Seeing their soldiers fall, retreating from the battlefield, she too had been demoralized, a little. Hearing Yoryuki say what she had already known was true helped. You're right, she said with a nod, extending a hand to Yoryuki. The dark-skinned woman took it, gently squeezing it. Can I? So iPhone mumbled wearily. I mean, when the time comes to fight, will you? She shook her head, and cut Yoryuki off before she could reply. I know it isn't your fight. After what you went through, I know you may not feel much loyalty toward the Godai. I know. So iPhone, said Yoryuki warmly, what makes you think I'd let the girl I love walk into battle all on her own? So iPhone swallowed down a surge of emotion, and simply nodded. Thanks. We'll go out together, said Yoryuki, and we'll fight, and we'll live or we'll die. Hopefully we'll do that together, too. I'm not running this time. It was inappropriate and unprofessional given the situation, but so iPhone still kissed her. They stood in his throne room, all assembled in splendid white. Row upon row of hollow bent into shape by the Hujioku, made into powerful warriors by his will. All their eyes were on him, and the thrill of it heightened Aizen's sense of triumph. If there was ever a moment of unity among hollows, it was when their pack mentality kicked in, when they faced a threat greater than their rivals. For once, these murderous, lost savages would actually listen to him. It had taken some time to assess the damage they had taken, count the casualties and treat the injuries of those important enough to be treated, to bring together all those strong enough to fight, but now, after what had to be a full day of preparation, they were ready to strike. Aizen stood up from the seat of his throne, towering over his subordinates. His espada stood around its pedestal, the strongest ones near the foot of it. Standing above them, it communicated his power with indisputable clarity. Smiling menacingly, Aizen spread his arms wide, and spoke loudly to all his subjects. My children, he said, his Kadu-empowered voice booming across the entire chamber. You have seen the Godai at your doorstep. You have seen their soldiers crash down on you with murderous intent, bent on taking your lives and destroying your way of life. They would rob you of your chance to prove your worth, your strength. They would see you robbed of your chance to grow powerful and seize the strength that is the right of all who desire to fight, kill, and eat. There was a widespread murmur of approval across the chamber, and some Arrancar cheered loudly. And yet, said Aizen theatrically, they have failed. They threw themselves at you, like a hurricane, and like the wave breaks on the rock, their back was broken as they crashed into you. They threw all they had at you, and it was not enough. There were roars of approval now. It wasn't true, of course. Yamamoto had retreated in time to salvage a terrible situation before it became a sure defeat. Not one of the wretches in here could have hoped to stand up to his might, and only a handful could expect to stand a chance against the senior captains. But, his servants were fired up now, their spirits uplifted, and their hate focused on the enemy. You all fought bravely, took lives and showed these wretched Shinigami the true might of a hollow, Aizen continued, and all that remains now is to finish the job. So, I ask you, who will join me in the attack on Karakura? Who will join me in finally defeating the 13 court guard divisions, in finally breaking the hated, black-clad scum who self-righteously butcher you? Who, I ask, will fall on the Shinigami scum and crush their skulls, break their backs and rend their flesh from their bones? Who of you will seize this chance to take revenge? The roar his choir of Arrancar let out was deafening, filling up the chamber. There were dozens of Arrancar in here, from the weakest to the strongest, from those barely capable of matching a low-ranked officer to those who would slaughter the best of the Godii with ease, and all of them cried out their approval. That is, all except his espada, who kept a stoic front. No doubt they recognized this for the rhetorical trick it was. No matter. Eisen reveled in their anger, their hate, feeling an almost ecstatic sensation. Victory was his to seize, and these wretched monsters were finally not fighting each other at every turn. The minutiae of running this blasted organization, the boredom of directing psychotic children with no restraint or maturity, it was all worth it now that he had reached this point. Eventually, he gestured for them to quiet down with his hands. It took some time, and Eisen let them. If there was ever a time to indulge them, then this moment was it. It took minutes before they quieted down. I have said enough, Eisen proclaimed as the cheers started to fade. Now is a time for action, not for words. I expect each one of you to follow your directions and fall in behind my 10 espada. Momentarily, we will open our portals to Karakura, and fall upon the Shinigami without mercy. Now, go to your stations. There was another cheer, and it felt bizarre to see these monsters actually promptly obey their orders. As they took a step back, Eisen nimbly jumped down from the pedestal his throne stood upon, landing among his 10 espada. Inspiring, said Berrigan sardonically. Eisen smiled. The old man's bitterness never failed to amuse him. Berrigan had used to rule these halls, and now he was a thrall like everyone else. After today, if he lived, he would have outlived his usefulness. As you can see, said Eisen, ignoring his segundo, our soldiers are ready and willing to do battle. Shall we summon a horde of hollows? Ulquiorra asked. They will keep the Shinigami quite busy. It will spill over and kill innocents, said Jalal sharply. We are here to kill Shinigami, and nothing else. My Septimo speaks truly, said Eisen. Today, we want to avoid civilian deaths. Their souls are to become fuel for my plan, after all. He could see Jalal flinch at that. What a tiresome little creature he was becoming, a monster playing at being human. To lack the courage to be either one was truly pathetic. It will be enough, he continued, for the low-ranked Arankar to decimate their ranks. It is we who will deal with the captains. Let the chaff deal with the chaff. Ulquiorra nodded. As my lord commands. Their time has come, said Eisen. Each and every one of you is about to claim what you deserve, be it power or a brighter tomorrow. Buy it with blood, and it will be yours. Any specific plans? Said Halibel. We've discussed strategy before, but I think the situation has changed pretty considerably. Dear Halibel, ever practical. She was bright enough that maybe, if she showed the right attitude, he would let her live. He could use an adjutant, with Kanaim gone. We will arrive on the battlefield and assess the situation, said Eisen. Most likely, the Godii will have done their best to put up defensive positions there. The chaff will charge right in and start wreaking havoc. We will immediately begin an all-out attack. I will remain behind until Yamamoto shows himself. If I join the fight immediately, then so will he, and then any notion of a battle plan will be obsolete, as the battlefield will descend into chaos. Chaff. Neliel muttered. She disapproved. Of course she did. When the battle was over, she would most certainly no longer be necessary. He halfway hoped she would die, to spare him the trouble. Our troops, Eisen said gently, as if correcting himself. At any rate, I expect captains to fall. Whenever possible, work together to bring any of them down. Whatever tricks the Godii has left, they will not be enough. There is nothing left to say. Go to your stations, open the portals, and keep the troops in check until they've all assembled. I want their charge to at least happen all at once, not piecemeal. Go and do not disappoint me. There was a chorus of affirmatives. Yes, Lord Eisen, and so on, but some just nodded. Jalal Fernandez was the last to turn away, giving Eisen a long look. The pitiful creature, Eisen thought. He would not see that bright tomorrow. Only Eisen would claim the Godii. It needed no base monsters to be ruled. Chapter 103, D-Day. Ishin was worried. He'd noticed the sudden influx of Shinigami coming to Karakura, and had decided to keep his head down for the time being. For something this extreme to go down, something had to be going on. He had closed down the clinic for the day, keeping a close eye on his family. His troubled reveries were interrupted when the front door slammed shut. Ishine almost burst out of his chair, and rushed up to find his son in the hall. "Ichigo," said Ishine, staring him down with a severe expression on his face. His son looked different, older, somehow, as if it had been years since they last saw each other rather than just a day or so. It wasn't that his hair had grayed or that his skin had loosened, it wasn't physical. It was his face. It was dead serious, grim even. "Ichigo, what's going on?" He started. "Dad, listen," Ichigo said, interrupting him. "There's no time, so listen to what I have to say. Is Mom here? I need to talk to you both." She just got home from work," Ishine said, taken aback. "Karen? Yuzo? They're in their rooms." Ichigo nodded, seeming relieved. "Go get Mom, then." Ishine had heard that sort of tone before. He had often been the one to use it. It was the tone of an officer speaking to a private, of a superior making a statement that was not a request. "Ichigo, what the hell is going on? Get Mom. Now." To his own surprise, Ishine just nodded and headed up the stairs to bring Masaki. Whatever was going on had to be serious. He returned a minute later with a confused Masaki, finding Ichigo pacing in the living room. "Ichigo," said Masaki. She noticed it, too, plain as day, probably even better than Ishine. Something was wrong, very wrong, and Ichigo seemed changed by it. "Mom, Dad," he said firmly. Every syllable was short, sharp, and to the point, spat out with machine gun rapidity and efficiency. "I need you to listen, and not interrupt me. Can you do that?" "Talk, son," said Ishine, more worried than ever. "The short version," said Ichigo, "is that the Godai invaded Aizen's domain. It went really poorly. Right now, they're licking their wounds and expecting an attack any moment. I need you both to take Karen and Yuzu and get as far away from here as possible. Don't pack, just grab whatever you need and run. The sooner, the better." Normally, Ishine would have been pretty dismissive of such a demand, but the severity of his son's tone gave him pause. The Godai had brought all they had, but it had still failed? "It's the Godai, right?" said Masaki. Didn't they put everything they had here?" "People died," said Ichigo, "and a lot of them, too. Urahara had a plan in place to keep Karakura safe, but with the invasion, he didn't have time to finish it. When Aizen attacks, everyone is at risk. This city is about to become a war zone. Do you get what I'm saying? Get away from here, or you'll end up caught up in this." "We can handle ourselves," said Ishine, unwilling to back down. This was the place he had called home for decades, where he had raised a family. "Sure you can," said Ichigo, "but can Karen? Can Yuzo?" The reality of it hit home, and judging by the look on Masaki's face, it had hit her even harder. "Masaki, you take the kids," said Ishine firmly. "I'll join the fight." Ichigo shook his head. "Dad, no. Don't you tell me no," Ishine said angrily, his choler rising. "Don't you tell me the Godai is about to have the showdown of a lifetime without me there to put my back into it." "Dad," said Ichigo with surprising calm, looking his father in the eye, "your powers aren't fully restored, and trust me, the things they will throw at us will kill you. They very nearly killed me. Listen here, boy," Ishine said firmly. "I was a captain. Komamura Saijin is dead," Ichigo said flatly. "Zaraki Kenpeiga got destroyed, beaten to within an inch of his life. Kukaki Byakuya nearly died, fighting beside me. Even 2-1, we couldn't match our enemy. Erza lost an arm and nearly died, too. This is the real deal, Dad, and it's not leaving room for anyone who isn't at their best. They killed a captain," Ishine said, eyes wide. "They beat Kenpeiga. A full retreat. They were defeated," Ichigo said, shaking his head. "Nothing you saw in your time as a captain measures up to this. You're telling me I can't do it?" "Yes," said Ichigo flatly, "not when the enemies are like this. Dad, you're not an officer anymore. It isn't your duty to get yourself killed. Your duty is to your family. You can't just dash, Ishine protested. Do you disagree with anything I just said? Ichigo demanded. Is it your duty to run at the enemy and risk your life? Ichigo insisted. His voice was calm, but it was the calm of a steel wire stretched nearly to its breaking point. Well, he's right, said Masaka firmly. You do not owe them anything. But, you do owe this family, said Ichigo mercilessly. Dad, I'll take your place. There will be a Kurosaka to hold up the flag, but it can't be you, and I can't fight knowing you guys could get caught up in it. Ichigo, said Masaki. You cannot march in here and give that kind of lecture, talk about family and then just dash. Yes, I can, said Ichigo, and you can't stop me. Out of all of us, I'm the only one who can make a difference. I'm the only one who can actually do it. Aizen is bringing Espada, his greatest elites. He's bringing Vastolord. I can just about handle some of them. You? Mom, you're out of practice, and Dad, you only just got your powers back. Damn, son. Ishine grumbled, shaking his head. He thought of his daughters. He thought of his home, and realized he couldn't argue. Not with both his son and his wife at the same time. He wanted to take up his blade, badly, but Ichigo wasn't wrong. Family came first. Don't die, okay? He said after a pause. Ishine. Masaka said, outraged. You can't let him do this. It's like he said, Masaka, Ishine said with a shrug. We can't stop him. He looked Ichigo in the eye, and felt pride welling up in his chest. In a very short time, his son had grown up to be quite a man. I won't die, said Ichigo. I promise I won't. We'll be okay. But, for now. I get it, son, said Ishine with a nod. We'll get out of here for now. Masaka stared at Ichigo. You're not going to listen to me, are you? Sorry, Mom, Ichigo said, his expression softening momentarily. All right, then, she said with a sigh, and pulled him in for an abrupt hug. He reciprocated, albeit awkwardly. You be safe now, she said, looking him in the eye. I know that's a ridiculous expectation, but I expect you to come back in one piece. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am, said Ichigo, cracking a very slight smile. Give em hell, son, said Ishine, and bag a few Aaron Carr skulls for me, yeah? I will, said Ichigo. Now, I wasn't kidding, they could hit us any minute, and I have a few allies waiting outside who I still need to introduce to the Godai, so, see you around. See you around, son, said Ishine. As his son exited the front door, Ishine hoped very badly that it wouldn't be the last he saw of him. Yamamoto stood leaned over the holographic tactical map of Karakura. He was staring himself blind at it, seeing without really looking. His shoulders kept slumping when he wasn't paying attention. His subordinates noticed. He knew they did. That was why he had sent out all but Yukatake and Kyoraku, because he could not bear for anyone else to see how this wore at him. Besides these two, only Urahara had stayed behind. Disaster. That would be his legacy. Even in victory, even if they made what was to come the most splendid triumph the Godai had ever seen, it would take a long time to erase the stain of shame that his folly had wrought. Captain Commander. It was Kyoraku, sounding somehow distant. The boy tried, and Yamamoto appreciated it. He hadn't let a single quip pass his lips since the invasion started, keeping his head entirely in the game. Yamamoto's pupils were the only silver lining he could find. Yes. Yamamoto muttered. I said that if we perhaps consider using this guarding pattern, we'll be able to respond more quickly to an invasion. How so? Yamamoto muttered. They might manifest anywhere. Consider Aizen's mentality, said Yukatake. He will want to face us head-on. Especially now that he is sure he has the advantage. Yamamoto gave him a look. He had thought he had the measure of Aizen Saushik, and where had that gotten him? No, listen, you can't go in there. The words, muffled, came from outside, and only barely registered in Yamamoto's ears as the discussion continued. It was only when the door was forcefully slit open that he thought anything of it. The open doorway revealed a couple of guards, pushed aside, and 3 figures walking into the room like they owned it. Straightening himself up, Yamamoto stared down the new arrivals, ready to berate them, but what he saw gave him pause. There was the substitute Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo, the auxiliary brave and strong, but certainly not brave and strong enough that he could be allowed to barge in on a meeting like this. But, behind him came 2 others, dressed like ordinary humans but unmistakably something more than that. Shinigami, but with something else to their signature. 2 women they were, one serious-looking with black hair. Her green-haired companion looked more like she had wandered in by accident. Essay. It was Kuriko who spoke first, gaping. Shunsui. Memories long unused rushed to the forefront of Yamamoto's mind, and he realized whom he was looking at. It can't be, said Yukatake. Yadumaro Lisa. Kuna Mashiro, said Yamamoto gruffly. He had a hard time believing his eyes, but all his senses told him they were the real article. I'm guessing you have a lot of questions, said Kurosaki sharply, and they'll answer as many as they want to answer. What you need to know first and foremost is that they're here to help, and I know you can't afford to turn that away. You speak brazenly, young man, said Yamamoto after some deliberation, but you are not incorrect. You too, are come to aid us. We are, said Yadumaro with a nod. Yup, said Kuna cheerily. I thought you were dead, said Shunsui. For all these years. I was sure you were. All of you, dead and gone. There was something in his voice, somber and unstable. Sorry, but that was the way it had to be, said Yadumaro with a shrug. Given that your first instinct was to have us all purged, we weren't taking any chances. Yamamoto glanced over at Urahara, who had stood up straight, leaving his continuous tinkering behind for the moment. He looked surprised, visibly so. Given his normal composure, that was saying something. What do you know? Yamamoto demanded. What I know or don't know, said Urahara evasively, is not really for me to say. These 2 ladies are alive, and I knew they were. I helped them around the same time that Aizen framed me. Anything else is for them to reveal. There's not a whole lot to say, Yadumaro said, at least not now, not here. We had hollows thrust upon us by Aizen's sick experiments. When push came to shove, your organization decided it was safer to have us killed than to try to cure us. When it turned out we could be fixed, we really doubted you'd welcome us back with open arms. We went to ground and hid until now. So, what changed? Said Kuriko, why now? Let's just say I decided hiding was no way to live, said Lisa. Staring Yamamoto sharply in the eye, she turned to address him directly. This is not charity, old man. We expect you to let us be when this is over. We owe you nothing, and I'm not going to get hit squads sent after me when this is over. Whatever orders you had hanging over us are to be null and void. Is that clear? Yamamoto pondered her words for a few moments, then said, we wrongfully believed Urahara Kisuke and Shiho and Yoriyuki to be traitors. After Aizen's deceit was revealed, we naturally reconsidered, and an investigation was launched that exonerated them. We would offer you much the same. I don't think you get it, said Yadumaro. The hollow part? It hasn't gone away. In fact. She curled a hand over her face, and instantly, a hollow's mask formed. Casually, she slid it upward, letting it rest atop her head. Her eyes glowed yellow, and her voice reverberated very slightly as she spoke. It's a part of us. It always will be. I need to know you won't hunt us down for being freaks of nature. Yamamoto took a moment to think. He felt repulsed looking at her, hearing her voice, sensing the change in her spiritual signature. The hollow was a monster, and to see it unnaturally merged with the Shinigami was revolting. Finally, he decided that honesty was the best policy. I find your state of being repellent, he said gruffly, fundamentally wrong. Abominable. This is no indictment on your character. This was done to you, not by your choice. Regardless, the notion of hollow and Shinigami being one and the same, try as I might, I find it horrifying. The Central 46 of old would undoubtedly have agreed, and condemned you. However, currently, I alone represent the Godiai's legal system. Recent events have forced me to reconsider certain things. Urahara Kisuk. Yes, said the scientist neutrally. You would know. You always know more than you let on, do you not? It behoves me to let people think I do, at the very least. Ignoring the quip, Yamamoto said, can you vouch for these people? They are not animals, consumed by a hollow's bloodlust. Believe me, Captain Commander, said Urahara firmly, nobody has better self-restraint than they do. Having a hollow living in your head does that. If they were being influenced by their hollows, it would already have been too late for them. They've kept to themselves all this time, and there have been no incidents. Trust me, said Kurosaki, they taught me all I know about this stuff. You know what I am, and I am no animal. That is good enough, said Yamamoto. Yadumaru Lisa, Kuna Mashiro, you have my word that your terms will be honored. With your permission, once this is done, I would ask that this phenomenon be investigated further, but for now, I accept you as part of this city's defense. Will you accept me as your commander in return? For now, said Yadumaru. Sure, said Kuna with a shrug. Although I find this union repulsive, said Yamamoto, I would add that I regret the way you were treated. You were fine officers once. You deserved better. You still do. Yeah, Yadumaru muttered. Save it, Pops. What happened to the others? Do they yet live? Wouldn't you like to know? Said Kuna cheekily. Figuring that was as much of an answer as he was going to get, Yamamoto decided to let it slide. He needed every fighter he could get, and if there was ever a time to reconsider some values, it was now. She was really supposed to be out on patrol. Erza knew many of her colleagues were clinging to the familiarity of the routine like a man holding onto a cliffside, desperate not to fall. She couldn't stand it, and at any rate, she had better things to do. Ducking into an alley, she forced herself to calm, leaning back against a wall. It wasn't quite like the privacy of her own room, but it would have to do. Taking long, deep breaths, she focused, and before long, the urban concrete and asphalt was replaced by white marble and a blue sky. The sky was clouded, though, the blue obscured by the streaks of white passing over the artificial sun of the Zanpakuta's realm. You return in disgrace. Erza turned around to face Hagen in Otama Shii, the spirit perched on his throne, staring at her judgmentally. Even you, said Erza firmly, taking a step forward, are not arrogant enough to think we cannot be beaten. Even you would know some people are just stronger. Are you saying there was no way you could have won? The spirit retorted. That it was impossible? That there was not even one iota of hope, not one to the Googleplex. No, Erza conceded. Then you are making excuses. It doesn't have to be so black and white. Erza snapped. Yes, I could have beaten her, in theory, but she is better than I am. Tyr Halibel is stronger than I am in terms of raw power dash. Not by orders of magnitude. And more importantly, she is more experienced than I am. The outcome is as much as I expected. I keep hearing excuses, said Hagano no Tama Shii. She's stronger. She's better. So what? So what? Erza burst out indignantly. I know you are demanding, I know you are hard, but I have never known you to be unfair. Am I? Sneered the spirit. You held yourself back. You did not even use the golden armor. You held yourself back. You hesitated to kill her. I did not, Erza said, shaking her head. Then she quickly corrected herself before the spirit could take offense. I mean, I did. Once. Why? Because as much as she hates me, I don't want to kill her, Erza said stubbornly. She's a good person used by an evil man. She deserves to live. At the expense of your own life. That, Erza, said Hagen in Otama Shii as he stood up from his throne, taking a step toward her, is what you are saying when you hesitate. My life matters less than hers. My ambitions, my friendships, my allegiances, they all matter less than hers. He wagged a finger at her accusatorily. I do not. Battle cares not for your wishes. You wish more for her? It matters not. If you die because of misplaced sentimentality, you fail not just me, but every other person in your life. It's true. Erza said, shaking her head. I hesitated when I shouldn't have. But, I also didn't know what to expect from her. I also didn't know where the upper limits of her strength were. I had the upper hand before I hesitated, because she underestimated me. You're right, this was never unwinnable. Of course, said the spirit haughtily, but there was more to it, wasn't there? Yes, Erza muttered, personal pride. I never won a spar against her. Part of me wanted to prove I could. Part of me wanted to best her without resorting to some sort of trump card. Foolishness. Sneered the spirit. You have a duty to yourself, Erza. Do you recognize this? Do you understand that if you believe your life is worth sustaining because there are things you must do, you must also act as if this were true? You must not hesitate when your life is on the line. Yes. Then what will you do if you face her again? Her, or any enemy of her caliber? I will not hesitate, said Erza firmly. I will assess my enemy's strength, and use the means I must. And I will stand victorious. I will prevail. I expect nothing less, said the spirit with a nod. Do not shame us with this kind of uncertainty again. No matter how merciful you may be to a defeated foe, anything coming at you with a blade in hand to kill us is an enemy and will remain as such until beaten. Erza nodded. Yes. But, said Hagen in no tama shii, his eyebrows narrowing. You know the nature of the final armor. I am not yet fully rested from my last bout. If I do use it, I doubt I'll have much strength left, if any. I couldn't maintain it for long. Then make do with what time you have. Do not waste it, and do not waste your strength on anything unimportant. Do this, defeat your foe, and I will have nothing to fault you for. All right, said Erza with a sigh. So be it, then. We will speak again soon, said the spirit, oddly reassuringly, when Eisen lies dead at your feet, and your enemies are beaten. At least one of us believes in that, then, Erza muttered. She expected some harsh rebuke, but as her inner world faded away, the last she saw was a confident smile. He was sure of it. It was oddly relieving. Erza shook her head, sighing. The next 24 hours would decide so much, it would quite possibly be the most important day in her life. Eisen Saushik was coming, and all she could do was give her all. It would have to do. Byakuya stood at the center of feverish activity, directing his battered and bruised 6th Division with quiet, sharp orders, never uttering a syllable more than necessary. It was important, he knew, that he stood there as a visible reminder that the power of the Godai was unbroken. That although they had been humbled, they were not defeated. But, although he stood there like the very model of a leader, firm and to the point, he knew that many of the men and women here had seen him combat a foe he could not overcome. The rumor, or rather, the truth that he had run from the battle had spread like wildfire. Kukaki Byakuya, the exemplar, the elite nobleman, had been bested. Although technically the battle had ended before that had become a fact, it was nevertheless an absolute truth. They were close to losing faith. That, Byakuya knew, was the problem, the great responsibility that fell onto each captain. To lead was to stand as a role model, as a representative of the Godai's strength, and when one was humbled, so was the Godai. When one triumphed, one stood as a representative of might, a confident statement of righteousness in power. When one lost, it had soldiers asking questions. Questions like, can we do this, or, can we win? Questions that would eat at a body, sap one's morale, one's will to fight. That was perhaps the most disastrous part of the situation. The loss of lives was dire enough, the sheer expenditure of resources put into the invasion had gone to waste, but worst of all was the doubt. The fear that maybe they wouldn't win. Some people, like Erza Scarlet, would have considered this dependence on its leaders a weakness. The thought had passed Byakuya's mind, but he had never entertained it seriously. Instead, he blamed himself once more. He had failed to redeem himself when it mattered the most. He had not lived up to expectation. He had swallowed his pride enough to accept work from that strange boy, but even working together, they had failed. Now his division worked in painstakingly organized harmony, taking their positions and preparing their defenses as best they could, but it all rested on a knife's edge. And, when Aizen came, Byakuya had the sneaking suspicion that they would all die, himself included. He did not regret this fate, facing it with stoic resignation. As if summoned by his thoughts, he sensed the boy, Kurosaki Ichigo, approaching him. Without regard for 6th Division's carefully set perimeter around the blocks they had focused around, he marched toward the nobleman. Byakuya paused what he was doing, falling silent. The boy seemed different, somehow. Perhaps it was just the look on his face, as grim and resigned as that of 6th Division's soldiers. He looked like he had aged overnight, the casual cheek and attitude gone. But, there was something else about him, too. His Ryotsu had changed. It was subtle, but it felt darker. If it had a taste, it would have seemed bitter. Captain Kukaki? Quiet, formal, even polite. Was this really the same child who had chewed him out less than 2 months ago? Auxiliary Kurosaki, Byakuya said, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. I don't feel like small talk, said the auxiliary, and despite the relative politeness to his tone, Byakuya recognized the same bluntness as before. He hadn't changed that much. We don't have time for it, either one of us. I concur, said Byakuya reservedly, deciding to hear the boy out. We got close, said Kurosaki firmly, real close. We were pushing him hard. Close is not enough. It never is. Now it's my turn to concur, said the boy with a nod, but my point is, I think we can do it. I know we can. That is assuming we will even get the chance. War rarely allows its participants much choice. I have a feeling he won't let it go. Ulquiorra, he acts all detached, but he's not so above it all. Just like you. Byakuya almost flinched at the insult, but decided not to reprimand the boy, not yet. Is there a point in comparing me to that wretched creature? He said, sharply. He'll come find us. He might think he doesn't, but he has his pride, too. We pushed him hard, and he couldn't finish the job. He'll want to prove his worth to Aizen. We'll get our shot, I'll bet our lives on it. They may not be worth much at this point, said Byakuya dryly. Maybe not, said the boy with a shrug. Maybe we'll both die. Hell, I'd say it's likely at this point. But, I am pretty sure you'd like to do some damage before you go down. Sell your life dearly. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. He was still quite presumptuous, and he should be reprimanded for it. Such familiarity was certainly not merited for a half-breed commoner. Yet, for whatever reason, the nobleman didn't. Instead he said firmly, my life will be laid down for the Godai. Of that, I have little doubt. But, yes. I will not yield until I have nothing left to give. To take the life of that wretched creature, that would indeed be preferable. Thought so, said the boy with a nod. But, you know, and this isn't meant to offend you, Captain, because you know it's true that you cannot match him alone. Byakuya shifted uncomfortably. The boy's tone had lowered near to a whisper. He'd had the sense not to embarrass Byakuya in front of his soldiers. It was true, but being reminded of it was no more tolerable for that. That, continued the young man quickly, is exactly why we agreed to help each other out in the first place. Get to the point, auxiliary, said Byakuya coolly. What I'm saying is, with the end of the world just around the corner, let's fight together one last time. Like we were equals. Forget that I'm some bratty half-breed, and just think about serving the greater good. Think about whether you'll do it better with me at your side, or without me. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. No, he had been at least partly mistaken. The boy's insolence was not gone at all. But, he had a point. Byakuya still felt the shame of defeat, and to wash it off his legacy, for that, he would do anything. To die in battle conquering such an enemy champion, he would know peace at last. He would rest a final time, the shame of his dishonor washed away. Briefly, he considered it. Kurosaki Ichigo was a cur. He had no manners, and barely any respect. He did not know his power well, and it was infuriating to see so much strength in a child with not even a year's worth of training. But, he was also hard-working, honest, and in his own way quite honorable. He was dedicated, and when he said he was willing to put his life on the line, Byakuya believed him. He had the right qualities. Some of them, at least. Even as a half-breed, there was some nobility in him. "Will your services not be required elsewhere?" said Byakuya at last, realizing he was stalling for time. His mind had already been made up. "I'm an auxiliary," said Ichigo with a shrug. "No details about who I have to report to or take orders from. Unless your boss says otherwise, I'd say I'm free to join the battle with any captain I want." "Fate is a strange and fickle thing," said Byakuya thoughtfully. "Not long ago, I had nothing but contempt for you. Yet, less than 2 days ago I carried you to safety, even as I was on the brink of losing consciousness myself." "Which I appreciate," said Ichigo. "To see such spite turned into respect," continued Byakuya, "is more than I had ever expected. You are a rude lout at times, yet I cannot seem to despise you the way I used to. So be it, then. It seems this is where the strands of fate has taken us both. If that is where we both are expected to be, I will not argue with it." "Well, then I won't, either," said Ichigo, and a smile crossed his face. "So, do we have a plan dash?" The boy's question was cut off by the sound of a loud voice, cast across the air through a Kido spell. "All forces on alert. Aizen Saoshik's army has been spotted. I repeat, they are coming." They both looked up to the sky, where several Garganta were opening. In the distance, they saw them coming, one by one. Their presence was overwhelming, huge oceans of malevolent energy. Aizen Saoshik had finally made his move. "So, what do we do now?" said Ichigo, clutching his blade. "Hold position," said Byakuya, to the boy as much as to his subordinates. "We have our orders. Hold fast." Portal after portal opened, clotting the sky like black sores opening up on the skin of a plagued invalid. Arrancar spilled out in the hundreds. Every last creation Aizen had managed in these last few months had been assembled. The Lord of Hueco Mundo smiled confidently as he looked down on the town before him, standing some 70 meters over the ground level. Beside him stood Jin and Ulquiorra, the rest of his espada appearing over the city not far from where he stood. "Say, what was the final count of all them, Arrancar, sir?" said Jin in his characteristic drawl. 316, said Aizen contently. 300 against, what, 3,000 Shinigami? Said Jin, smiling evilly. It was genuine enough that Aizen assumed he hadn't even noticed. "That'll be a slaughter." "That's the idea," said Aizen, and turned to Ulquiorra. "Sifur, give the order." "Yes, Lord," said the Quarto. The command was issued, spreading through the ranks. The Arrancar needed little encouragement. Only Aizen's presence prevented them from charging blindly. As the go-ahead was spread through the ranks, cheers of malicious glee erupted from the Arrancar, who surged toward the Shinigami positions with reckless abandon. It would be a slaughter, Aizen mused. Although he would never have done anything less than an outstanding job on each Arrancar, the clay he molded was, in most cases, so very limited. Most of them couldn't even manifest their Zanpakuto. Hollows, just like Shinigami, were a race defined by their limitations and mediocrity. But, they would be strong enough to cut a swathe through the Godei forces. It would show them his true might, and weed out the old guard. When Aizen replaced them as head of the Godei, the survivors would bend the knee and know what to expect if they did not. "Lord Aizen," said Halibel, bowing to him, "we are ready to attack." "Let the first wave hit," said Aizen. "Let the chaos ensue. Then, before the captains can turn the tide of battle in the favor of their subordinates, engage at will. You may lead the charge, Halibel." "I would be honored to, Lord," she said neutrally. Aizen realized, as he watched the chaos and heard the cries of pain and anger in the distance, that he too was smiling widely. "Incoming! We have incoming!" bellowed 4th Seat Okada of 7th Division. He and his men had taken position on a roof, blades all out and bracing themselves for a furious charge. A dozen of them were heading their direction, and he fought the urge to panic. "I want everyone in formation, now!" he barked. "Sogen, take point along with Kaji. Ogle, lead the Kido support. I said, get in formation dash." There was a thunderous clap, and suddenly his platoon were on their feet, the roof they stood on crumbling from the impact. Before Okita could rise, there was a swift movement from a white-clad figure, and suddenly he felt a shock of pain as a blade skewered him. All around him, he could hear his men crying out in pain, in fear. They were being silenced quickly. The last thing he saw was the boot of an Aaron car, coming down on his head over and over. "They're coming!" Erza barked as she ran into the command central. "Sir, I'm pulling my 5th Division to support the front lines. I'll head out and help dash." "Stand down," Yamamoto said firmly. "Bring your division up to support, but you cannot waste any energy on fighting these lesser creatures. Hold your position near the front until a vital threat comes along." Erza looked at him incredulously, took in a deep breath as if to say something, then forced it down. Nothing she had to say to that would be constructive. I'm going out there, then," she said, gritting her teeth. "Don't worry," Kuriko said somberly. "I doubt you'll have much time to help. They're coming." Erza could sense them in the distance too, and knew he was right. She could hear the sounds of war outside, and marched out of the store, blade drawn. Behind her, Momo fell in line. The place was a thing of chaos, Shinigami rushing out to the fight. She could see iPhone speed away, or rather, she saw a black streak speed out of the building, followed by a purple and orange one. She saw Urahara Kisuke, seemingly oddly serene amidst the chaos. She saw soldiers rushing away, and wondered how many of them she would see again. "Are you ready?" she asked Momo, more to have something to say than for any other reason. "Ready and able, Captain," said Momo firmly. Erza nodded. "Don't die," she said under her breath. "That goes for you, too." Erza just nodded. She walked outside, and before her eyes a building crumbled in the distance. War had come at last. Aizen watched them take off, one by one. He shook his head in amused contentment. They no longer mattered. Live or die, his espada would pin down the captains in Karakura while he started his ritual. The only thing that mattered now was when Yamamoto would make his move, he would be the only captain strong enough to legitimately threaten Aizen in battle. Through sheer stubborn, ignorant force alone, he could stand on even ground with Kyuka Suijutsu. But, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and his one asset to counter the old man had already been given his instructions. He muttered a few arcane words to himself, weaving his arms carefully in a precise pattern. Glowing runes manifested around him, and he could feel the Hujioku stir in his pocket. Its power would channel into this circle, and from there on he would extract what he had come for. Now or later, Karakura was doomed. "Y'all want me to get stuck in, sir?" said Jin, the sole member of his army who hadn't thrown himself at the enemy at the first opportunity. Only one thing would tempt the psychopath's bloodlust away from open battle and free rein to murder, and Aizen knew what that was. He was sorely tempted to order Jin away. If there was ever a time when he would be vulnerable, it would be while he prepared the foundations for the ritual to make the king's key. On the other hand, Jin was a snake, and snakes were always deadlier when they were hidden in the grass and waiting to strike. No, he wanted Jin to be right where he could see him at all times. Let the little murderer try his petty obsession against Kyuka Suijutsu's illusions. When he tried, Aizen would be ready. "That won't be necessary, Jin," said Aizen calmly. "Stay here and guard me while I make the preparations. It'll be mighty hard when the old man comes out, Lord. He will be taken care of. Right now, nothing can stop me. The die has been cast, and I already know how it will roll." "Yeah, I always did know that sort o' thing real well, sir," said the psychopath. Aizen smiled to himself. Today, he would not only be rid of the wretched Shinigami, but a lot of excess baggage. Halibel sailed through the air toward the closest Shinigami formation. They were already beset by the lesser Aaron car, and the air was filling with the cries of the dead and dying. It did not bother her, and neither she nor her 3 fractions even considered engaging with their lessers. "Lady Halibel." It was Sun, her wide robes flapping in the wind. "Speak," Halibel said bluntly. "What are your commands?" "Lord Aizen did not give us much of a plan. I expected more than just run at your enemy and fight them, So did I," muttered Halibel. "Still, I know what I am doing." All three of you, follow my lead. I am here to settle a score. It's that bitch who escaped you, ain't it? Said Apache gleefully. The very same, said Halibel firmly. Keep anyone else off my back. I had her on her knees, revenge within my grasp, and she slipped away. I want you to kill her insolent little assistant for me, while I deal with Erza Scarlet. I have her marked for death, and she will not escape me a second time. And, after that, said Mila Rose. To herself, Halibel felt a little touched. They all took it for granted that she would kill the captain and move on, with the strength to keep on fighting. They had that much faith in her, much more than Halibel did in herself. Upon reflection, Erza had become an altogether different beast than before. Halibel's victory had been solid, but it had not been dominant. Erza had grown, in terms of both power and skill, in a way Halibel had never anticipated. Halibel would win this battle, but would she have the strength left to win any others after that? Suddenly, Halibel found her way barred. A disgusting, caterpillar-like creature with a twisted human face had manifested right in their path, and before her eyes, it let out a noxious cloud of gas. Several dozen Arrancar were enveloped, and as the poisonous mist cleared, she could see the Arrancar falling to the ground, twisted into unnatural shapes. She frowned. Such a weapon would weaken the advance considerably, and it barred her way. This was Kuratsuke Mayuri, the man whose inhumanity outdid that of most hollows. She reached for her blade, and slowed her pace. Hold back, she ordered her fractions. I will deal with this one quickly. She watched the creature breathe again, and surged over the cloud of poison. As she leaped, she charged a mighty Zero in her hand, the bright blue of the Gran Ray coming into shape. She saw the captain scramble to the side, away from her blade, but she did not aim at him. The Zero fired, and as the bright light subsided, Halibel saw with some satisfaction that the creature's hideous face had been burnt away, evaporated by her might. It started to twist and thrash, disintegrating before her eyes. Spinning her blade around, Halibel advanced on Kuratsuke. He was reaching for something in his coat, but she didn't give him the time. A swift step of Sonido took her within striking range, and a moment later his hand sailed through the air, down toward the ground beneath them. The next stroke raked across his throat, her offhand seizing him by his remaining wrist. Her grip tightened, crushing the bones, and she saw his eyes widen as he let out a gargled grunt. Even he could feel pain, it seemed. Without pausing, Halibel thrust her blade into Kuratsuke's chest, plunging it into his heart. She wrenched the blade free, and slammed a fist into the captain's face, sending him plummeting to the ground. One down, then. Come on, she said to her fractions. We have a job to finish. He was a terrifying sight, even to Shunsui and Juashiro. They had joined the front as ordered, ignoring the cries for help from beneath. The divisions were on their own for the time being, and Shunsui hoped dearly that they would hold. Standing some 50 meters over the ground, they faced him. Coyote Stark, the Primero. The number 1 Espada, accompanied by what looked like a small child. There was something wild about him, although he seemed quite calm, almost bored. It was as if they were looking at a wolf at rest. Nothing spared, huh? Said Shunsui. He shrugged off his captain's coat, and reached for his blades. Beside him, Yucatake, too, drew his blade. I won't go all the way if you won't, said the Espada with a shrug. It's a pain in the ass, and Lord Aizen doesn't want too much collateral damage anyhow. Even so, he said, drawing his own blade, I can't slack off and do nothing. I owe him too much. I respect that, said Shunsui with a nod. Yucatake, he said to his longtime friend, cover me, would you? I'll deal with him. This isn't any old Arrancar, Kyoraku, said Jushiro, a warning tone in his voice. Don't underestimate him. Normally, I might take it easy, said Shunsui, taking a first step forward, but I've got somebody watching me, too, and I owe the old man too much to let him down. Starkey nodded slightly at that, perhaps in respect, perhaps just in understanding, and raised his blade. An instant later, Shunsui had closed the gap, his dual blades clashing with the Arrancar's one. Renji had never thought of himself as a hateful person. He had always been passionate, always been quick to anger and quick to laughter, but he had never held much hate in his heart. But, having gotten out of his sick bed to see the rows of the wounded, remembering the dead strewn across the cold floors of Las Noches, remembering the defeat he had been handed by Coyote Stark, remembering the helplessness, the futility, the defeat, the death. Renji had seen the waves of Arrancar crash against the Shinigami defense lines in Karakura, and hate had welled up inside him like a volcanic eruption. He wanted to hurt them. He wanted to grind every last one of them to a red paste under the heel of his sandal. Zabumaru was already released, and he felt a cold, odd calm about him as he stared down the espada. "You're new," said Renji neutrally. "I don't remember reading much about you." "I'm hurt," said the espada with a giggle. He had the looks of an effeminate young man, a small, comb-like mask fragment on the left side of his head, the only visible sign of his status as an Arrancar. "Old intel, I suppose. I am Luppy Antiner, Septimo Espada. That coward Grimjo's defection left spaces to be filled, and here I am. Tell me your life's story while you're at it, why don't you?" Renji's fingers twitched. He wanted to rip and tear. He wanted to snap the smug creature's bones and watch that smug grin turn into a mask of pain, but he had to be smart about this. Somehow, his anger had given him focus. "Oh," said Luppy, with mock surprise. "And, here I thought your kind reveled in a little bit of pre-battle banter. Come now, go on and tell me how I won't get away with this. How righteousness will prevail, and how you will strike me down, and so on." Renji grit his teeth. The espada's voice grated at him, flippant and melodic. It reminded him of Yumi Chika, but twisted and prideful in a way the fourth seat was not. "I'm going to break you in half," said Renji coldly, "and when you're ready to beg for death, I'll grant you that much mercy." "Oh, excellent," said Luppy, and clapped his hands in a brief, sarcastic gesture. "I do like a Shinigami ready to drop the pretenses. Shall we?" As the espada pulled his blade out, Renji raised his. Soon. Very, very soon, he'd get a little bit of revenge, no matter the cost. Her blade was raised, pointing toward the Arrancar. Listener would not make the first move, not even knowing Araniro's name and capabilities. Her recent defeat had left her cautious, unwilling to throw her life away. The Decimo was nowhere near as frightening as Stark had been, but she knew better than to underestimate him. He was a freak of nature, a glass jar with two floating skulls in place of a head, and she had little information on just what he could do. All their intel had shown was that he possessed unusual abilities. Whatever that meant, she would not make the error of underestimating it. "All right, then, you big bastard," she said, letting her riot flare, "let's do this." "As you wish," came the espada's voice, reverberating with a hollow tone across the battlefield. Listener steeled herself for what was to come. Chapter 104, La Distancia para un Duelo. The wounded were filling up the field hospital, and quickly. Orium had gotten only a few hours of rest before the alert had gone out, and she wondered how she was going to keep this up. It hadn't been 10 minutes before 4th Division's field hospital, set up further back and away from the Shinigami front line, had soldiers carrying their wounded comrades in. Orium had seen 4 die already. She had healed a dozen by now, and most of them had gotten up to rejoin the fight. It felt so futile. What was the point of healing somebody if they were just going to go back and get themselves hurt or killed right away? The concept of war had been ever present in her life for over a month, but it was only now that she started to understand the futility of it. It was such a horrible, horrible idea. Set up a hospital, because you knew people were going to be hurt, just waiting for them to come in droves, and then work to heal them so they could do it all over again. She knew all the reasons why. She knew they had a cause to fight for. But, in the midst of all this blood, with the choir of pained groans and cries from the wounded and dying, it was hard to understand why anyone would do something as terrible as war. Why did it have to be this way? Why did people have to be horrible to each other? Why? Orium balled her fists, moving on to the next patient. Those were children's questions, and she could not let herself be overwhelmed now. Erza wouldn't, and neither would Orium. Her shimmering shield formed again, and the soldier underneath it, a man with severed stumps where his arms should have been, began to heal. His pained groans went away, and his pale skin turned a healthier shade of pink. He looked at her with awe, flexing his fingers in disbelief. "That'll do, sir," came Isane's voice. "If you're recovered, I'll have to ask you to sign out of this hospital." "Why yes, Vice Captain," cried the soldier, getting to his feet as Orium's shield dispersed. "How are you doing, Orium?" asked Isane. "I'm fine," Orium said with a nod. I'm sure you have a lot of people who need your help, so." "It's true I'm in charge while Captain Anohana is away," said Isane, "and that's exactly why I'm checking in on you. You're already doing great, but if it ever gets too much—" "I'm fine," Orium insisted. "People think it's easy," said Isane. "They think the hard part's swinging a sword around, but it takes a moment to cut someone, and months to mend what happened in that moment. And it's we who have to keep our calm when we see people with torn limbs or their guts hanging out. It's not easy. I know it isn't when you're young. So, I'm asking you again, are you okay?" "I'll be fine," said Orium evasively. "Is that the truth of it?" Orium sighed. "I'm tired, and it's really scary, but I'm not going to say, I'm too young for this, when I can actually help people." "I appreciate you asking, but—" Isane nodded. "I had to check. You're quite an asset, but—" "If I get too tired, I'll take a break," said Orium firmly, "but we both have work to do right now." "Isn't that the truth?" Isane muttered, staring out into the distance. The field hospital was built to accommodate more than 500 at a time. It was filling up at an alarming rate. They moved like a blur. So iPhone was not one for poetic expressions. If she wrote a report, she would never say she had cut a swathe through the enemy ranks. She would report, with mind-numbing accuracy, how she had eliminated 12 Arrancar in the span of 2 minutes before moving on to engage the main force in central Karakara. But, looking at the trail of dead and dying Arrancar in her and Yoryuki's wake, it was easy to see how some less professional people would refer to it as a swathe, or some other unseemly description of what was really just bloody murder. Between the two of them, as they charged into battle, they had to have killed 24 already. The troops they relieved didn't even have time to cheer before they had moved on. So iPhone thought nothing of it. These Arrancar were mere soldiers, as beneath her as any lowly officer. The more careful thing to do, she knew, would be to bide their time and wait for a greater foe to show themselves without wasting their strength, but so iPhone was a trained killer, and she was in no mood to hold back. Besides, they would show up sooner rather than later. It was inevitable. It didn't take long. They had slain only a few more before they both sensed two powerful energies closing in on them. A huge, lanky form sailed through the air, smashing a massive weapon down toward them. Yoryuki and So iPhone were both gone long before it hit, reappearing a few yards back. The tall, lanky Espada grinned maliciously, and took a step forward. He was flanked by a much more stoic companion, with dark skin and a head that was entirely bald, save for a ridge of bones starting at the crest of his skull and running down. He was tall and muscular, although his companion was at least half again his size. But size, So iPhone knew, was not what mattered most. "Neutra Gilga and Zamari LaRue," said Yoryuki quietly, shooting So iPhone a glance. She nodded back. They had both done their homework, at least, even if it was mostly based on Grimjo's speculations. Neutra was hardy but slow, whereas Zamari was fast and deadly. "Yeah, hear that, Zamari," said the Espada, letting his strange poliarm rest on his shoulder. "We're famous. Yeah, gonna shit your britches, Shinigami." "You would be wise to take them seriously, Neutra," said Zamari, eyeing the two of them carefully. "That is Shiho and Yoryuki and her protege. I would relish a chance to test the limits of their power, but you underestimate them at your peril." They had done their research, too, it seemed. "Pff." Neutra sneered. "What's a sissy woman or two? Neither of them could even break my hide." Yoryuki shot So iPhone a quick glance. "Which one do you want?" "Well," said So iPhone, surprised that Yoryuki had even asked. She had assumed her old master would make the call for her. "I know I would run circles around Zamari," said Yoryuki, keeping her eyes on target, "but you're a precision fighter, and you would struggle to wound the likes of Neutra." "I agree," said So iPhone, "but would you fare any better?" Yuryuki reached into her belt, and what she pulled out made So iPhone's eyes widen. It looked like a small knife, not even the size of a tantu, its blade no longer than 6 inches. She hadn't seen it in over a century. "Yerzan Pakutu," said So iPhone, almost shocked. "I thought you had lost it." "Not lost," said Yuryuki. "I just put it aside for a little while. After I left, I wasn't much of a Shinigami, and this is a tool for murder. But, now, well, I can't afford to hold back." Neutra gave a coarse, rude laugh. "That lil toothpick's supposed to break me," he said through the chuckles. "Alright, fucking bring it, then. I wanna see ya try, bitch. It'll be a laugh." Without waiting, he strolled forward, breaking into a run. His first strike, clumsy but powerful, did not even come close to hitting, as Yuryuki somersaulted out of the way. She shot him a mocking smile. "Stand still, ya little bitch," snarled the espada, and chased after her. Yuryuki moved back, leading the espada around a corner. So iPhone recognized it for what it was. Yuryuki wanted to give herself some space, and So iPhone as well. Whatever it would take to kill the espada would not be fast or smooth. "As insulting as it is to be so easily dismissed," said Zamari, staring down So iPhone, "I am outranked. We both are, it seems. I do hope you will make for an appropriate challenge while Neutra finishes her." "Do you really believe that?" said So iPhone neutrally. "He is already dead." "So are you." "Mayhap," said Zamari, "but such is the life of a hollow. Brutal, ruthless, and fast." As he spoke the last syllable he moved, and So iPhone sensed him coming before her thoughts caught up. On autopilot, she dodged under a roundhouse kick, feeling the rush of air as the leg grazed against her tight-fitting robes. She somersaulted back, gracefully evading another kick. The espada kept his arms up, but his legs did the real work, a flurry of blows coming at her too quickly to even see. She dodged, weaved, and evaded until finally, her leg met his, both kicks colliding midair. They both froze momentarily, keeping perfect balance on one leg. "Excellent form," he said, his eyes narrowing. So iPhone reached for her blade. "I'm assuming," she said, as she pulled it free, "that Aizen gave you all the information you needed. I am surprised, though. I would not expect such a low-ranked espada to have had the foresight to study it." "Who but a low-ranked espada would benefit the most from such knowledge?" said Zamari, seeming to not rise to her bait. "Captain So iPhone. Shikai ability incredibly potent, allowing it to kill without fail any enemy if it hits twice in the same spot. A masterful martial arts practitioner, although lacking in maturity." "That was your lord's assessment of me? Is it inaccurate?" So iPhone shrugged. "No." The next moment she was behind him, her Shikai wordlessly activated. Suzumibuki's stinger came right at him, but at the last second he redirected her blow by the wrist, launching a high kick to counter. So iPhone gracefully dodged under it, and took a stance as she recovered. "This contest will be decided by skill alone. I could think of no better way to do battle. To take the head of the head assassin, that will be quite a feat. If you're going to fight, fight," said So iPhone. "Don't talk." "Well said." He lunged at her again, and their deadly dance resumed. Erza had walked through the pandemonium that had descended upon Karakura with unexpected calm, and it had come as a surprise to Momo when she suddenly dashed up to a rooftop. Momo had followed quickly behind her captain, breathing hard after the sprint up. "Captain," said Momo, looking at Erza with a puzzled expression. The sounds of war were all around them, the cries of dying men filling the air, but Erza looked straight ahead as if she didn't even notice it. "They're coming," said Erza, drawing her blade. "I can feel them." "Can't you?" Momo looked straight ahead, and swallowed. Amidst all the chaos, she had missed it. An immensely powerful Ryotsu signature, heading right in their direction. "Halibel," said Momo breathlessly. "And her cronies," Erza confirmed. "I'll take her here, away from the others. You will have to handle her servants. We can't let this conflict spill over onto our fellow Shinigami. They're fighting and dying for us already, and they do not need our help in that endeavor." Momo nodded. She felt a chill run down her spine. She had just barely triumphed over Halibel's terrible trio, and it had happened through surprise, through them underestimating her, without any one of them even releasing their blades. Now she would face them all, no doubt hell-bent on revenge. But, she worried more about Erza. Halibel had utterly destroyed her last time. She might die, here and now. "Don't worry," said Erza, and Momo felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The four of their enemies were becoming visible now in the distance, and they had little time left. "I'll be fine." "Don't tell me that," said Momo quietly. "You won't be. Even if you win, it might kill you." "How can I dash?" "When I win," Erza corrected her firmly, "and don't ever think differently. If you let your concern for me cloud your judgment, distract you, then you will have let yourself down along with me and everyone else who depends on you. You must focus on your own battle, Momo, just as I will focus on mine. Will you do that?" "Yes," Momo said firmly, with assertiveness born out of desperation. "Good," said Erza. "I know you can take them. You'll come back to me, alive and in one piece. But, if it gets hairy, don't be afraid to ask for help." "I won't." There was so much else Momo would like to say. About love, about devotion, about loyalty to each other. Last words to one another, things that should not go unsaid if either of them died. But, Erza had held back from it, and Momo knew there was a good reason. No distractions. The war was upon them, and very soon they'd be fighting for their lives. Halibel and her servants were close now, close enough that they could almost see their faces. Momo felt Erza's hand squeeze her shoulder slightly, and Momo briefly took her hand. No words were exchanged, only that one affectionate gesture. Then she was upon them. But, rather than the espada launching herself at them immediately, she slowed to a halt, standing in the air some 10 feet away, looking down on them from above. "Halibel," said Erza neutrally. "Scarlet." "This is between you and me," said Erza. "Let's let our seconds settle their battles amongst themselves." With her thumb, she gestured to a building a few hundred meters down, as of yet undisturbed by war. "I would not give anyone else the satisfaction," said Halibel coldly. "She will not save you this time, Erza Scarlet." "She won't need to," said Erza confidently. She nodded to Momo, just as Halibel nodded to her servants. "Do your best, all three of you," she said, "and come back to me alive when I am through here." Momo turned around, shooting Erza one last, longing look, before dashing away with Apache, Mila Rose, and Sun at her heels. Erza did not look back as Momo ran. Just one look might be enough to get her thinking the wrong things, like what would happen if she lost, what she'd even do if she. Those were exactly the thoughts she had struggled to push out of her head. She forced herself to focus, staring down Halibel. The espada was slowly descending to stand on the roof opposite her. Staring at Erza viciously under that collar of hers, she slowly pulled out her blade. "I am surprised to see you standing here so boldly," said Halibel, "given the thrashing I gave you last." "I remember you being taken by surprise and going all out to defeat me," Erza retorted, "and even if the gap between us were so vast, I would still be standing here. I'm too stubborn to know when I'm beaten." Halibel snorted. "That much is true, at least." "Tell me, Halibel," said Erza calmly, "what do you expect to get out of this? When I am dead and Eisen triumphant, what do you think will happen? You have never been foolish, or idealistic. What will happen, dear?" Halibel undid her jacket, sliding it off and revealing the bony cluster of her mask. It was a frightening appearance, and she was hard to read. "What does it matter? You are part of the greatest battle our worlds have ever known, and you ask me why it matters." Halibel fell silent, and Erza sensed something about her, as if she was hesitating. "You're not like Jalal," Erza continued, her tone fierce. "You don't really believe Eisen has your best interest at heart. He threw you at us like a blunt instrument, to kill and get killed while he prepares his ritual. You know better." Halibel was quiet for some time, until finally she replied, "I hoped for quite some time that he was as good as he seemed. Hope as foolish as it may seem, I did hope he would bring about the peace and prosperity he promised. A better world, for myself and for my own. Even I am not immune to such dreams, it seems. Nobody is a fool to dream for more. Perhaps not, said Halabel. I do know better. He is the same as any other warlord or self-styled king. I saw in his eye what Jelal refuses to see. He does not care about the lives he throws away, only about his goals. Every last one of us, myself included, are but pawns to be used to accomplish his ends. If you know that, said Erza sharply, if you know he's cruel, callous, and uncaring, why do you serve? Why bother? Because the one thing that sets him apart from power-hungry fools like Barragan, said Halabel, her eyes narrowing, is that he can actually do it. He has the strength and the vision to bring the Godii to its knees. United under him, we will finally have peace. Stability. I no longer believe I can trust his honeyed words, but what I can trust is a man's lust for power. Order under a tyrant is better than no order at all. I get so sick and tired of hearing that, Erza spat. As if the likes of him will ever view the likes of us as anything more than disposable. He used me, Halabel, just as he's using you. What do you expect will happen here? Said Halabel bluntly. That I will see the wisdom of your words and turn my hand against the man who has given me everything? I am a tool, but I am at least a tool with power. A useful tool. Then there is not much left to say, is there? Indeed, said Halabel. Unleash your Bankai, Erza. I will not slay you before you are ready to give it your all. Erza raised her blade, and as her Ryotsu climbed, she called the full name of her Zanpakutu. She stood before Halabel in resplendent armor, defiant, proud. Pride, Halabel. She said sternly. You have changed some. The Halabel I knew back then would have viewed it as a luxury. Excess baggage unfit for a true survivor. Halabel held her blade out by the side, and just like Erza, she called its name. A wave of power made the building tremble, and there she stood in front of Erza, face bared at last. Perhaps, she said, it no longer matters. Erza's blade shifted, leaving her with render in her hands. In her mind, she could hear Hagen and Otama Shii cry out for blood, urging her to use her full power. She ignored his cries, and raised her blade. She let out a loud battle cry, and charged. Their great blades met with great force, little shockwaves of force emanating from both of them. Halabel was still every bit the expert, parrying Erza's strikes with perfect timing. Erza attacked with furious strength, though, and momentarily forced Halabel back a step. It was not to last. As Erza aimed a slash at her opponent's head, Halabel batted her blade aside and went for a counter-thrust. Erza bent back, dodging under the strike, but her momentum was broken. She brought render up just in time to parry the next strike. With great, powerful blows, Halabel forced Erza back, each parry shaking her arms and threatening to loosen her grip on her sword. Pathetic. Halabel spat. Where have all your tricks gone, Erza? Where is the lightning, the fire, the floods of water? Parrying with lightning speed, Erza knew she would have to time this perfectly. She had no strength left to waste on anything. Mr. Ikeka was not sure, at first, who the tall, muscular human was. He had dark skin, and his right arm was clearly not natural, armored, and colored in a strange black and reddish pattern. His Ryotsu was off the charts, too. He was clearly no ordinary human being. His shirt was stained with blood, his hands even more so. Crushed and broken Car lay in his wake. Ikeka shook his head to gain his bearings. He had taken a bit of a blow to the temple earlier, having thrown himself right into the melee with bitter gusto. The attack wave had cleared, but he couldn't see any of his comrades from 11th. Where Yumi Chika had gone, he wasn't sure. Udesh said Ikeku, grunting. You're one of the auxiliaries, ain't you? Sato Yasutura, said the young man. He was young, Ikeku realized, just a kid with a lot of power. A lot of power. Are you all right, mister? He repeated. It's Ikeku, remember? Said Ikeku, and shrugged dismissively. Worry about yourself, why don't ya? As you wish. The fuck did everyone go, anyway? Ikeku snarled. Did they all fuck off and die already? The sounds of combat had not died down. They were there still, in the distance. 11th had, in typical fashion, taken to the front lines, Ikeko leading the charge. Right now, he wanted not to fight, but to kill. To push away the memory of Iba, the friend who had died for Ikeko's pride and arrogance. He had killed and killed and killed, but it wasn't enough. His battle group was all dead, he realized. The squad he had led had perished, spread about on the streets along with the Aaron car they had engaged. A cold rage burned in him, and he felt like nothing could slake it. The Aaron car are in a frenzy, said the human Sato, and they would not turn away from us unless they had a reason to. I believe we have been claimed by something bigger. A sad state it is, when a human has quicker wits than the Shinigami next to him. The voice rumbled with a deep baritone, contemptuous and condescending. The Aaron car walked around a street corner, as arrogant as he was massive. He truly was something to behold. Ikeko had never seen a bigger Aaron car. He stood almost twice as tall as Captain Zaraki. His head was small, but only compared to his barrel-chested body with its ham-sized fists and tree-like legs. A bone fragment traced his lower jaw, and there were 2 symmetrical green markings on his cheeks. "Hey, big man," said Ikeko, a darkly excitable tone in his voice as he took a step forward. "What's your name?" "Pow," said the Aaron car, servant to King Baragon. "In his name, I will take both your lives." "Fucking A," said Ikeko with a grin on his face. "I'm Madarame Ikeko, 3rd seed of 11th Division." "Be careful," urged Sato. "I'm all done with careful," said Ikeko disdainfully. "You can tag along if you want, but I'm taking him." He turned his eye to the Aaron car. "You strong? Proper strong? Do come and find out," said Pow. Ikeko let his Ryotsu rise, standing astride with his sword and sheath held low. "Feast your eyes on this, kid," he said to Sato, "cause I'm about to tear this fucker a new asshole." Bankai, Ryuman Hoojikameru. There was the great blade, floating over his shoulders, and the enormous 2 blades in his hands, the spade in his right and the guandao in his left. "Oh," said Pow, raising an eyebrow. "So, there was more to you than expected dash." He was cut short by Ikeko, screaming his battle cry of "Come on, come on, come on," hollering like a madman as he leaped into the air, his weapons aiming for the Aaron car's head. Pow brought up an arm to block, and though the spade fell short as its thrust failed to reach the Aaron car's skull, the guandao bit into his arm. He staggered back in surprise, blood dripping from the cut in his massive forearm. He gave Ikeko the kind of look people reserved for particularly irksome vermin, and balled his fists. Ikeko came at him again, slashing and thrusting, but the Aaron car proved surprisingly nimble for his size. He skipped back, avoiding the cuts, and backhanded the Shinigami. Ikeko blocked the strike, but nevertheless went flying. He skidded back down the street on his back, tearing his uniform top. He got to his feet as quickly as he could, but Pow had already followed up with another attack, closing the distance quickly. Ikeko braced himself, but to his surprise, Sato was there, blocking the strike with his strange arm. He shook under the blow, sliding back, but he remained standing. He grabbed the Aaron car by the wrist, and with a fierce cry shoved him back. As Ikeko got to his feet, the massive teenager turned his head to look at him. "Mr. Ikeko," he said firmly, "you are strong, but so is he." "Well, thank you, Captain Obvious," Ikeko grumbled, getting to his feet. "Leave the mindless rushing to me," said Sato. "Raw strength is all I have." "Who the hell do you think you're talking to, kid?" muttered Ikeko. "I'm 11th. Brute force is what we're all about." "Then let us at least use a simple strategy. That being, I'll go low, you go high." "I can do that," Ikeko muttered. The strike had cleared his head a little. No, he wasn't ready to die yet, not when there were so many of the damned Aaron car left to kill. Pow raised his arms for another swing. Sato charged, and right behind him came Ikeko. Some things just never changed. For the first time in ages, Lisa was staring down enemies out for her blood, for her life. Not just any enemies, either, elite Aaron car in the service of an Espada. Just like so many times before, Lisa stood with her guard up, staring them down, whereas Mashiro seemed entirely unconcerned, cheery as ever. It was like riding a bike. Everything felt so familiar, like she hadn't left it all behind 100 years ago. The weight of her blade felt so familiar in her hand, just like the stance she had taken felt familiar. "So, what ya think, Lisa?" said Mashiro, who had drawn her blade but hadn't bothered to take a stance. Her carelessness had always bothered Lisa, almost as much as the fact that she usually got more kills with her antics. Lisa wondered if that, too, was going to end up repeating. "It'll be a cinch, right? These guys aren't like anything we've fought before, Mashiro," said Lisa neutrally. "Stronger. Faster. They've got Zanpakuto, just like us." Mashiro shrugged. "They're just human-shaped hollows. At the end of the day, a hollow is just a hollow." Most people would have taken her casual dismissal as overconfidence, or arrogance, or even contempt. Lisa knew better. Mashiro had a very simple approach, but it usually worked. In essence, she was right. A hollow was a hollow. Special abilities? Most higher-ranked hollows had them. Strength and speed? Much the same story. Besides, unlike most Shinigami, they truly understood the mentality of a hollow. If anyone had what it took to kill an Arrancar, it would be a Vizard. "I like a bit of confidence in a woman," said the first of the Arrancar. There were 3 of them, and they had ceased their chase for lower-ranked Shinigami the moment they had sensed the 2 Vizard. They were a curious trio, even by hollow standards. The one who had just spoken looked relatively normal, shirtless with muscles rippling under his lean form. His mask took the form of a bony helmet, obscuring his forehead and lining his cheekbones, and what looked like red tattoos lined his chest and arms. His companions looked less appealing. To his side stood a giant of a man, wide and bulky with a bit of a gut. His mask, too, looked like a helmet, although far less elegant than the sleek, pointed mask fragment of his companion, rather more like a bony bowl that sprouted a pair of tusks. The third member stood out the most. Although most definitely male, he wore what could only be described as some sort of hideous jacket with generous cleavage, except where there would have been breasts, there were immaculate, gleaming pectoral muscles, toned to put even his lean and muscular companion to shame. His pants were no less ridiculous, wrapping tightly around his muscular thighs except that, as they approached his ankles, they widened comically. With his wavy, long, purple hair, he looked as if he had just burst out of some kind of bizarre adventure. "What was that?" said Lisa, eyeing them. "Yeah, def," said the first one. "I said, I like a girl with confidence dash." "Oh, that explains why I didn't hear," said Lisa. "I go deaf when I hear a cliché. Why don't you just say, I like a girl with spirit, and drool a bit lecherously while you're at it?" The Arrancar bristled at that, but Lisa ignored him. "Mashiro," she said, "are you ready to do this?" Said Mashiro cheerily, her voice a little bit sing-song. "Shikai, mask, or both?" "One thing at a time, I think," said Lisa, "but I think I'd like to see those arrogant grins wiped off their faces. Let's show them what real hollow power looks like." "Roger that," cheered Mashiro. "Hey, you bitches," snarled the same Arrancar. "Don't you ignore us. I'm Abirama Redder, servant to His Majesty, King Baragon. In his name, we will kill you both to prove our devotion." "Huh. Your Majesty is a pretty funny title for somebody playing second fiddle to a Shinigami like Aizen," said Lisa. "What the hell did you just say about him, you little bitch?" snapped Abirama. "I'll have you know he's the strongest of Espada, and dash." He paused, as Lisa and Mashiro each formed a claw over their faces with their hands, and pulled down. In an instant, their masks appeared over their faces. The flamboyantly muscular Arrancar gasped, and Abirama looked surprised, as well. "See, the thing is," said Lisa, her voice reverberating menacingly, "I can't stand men who talk a big game, and I'm not too keen on hollows, either." "Mashiro. You got it." In an instant Mashiro had closed the gap, and a massive roundhouse kick connected with the face of the flamboyant Arrancar. He went flying, crashing into the ground far in the distance. "Scarlet!" Abirama cried angrily. Somehow, the name didn't surprise Lisa. "All yours, Mashiro." "Keep them busy," Lisa cried, charging the bulky Arrancar. Blocking her blade with his own at the last second, he endured her charge. But, as he strained against the force of her assault, a zero began to form in the cross-shaped eye slit of Lisa's mask. The Aaron car dashed out of the way, but Lisa redirected at the last second, sending him flying as well. The nerve. You people simply have no manners. The sneering voice came from the effeminate Aaron car, Scarlet. He had recovered remarkably quickly, Lisa noted. These were, indeed, no ordinary hollows. Back for more already? She said, taunting him. You have no idea, girlfriend, he said with a malicious smile, and don't think what you did to poor Nirga will hold him back for more than a moment. I have no idea what you are, but you're in for the fight of your life. More like appetizers, Lisa said, bringing her blade to bear. She charged Scarlet, realizing that she might face a counter-attack any moment if she didn't. His blade met hers, and so a deadly dance began. Mashiro weaved and dodged gracefully, evading one strike after another. Abirama was good, very good, but he lacked training with a blade, and it showed. Yeah no, said Mashiro politely, parrying his strike and redirecting it to the side. Have you ever thought that maybe you should just try it with your fists? I thought I was out of shape, but I guess fighting with swords is just like riding a bicycle. The hell do you mean, woman? Abirama snarled. Are you mocking me, bitch? I mean, a little bit, I guess, she said with a shrug, but if you put your sword down, I will too. Let's do it man to man. Come on, it would be cool. You kinda look like Bruce Lee. It would be epic. Bruce, who? Said Abirama perplexedly. He stared at her, befuddled. She was clearly dangerous. She was clearly powerful. But, at the same time, she had the demeanor of a child. Please. Said Mashiro. Look, I'll go first. Abirama's eyes widened as she slid her sword into its sheath, and held her fists up in a traditional, fisticuffs kind of manner. Come on, tough guy. She said, making little jabs in the air. Man to man. You're not even a man, said Abirama. Details. Said Mashiro dismissively. To his surprise, Abirama found himself sheathing his sword. Why not? If she made to draw again, then so would he, and he wasn't getting anywhere. But, in a physical contest, he would certainly have the edge. He was more comfortable like this, anyway. To rip and tear, that was the domain of a hollow. Oh, yes, she would regret this. Abirama took a stance, his fists raised. Come on, man. Mashiro said playfully, continuing to jab at the air, weaving around in the air with smooth steps that seemed more like a dance than a moveset. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Woman, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Abirama snarled, and surged forward. He lunged at her with his fists, and just like before, Mashiro weaved out of the way, always just out of reach, always where his fists were not. Continually pushing her back, he tried to analyze her moves. Defensive. There was a pattern to it, of course. If he'd just twist in the right way when she ducked left next time, he'd grab her. When she was grappled, she'd be done for. He feinted at her a few times, then twisted left to follow her movement, and... the next thing Abirama knew, he had slammed into the ground. He stood up on uneasy legs, not even remembering how he'd gotten there. His cheekbone ached furiously, and blood trickled from it. The strange, hollow-faced Shinigami stood there in the sky, some 30 meters above him. How had he ended up down here? Stumbling onto the street, he realized part of the building behind him was in ruins. From where he had fallen. He reached a hand up to touch his aching cheek. Part of his mask fragment was gone, broken. It had cut his cheek on the way out, leaving a sore gash. How? That was right. Just when he'd thought he had her, there had been a knee to his face, and then a roundhouse kick. Her moves had been so fast. Come on, big fella. She called, sounding genuinely encouraging. You didn't run out of steam with that little love tap, did you? The taunt, mocking even in its sincere positivity, got Abirama out of his shocked and dazed state. He was a soldier in Lord Barrigan's personal force. He would not be shown up like this. Angrily, he dashed up, drawing his blade as he did. "Ah, boo," said Mashiro as she met his charge, their blades grinding against each other. "I was looking forward to a real hands-on kind of fight. It would have been so cool to just go all Enter the Dragon on you." "Shut up, you obnoxious woman." "Spoil sport," said Mashiro, parrying his strikes with infuriating ease. Abirama was angry now. He was losing his cool, and he knew it. Mashiro sighed inwardly, letting herself get pushed back. People these days just had no sense of fun. Well, if he wasn't going to make it interesting, then she'd just have to end this. She focused on his swordplay, aggressive, precise, on point, but lacking finesse. He came at her with a wide sideways slash, and Mashiro saw the opening. She caught the strike on her blade, and let it run its course, bending backwards to let it pass over her harmlessly. For just a moment, Abirama was open, his strike was too powerful, too fast, and he had overcommitted. Spinning a leg up gracefully, she slammed her heel into his nose. Abirama reeled back, and Mashiro followed up the attack with a forward thrust. The Arrancar tried to raise his blade for a parry, but he was too late. Mashiro was already inside his guard. Her blade slid through his ribs with some resistance, running him halfway through. His eyes widened as he stared into her expressionless mask. Malicious, yellow eyes stared into his as he lost his footing, falling backward. Mashiro wrenched the blade free, and Abirama gasped with pain, losing his balance and nearly falling. He had no time to recover, though, before Mashiro spun around, and slammed an axe kick into his midsection. Abirama spat blood and gall as he was bent over, his head almost touching his legs as he was sent flying. He crashed into the ground, dust kicked up in the now wrecked street corner he had landed in. Gracefully, Mashiro followed where he went, taking her time descending. Although she had by no means lost hope, Lisa was very keenly aware that she was throwing dice with death. Scarlet, as bizarre as he looked, was monstrously quick, whereas Nirga was equally monstrous in his strength and endurance. Handling either one would have been easy enough, but both at once posed an inconvenience. It was funny, though. She had thought she would be rusty, that her combat abilities would have been weakened to some degree, that she would have to rely on pure hollow power to compensate, but although her swordplay was not quite as sharp as it had once been, she was faster and more agile than she had realized, sharper in every way. The hollow in her head reveled in true fighting, and lent her every ounce of its power. In all this time, they had seen little in the way of mortal combat. Aside from the odd hollow that strayed a little too close and had to be dispatched with haste and discretion, the Vizard had lived a quiet life. The occasional spar had been their only practice. It came as a surprise to Lisa, then, weaving and ducking back and forth, that she kept pace with the two Arrancar quite easily, that she slipped back into the role of a warrior like she would slip on a smooth glove. Some things had changed, though. In all her time as an officer, combat had always made her very tense. She had never lost her nerve, but there was always that underlying fear. It seemed gone now, replaced by a quiet, practical confidence, an absolute determination to do what she had set out to do. She would kill these two Arrancar and then move forward. There was a way, and she would find it. Sword and sheath in hand, she parried a vicious flurry of blows from Scarlet, then leapt out of the way of a massive swing from Nirga. In return, she slammed a foot in his face with a high kick, and as he reeled back, she skipped away a few paces to get some space. Scarlet was already creeping up on her from the side, trying to flank her. "Who are you, sis?" said Scarlet curiously. "You dress like some prey human, but you're obviously not. You've got power like a Shinigami, but you're obviously not that either. And that Hollow's mask, even I find that distasteful." "The only distasteful thing here is your awful top," said Lisa dismissively. "It's there to show off my beautiful body, you tasteless tramp," snarled Scarlet. "Enough of this," said Lisa. If there was one thing that really was tiring in this battle, it was this prima donna of a man. "It's clear we're not settling this as we are." "On that count, I agree," Nirga rumbled. He had recovered, and faced her down, blade in hand. Lisa brought up her blade, along with its sheath, and slammed them together as her Ryotsu rose. "Smash, Haguro Tonbo!" she cried, and the blade transformed. In its place was a long spear, longer than Lisa herself, ending in a sharp-edged monk's spade. "Ready to get serious, huh?" said Charlotte. "Then I will as well dash." "Nijawicha jeton bokuderi," said Lisa coldly, aiming the spade at him. No sooner had she spoken the words than a line of red appeared across his chest, a streak of black having passed through it. 2 more appeared on his arm and shoulder, black arrow-head shapes similar to the spade she had pointed at the flamboyant Aaron Carr. In shock, Charlotte stumbled back. "Stronger than I recall," said Lisa, and with the way her voice reverberated, she sounded more menacing than ever. "Let's see how well you hold up, big guy." Nirga readied himself, seeming hesitant for the first time. This little girl was proving to be a bigger fish than he had expected. Scalp, Aguila. Abirama was just barely in control of himself. He had always prided himself on his strength as a soldier in service to King Baragan, and he had always considered himself to be the best warrior the king had to depend on. To be shown up by such a careless, juvenile enemy who was nevertheless more than capable of putting him down was infuriating. He had crawled out of the crater she had sent him into, broken and bleeding, and he had realized it had been foolish to hold back. Now, as his blade released, he felt his bones mending and torn muscles regenerating. Standing tall, his true form released, he felt his emotions cooling. The little half-hollow freak would rue the day she had crossed him, now. He stood up straight. Great, red, feathered wings sprouted from his back, and his feet ended in predatory bird-like claws. His mask had grown, covering his face with the visage of a bird of prey, a vicious white beak lined with black. "Oh, that's pretty cool." Mashiro beamed. The despicable Shinigami had landed near him, quite casually, and Abirama turned to stare at her. "Come on. Come on," she said cheerily. "Won't you say, Gordon's alive, for me? Or, oh, I know. Come, my Hawkman. Please." "I hate you," said Abirama coldly. Spreading his wings, he readied himself. She would regret coming so close. He readied himself, felt the little pieces of bone slide into the place in his wings. He flexed the majestic appendages, and cried, "Devour Pluma." His wings flapped in one quick motion, sending a flurry of razor-sharp projectiles at Mashiro. They struck dead center. There was no way she could have dodged. Oh, how he would enjoy tormenting her. Huh. That was pretty cool, I gotta admit. Abirama's eyes widened in disbelief. The half-hollow bastard hadn't even bothered to try to dodge. Instead, there lay about a dozen razor-sharp feathers at her feet, broken. She, herself, looked unharmed, her blade raised and pointed forward. "You blocked all of them," he said in disbelief. "Well, the one that would have hit, anyway," she said with a shrug. "Anyway, since you powered up and it's really cool, by the way I guess I'll have to match it." She held her blade up and cried, "Blast, Ryag." The blade shifted, changing appearance slightly. It straightened out, its blade widening a little in girth, and the hilt gained a strangely ornate appearance, lined in gold. Mashiro held it pointed forward, her offhand pointed to her back. She raised it a little, and Abirama felt a great surge of raw power. Hurriedly he flapped his wings again, sending another wave of razor-sharp bones at the Shinigami, but before they could impact there was a great, bright light. Instinctively, Abirama ducked, and it saved his life for the moment. He found himself thrown to the ground, his skin scraping against the asphalt as he slid back some 20 yards. "Yeah, I really don't get a lot of fancy abilities," said Mashiro, advancing on the Aaron Carr. "It's just a whole lot of power. Kicking people's a lot more fun." Abirama struggled to get to his feet. He had been glanced by the blow, and his head was spinning. His left arm was ruined, broken in at least 2 places. A large part of his right arm's skin was an angry red, badly burned by the blast. As he got to his knees, he got the vague sense of a scene of utter destruction around him. The street was torn up several blocks down, dirt kicked up where the light had struck. It was like a zero, except faster and much more brutal. He tried to force himself up, ready to strike, but the next moment he felt her hand grabbing him by the mask, pushing him down. Her grip was like hardened steel. "Like I said, Mashiro said apologetically, "You look really cool, and it's a real shame what I've got to do." She raised her blade, and Abirama instinctively raised his good arm to block. Her blade ran through his forearm and into his chest. He gurgled as it pierced his lung. "You did great," said Mashiro encouragingly. Abirama stared, petrified, at the Zero building in her palm, aimed right at his head. "Nice knowing you, Mr. Arankar." The last thing Abirama read or saw was a very bright, red light. Nirga fell toward the ground, clutching his throat. Releasing his Zanpakuto had done nothing to improve his speed, and it had done nothing to prevent Haguro Tonbo from cutting through his throat and spine in a single, viciously effective strike. The Arankar would thrash for some time, but he was dead already. Lisa wished, faintly, that she had the time to put him out of his misery. That was out of her hands, though, as the bizarre Scarlet had recovered from her earlier attack. He stood parallel to her above the ground now, and though it was clear he too had employed resurrection, he did not look all that different. It mostly seemed like a change in wardrobe. More skin was shown than before, and an actual skirt hung from his midsection. "You know," said Lisa dryly, "if you wanted to be a woman, couldn't you have just asked Aizen to make you that way?" "Police," said Scarlet, lightly placing the tips of his fingers on his muscular chest. "I am all man, sweetheart. A beautiful, stylish, elegant man. I can see that. Besides, I'm not going to be lectured on fashion by you. That sailor outfit is so boring." This coming from the freak show who makes the rest of his people seem normal by comparison. "Pfft," Scarlet huffed. "Just the kind of small-minded intolerance I would expect from a bigoted Shinigami." "You're a freak," said Lisa coolly, "and that's because you're a psychotic murderer who eats people's souls and then acts like you're anything but a freak. Your style, awful as it is entirely beside the point." Charlotte's mockingly calm, superior facade dropped, replaced by a menacing, cold look. "You take that back. Make me." In an instant, the muscular man was upon her, his skirt fluttering in the wind as he launched a spinning kick. At the same time, Lisa thrust her spear. The kick fell short as Scarlet was forced to dodge. Lisa pushed the attack, relentlessly thrusting her blade. It had been so long since she had done this, used the Zanpakuto's full release in Mortal Kombat, and it felt as natural as anything even after all the time that had passed. The muscular man parried with his forearms, evaded and dodged, but she undeniably had the advantage. He slipped back a few steps, just barely able to evade a solid hit. "You're pretty good," he said with a cruel smirk. "Not that good, though." "Good enough to nick your perfect skin," said Lisa. Scarlet looked down, only noticing now the multitude of little cuts on his forearms and shoulders. His arrow had protected him well enough, but it only went so far. "Would you look at that," said Lisa flatly. "I guess you'll have a hard time showing off that beautiful body, now." Just like she had predicted, it made him angry. His face twisted in a mask of impotent rage, and he surged forward in blind anger. "You little bitch, I'll rip your nose and ears off, and then we'll see who's ugly dash." His angry tirade was cut short by a blade in his throat. He had run toward her too recklessly, too quickly, and just like she had expected, there was an opening. His rant ended in a gurgle, blood sliding down the edge of the spade. "You see," said Lisa, holding the spear in a gentle grip, "the real difference between us isn't who dresses better. It's which one of us can keep their head in the game. And you," she said, and with a single twist of her wrist she let the blade sink deeper into his neck until it pushed against his spine, "you got hung up on something unimportant." She thrust forward, and felt his skull sever from his spine. Charlotte's eyes gave her one last outraged, defiant glare before they rolled back into his skull. Limp, he fell toward the ground. "Oh, cool." It was Mashiro, sauntering up next to Lisa. "I was wondering if you were going to need any help," the green-haired Vizard said cheerily, "but look at you, finishing the bad guy with cool one-liners and everything." "Focus," muttered Lisa, annoyed and a little embarrassed that Mashiro had caught the tail end of what was, strictly speaking, an unnecessary exchange. The smart thing to do was to just kill one's enemies and be done with it. Lecturing them was stupid. Some things, she guessed, didn't change all that much. "What for?" said Mashiro. "Look," said Lisa, pointing her spear upward. There, well up in the sky stood the figure of a wizened old man with a muscular frame, staring them both down. He was a font of immense power. Lisa knew this would be what they called an espada, and a strong one, at that. Huh, said Mashiro. He looks dead hard, doesn't he? Yeah, said Lisa gravely. Let's work together. Keep your head in the game, said Lisa, agreeing without even thinking about it, or you'll end up like they did. Roger. I mean it, said Lisa firmly. No showboating, no nonsense. Whatever that is, it'll take all we have. You got it, boss lady. Lisa sighed. It was always impossible to tell when Mashiro was ready to get serious. Then again, there was nobody she'd rather have next to her. The way things changed sometimes felt bizarre. Lysina had been promoted perhaps a month ago, but it felt like an eternity had passed. Less than a day ago, she had been out of commission after a brutally one-sided defeat. That, too, felt like it happened a long time ago, like something out of a dream. This whole debacle felt unreal. If she lived, she would be put into the history books. Yet, here and now, with the cries of war all about her, it felt somehow less real than the pages of a book. Perhaps it was the shock of battle coupled with the weight of responsibility. Or, perhaps it was the espada she was staring down, bizarre even by the standards of his own monstrous kind. He had an elongated glass tank in the place of a head, where two little skulls floated, each much too small to make for a head of its own. Araniro Arururi, she said. The espada bowed very slightly, speaking to her in a deep voice. You know of me? Very little, said Lysina coldly. Grimjo limited his description of you to, that freaky bastard, and our data on you is limited. I am glad to hear it, said the Arankar, but I fear we are not on even terms. You, like all captains, are well known to us. I studied you all in detail. The most junior of captains, weakest save perhaps Kurotsukima Yuri, tell me, does your defeat against our Primero still rattle you? It doesn't rattle me nearly as much as facing down the Decimo, I'll tell you that much, Lysina shot back, refusing to let herself be goaded so easily. She held out her blade, ready to make her move at any moment. Curious. So very curious. I can smell your fear, young one. All hollows have a nose for it. And all weaklings talk when they should fight. Your taunt disappoints me, young one. Well, said Lysina, if you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Rend, Arashi Raijin. Her blade morphed into the familiar shapes of the dual set of claws, crackling with the energy of a pent-up storm. She surged forward with intense speed, boosted by the lightning channeling through her weapons, and the hollow only just barely brought up his blade to parry. She launched into a brilliant, rapid set of thrusts, testing her opponent. Araniro only barely kept up, nearly overwhelmed. The skulls rattled around inside their tank, and Lysina cried out loudly, a guttural scream drowning out the cacophony of battle around them. Araniro jumped back, avoiding a wide slash, firing a set of bala to distract her. Lysina zigzagged out of their way, hardly even breaking her stride. She lashed out with a stab with her right hand, and the espada parried as he had done dozens of times already, but Lysina had a red on him now. Twisting her wrist at the last moment as he parried, she caught his blade between her claws. She wrenched his weapon to the side as her left came in, stabbing right into his chest. He was already moving away, already moving to evade, but couldn't get away in time. The claws slid inside his ribcage, and Lysina thrust her arm forward, sinking the blades in all the way to the hilt. With a thought, she channeled a huge surge of electricity into his chest, and the espada twitched and spasmed as his entire form sparked with lightning, groaning with two voices at once. Somehow, he managed to bring his weapon arm to bear, swinging wildly at her head. Forced to abort, Lysina wrenched the claws free, bending backwards as the sword cut through the space where her head had been a moment ago. How talkative are you now, you bastard? She spat, assuming a stance. The espada twitched again, then righted himself. Despite the smoke rising from his singed clothes, and despite the horrible smell of slightly burnt flesh, he seemed as if he was barely affected. Well enough to speak, Captain, he retorted mockingly. This will promise to be quite the duel, I'm sure. Lysina spat toward him. So much for a quick battle. Orium had seen 4 men die already. Dozens more seemed ready to join them, men and women both cut down like wheat put to the scythe. The Arrancar assault had been swift and brutal, and from the looks of it, it was still ongoing. She could see Isane working tirelessly, spending every moment of her time putting out one fire only for another to erupt. When Isane wasn't up to her elbows in blood, she was giving direction to the beleaguered workers of the field hospital. Without her, everything would likely just fall apart. As Orium's shimmering shield worked its magic, restoring a young woman back to health, she watched the vice-captain of 4th with admiration. Anyone who thought less of 4th Division and what they did had no idea of what it meant to be a medical officer. I'm alive. The woman Orium had been working on, a lower-seated officer judging by her Ryotsu level, sat up as the orange light receded. She had come in with her arm half torn off, losing blood quickly. All the worst cases went to Orium, and although it was shocking to see so much suffering, it also made her proud to know she was valued that highly. You lost some blood, said Orium reassuringly, but you're fine now. This is incredible, said the young officer, flexing her healed arm in disbelief. Only her torn and bloodied uniform bore witness to the horribly maimed state the limb had been in only minutes ago. Thank you. Truly. Happy to help, said Orium. Now, you need to rest. Sorry, said the officer, grabbing her sword and sitting up, but not when I'm fit for battle. If I can't give the excuse of being wounded, I need to be out there. You need to rest, Orium protested. You still lost some blood. The officer stood up, and Orium realized she was determined to go back out there. Again, thank you, she said firmly, but I've got people out there who depend on me. If this is the day we all die, I'll die alongside them if I can. Orium watched the officer walk away, gingerly stepping over makeshift sickbeds on her way out. Orium had only just fixed her. Minutes ago, she had been writhing in agony, her pale white face a mask of terror as arterial blood poured from her mangled stump of an arm. Now, she was going to head back out and do it all over again. It all felt so pointless. The wounded were filling the hospital quickly, and before long they'd be over capacity. 4th had done its best with the limited time it had, but there was only so much they could have done. Soon, it would be the same as it had been in Hueco Mundo. Orium was grateful she hadn't seen it happen, given the harrowed look Isane had had, but she suspected she would soon see what that looked like. She stood upright, wiping the sweat off her brow. She had promised Erza to stay here, to help in her own way as a healer, but this felt like a scene from hell, with the moans of the wounded all around her. She briefly wished to be out there with the others, doing her best shoulder to shoulder, but, well, it was probably worse there, hard as it was to believe. Then, staring out into the distance, she saw it first. The field hospital was set up in an office complex appropriated by the Godii, and through the door opening of the entrance Orium saw the white dress of an Arrancar. She could sense the malice of its energy strong, but not so strong it seemed overwhelming. The Arrancar had come here to pick on the weak. Orium made her way toward the entrance, and suddenly the choir of moans seemed to fade into the background. It became less important. Well, if it isn't one of the humans, said the Arrancar maliciously. She was lean and mean, her hair kept in a sleek ponytail running well down her back, cruel eyes at the center of a crueler face. Orium saw the young female officer from before cowering in front of the Arrancar, knocked over. The Arrancar readied a Ciro in her hand. The officer shrieked, scrambling back. The Arrancar seemed to take her time letting the red orb grow and blossom. However, when it fired, when the red flare faded away, the officer was still alive. A triangular shield had blocked the blast. Why don't you pick on a human instead? Said Orium angrily. Isane hurried up to stand next to her, sword drawn. Listen, Orium, she said quickly. Stand back. I'll dash. The hospital needs you, said Orium. I'll handle her. Isane looked back and forth between the dozens of wounded filling up the hospital and this new enemy, and finally nodded. You can handle her. I have to, said Orium. Then I leave it to you. Please, sneered the Arrancar. I'll rip your heart out and eat it, you little bitch. All right, said Orium. Come and take it, then. The Arrancar seemed a bit taken aback by her defiance. Orium took the opportunity to pull the young officer to her feet. "Go on," said Orium. "You have to go die with your friends, right?" Stunned, the officer nodded, and hurried away. Orium took a step forward, the Shunshunrika all zooming around her, ready to do battle. "I don't know who you are," she said threateningly, "but if you leave us be, I won't hurt you. But, since you're probably going to say no. Figured that out already, huh?" said the Arrancar. Orium's heart was thumping in her chest. This was a real enemy, one out for her life, one that would show no mercy. After all that time expecting war, trying to prepare for it mentally, it had finally come right to her. She would hold firm. She would make Erza proud. "As I was saying," said Orium defiantly, "if you want to get at them, you go through me." Chapter 105, La Distancia para un Duelo 2. 11th Seed Tetsu Ueda wiped the sweat from his brow, leaving a bloody trail across his forehead. He made a face as his arm burned with fresh pain. A gash on his forearm he hadn't noticed until now had just mixed with the salty excretions from his forehead. But, he had no time to waste on petty distractions. The street he was holding up was near to crumbling. Only 2 steps to his left, an officer wrenched free a blade from the neck of an Arrancar, only to collapse after a few short breaths, exposing a hole the size of a fist in his chest. All around them, there was death, and until seconds ago it had been pure, unrelenting chaos. Tetsu had been assigned here under the leadership of 7th Seed Akira along with a full battle group, 2 companies of 5th Division's fighting men and women. They had not been at the front lines, but close enough, and the monstrous Arrancar had found them soon enough. This last 10 minutes had been brutal. He had watched Akira die, and after her 10th Seed Jiaoji, making him the senior officer. They had both been good officers, fine women with their lives cut short by these human-shaped monsters. The battle force had been reduced beneath half strength. Over 100 men and women lay dead, scattered about the ground. A dozen Arrancar lay still on the ground, the white of their uniforms mottled and sullied by blood and dirt. They had stormed the barricades 5th had set up on the street, smashed right into their lines with reckless abandon, carving and stabbing and slashing in a frenzy. All thoughts of tactics had become moot, and it was only when Akira had ordered them to form up, surround, and attack that the battle had turned from slaughter to hard-earned victory. Now, she lay dead for her troubles. A dozen of them, Tetsu thought bitterly, for over 100 of us. 5th, form up. He bellowed. Form up on the barricades. Hold the demmed line. The remainders of the battle group were slow to respond, still in shock from the sheer brutality of the assault, and Tetsu realized he needed to take action. Forcibly grabbing one of his subordinates by the arm, an unseated squad leader by the looks of it, he shouted, "God damn it, get your squad together. That is an order." The squad leader looked him in the eyes and whimpered, "They're all dead, sir. All gone." Tetsu scoffed and let go of the hapless soldier. "Listen, all of you," he roared. "They're not going to stop coming just because we beat them back once. If they hit us as we are right now, we're dead. So form up." Finally, the battle group started to respond. Squad leaders seemed to recognize his authority, the unspoken truth of battlefield promotions kicking in. Tetsu knew he had to do more than that. "All of you," he said, taking position atop the barricade, "we're 5th Division, and we're here for a damn good reason. It was us who were deceived by the arch-traitor, and it's up to us to pay him back in blood. Our captain's out there, fighting for us. Now, are you all going to keep crawling around like beaten dogs, or form the hell up and give these hollow bastards hell?" There was the odd cheer, and somehow, some fighting spirit seemed to return to them. "I am in command," continued Tetsu, "of this wretched, God-forsaken outpost until we get orders to move elsewhere, or we all die. Now, I want the line tightened. Set the barricade up where it was broken. 7th Squad, you're more or less intact. Get the wounded aside and set up transports to the field hospital. Anyone without a life-threatening injury, stand up with your blade out. Anyone with a shikai, be ready to use it." He stared out into the distance, sensing more of them coming. He shook his head, briefly letting his pessimism shine through. They hadn't been ready. None of them had been. Most of the men here were hollow hunters at most, accustomed only to the average monster. These monstrosities were overwhelmingly powerful. Morale hung by a thread, and another wave like this, it would kill him. "Sir, I can see him," called a 13th seat, pointing to the distance. Another 5 were closing. Tetsu squared his shoulders, and grimaced at the ache in his body. Before this was done, he suspected, most of them would be dead. Ikeka was truly in his element. His body and mind were truly one, there was no separation between thought and action. He fought as fluidly and furiously as he ever had, unleashing absolute hell on the Aaron car. Pow was on the defense now, the giant pushed back by the unexpected ferocity and power of the third seat. His body was riddled with cuts now, and they weren't shallow, either. Ikeku's spade and guandeo had bit deep into his flesh several times, and the pristine white of his uniform was dyeing red quickly. Ikeku knew he was winning as it looked right now. Once, not long ago, he would have relented to give the Aaron car a chance to release his full power, to truly test strength against strength. Now, all he wanted was to see Pow dead at his feet, broken, and bloodied. He was not much like himself right now. The normal Ikeku would be more reckless, overjoyed. The Ikeku he was now was coldly precise in his fury, like a berserker with a fencer's disposition for finesse and accuracy. It was because this enemy had to pay. He, and every miserable one of his kind, they all had to die. Snarling, Pow sent out a furious backhand, accepting the vicious cut he took to his forearm. Ikeku was sent sprawling back, tumbling some 40 yards away. But Pow's troubles were not over yet. Just as he was rid of Ikeku, Chad attacked, launching an attack with his whitened fist. There was a sickening crunch as it caught Pow in the ribcage, breaking several bones and toppling over the Aaron car. Chad took a defensive stance, his shield arm raised. Where the seasoned, furious Ikeku would have followed up, he waited instead. Pow stood up, looking truly miserable. This was not how he had expected this to go. Humans were not supposed to be this strong, nor were third seats. They weren't supposed to carry around Bankai. Every bone in his body ached, and he felt faint from the bleeding. Groaning, he produced a Zanpakuta from his expansive sleeve. With some effort, he pulled it free from its sheath. "Well, good goin', kid," Ikeku muttered, finally catching up with Chad. "Guess we're about to find out what he's all about." "So you will," said Pow haughtily. "Breathe, Calderon." The blade dissolved as his Ryotsu peaked, and the Aaron car's body transformed, expanding monstrously. He swelled up to the size of a house, several houses, in fact towering over them like a true giant. His body looked like an oval balloon. Smaller, stumpy legs held him in balance. His belly was oddly shaped, straight lines running from chin to tail. His head was comically small compared to the rest of his body. "Well, would you look at that," Ikeku said mirthlessly. "It is immense," said Chad. "Yeah, well," said Ikeku, shifting his weapons in their grip, "what is it they say? The bigger they are, the harder they fall." "I wonder if he would even feel us attacking," said Chad. "Here's the thing," replied Ikeku, "my Bankai just woke up properly." The dragon relief on the blade behind Ikeku was glowing bright red, and Chad could sense its power even now. He nodded. "He will not be able to move so quickly in that form," he remarked, as Ikeku took his first step forward. "We should use that to our advantage." "You do that, kid," said Ikeku, and broke into a run. He charged the released Aaron car with single-minded determination, Chad following closely behind. However, as he came in closer, Pow raised a single stubby leg and brought it down. The ground shattered where he slammed it down, and rippled like water, throwing both men off their feet. A spray of dust, concrete, asphalt, and dirt was kicked up, and for a second the ground seemed as if it were at the epic entree of an earthquake. "You are finished, both of you," Pow said confidently. "In this form, the true power of my punches is released. Simple-minded brutes like you will not even come close to me." Ikeku righted himself, getting to his feet and wiping the dust out of his eyes. "Well, I'll be fucked," he snarled, staring hatefully at the enormous Aaron car. "Playing dirty, are we?" "Mr. Ikeku," said Chad urgently, "we need to stop and think for a second. He has to have some weakness, but we can't just run right in." Sure we can, said Ikeku, raising his weapons on high, pointing the spade at the Aaron car. You hear that, you bastard? I'm still coming for your head. He'll just keep us away with his feet, protested Chad. So what if it's not going to be easy? Sneered Ikeku. Like I said, kid, you can tag along but I'm not waiting on you. Chad watched with frustration as Ikeku rushed forward, deftly jumping over the newly formed rubble. Pow raised his leg again, and before Chad could react, there was another storm of debris, and he was once again knocked off his legs. He was not one to complain, but he wished he had another partner. If only Ichigo were here. In lockstep, they marched forward. The captain and the substitute, the nobleman and the half-breed, the veteran and the new blood, unified in their purpose. Their past disagreements were forgotten. All that mattered now was the fight. There was chaos all around them, of course. The street they were approaching was near to being overrun by devilish Aaron car, laughing as they cut through weaker Shinigami. The sight would have offended both of them mortally under normal circumstances, but now it seemed somehow less important. They walked forward at a normal pace, their eyes fixed at the sky. I knew it, said Ichigo. I knew he'd be here. Indeed, Byakuya affirmed, your intuition was correct, Kurosaki Ichigo. It seems he has some measure of pride after all. There in the sky, looking down on them from some 50 yards up, stood Ulquiorra. He had his blade out, kept low, but made no move to attack. It looks like he's waiting for us to come to him, said Ichigo, and I don't know about you, but I'm not going to disappoint him. Byakuya nodded. We will hold nothing back from the start, said the nobleman dispassionately. There is no point in drawing out this battle. Yeah, said Ichigo, holding his blade up. Both of their riots flared up, and as one they declared. Bankai. Ichigo's black coat flapped in the wind, his long blade held upright. Behind them, 2 huge rows of blades rose, then scattered into innumerable pink, lethal petals. I did say nothing held back, said the nobleman. There is more you can do, is there not? Yeah, said Ichigo, surprised that the Shinigami captain would bring it up. He had expected him to have some reservations about it. Were a Hollow's powers not anathema to a Shinigami still? I am past the point of caring, said Byakuya, as if reading his mind. All that matters now is that we defeat him. I must do so, to redeem myself and regain my honor. You must do so, to protect your home. So, hold nothing at all back, Kurosaki Ichigo. Whatever the cost, he must die. Damn right, said Ichigo, but I'll make that call. I swear on my life, I'm not holding back, but I can't waste a second of use for it. Do you trust me? Byakuya gave him a careful look, and after a slight pause, he said, I do. Very well, then. Then let's go. Momentarily, said Byakuya. He raised a hand, and flicked it forward. At his command, the petals surged across the battlefield, slaughtering a dozen of the lesser Aaron car in an instant, eradicating the attack wave. Ichigo gave him a look. Going soft. I am still a leader, said Byakuya, and I cannot just watch my soldiers be killed and do nothing. No, this is no time to bicker or banter. Go. I'll cover you just as we discussed. Ichigo nodded enthusiastically. As one, they jumped, surging up into the sky. Ichigo took the lead, and the massive cloud of pink enveloped them both. They spared no words for Ulquiorra. The moment they closed the distance, the battle was on. Ulquiorra charged into the cloud, heedless of the blades clawing at him, but soon found himself outfought. Ichigo swung his blade in wide, powerful arcs, and the espada soon found himself barely able to keep up. His vision was blurred, and he had to constantly stay on the move lest the sharp blades find their mark and carve out his eyes. He evaded a furious Getchuga, only to be struck the next moment by a cloud of blue fire, sending him reeling. Ichigo immediately took the opportunity to attack, thrusting his blade into the espada's chest and narrowly missing his heart. The espada tried to counter-attack, but his blade was turned aside by a swarm of pink. Ulquiorra raised a finger to point at Ichigo, forming a zero, but the young warriors saw it in time and grabbed him by the wrist, twisting it out of the way. He stared into the cold, lifeless eyes of his enemy. You know, he said coolly, I think I'm starting to figure you out, Ulquiorra. At least, your fighting style. You're not perfect yet, for all your practice. Sneering at him, the espada tried to bring his blade to bear again, only to be turned away yet again by pink blades. Furiously, Ulquiorra kneed Ichigo in the gut, and wrenched his arm free. With a shove he forced the substitute back, then retreated a few paces, away from the deadly cloud of pink. Byakuya hung back some 30 yards, supporting Ichigo from afar, and at this range his control seemed limited. Ulquiorra's jacket started to dye red with blood, although not by much. His regenerative capacity seemed to have kicked in already. Ichigo, deciding not to leave him any more time to recover, quickly closed the distance. Ulquiorra dashed far back, away from Byakuya's range. The captain gave pursuit, but the pink cloud moving with him could do little more than keep up. "What's wrong, huh?" Ichigo taunted, hammering the espada with blows. "Where's that arrogance you showed before, you pale bastard?" Ulquiorra did not respond, firing off a quick set of bala. However, before he could take advantage of the opening, a golden chain wrapped around his legs, pinning him. Ichigo raised his blade, knowing it had to be Byakuya's excellent spellcasting at play. Ulquiorra parried, but without the use of his legs, he could not move back. The chains were already straining as the espada fought to break free, but it bought Ichigo precious moments to hammer his opponent with rapid, vicious blows. Finally the chains broke, and Ichigo cursed. The espada's guard was too good to break easily, and Ulquiorra took a few steps back. "Enough," said Byakuya. "We need to change strategies. He will keep on retreating, and 1-to-1, you are still no match for him." "Then let's change it up," said Ichigo. "Senkei," said Byakuya, and around them, the dome of blades formed. They both surged forward as it completed, and Ulquiorra found himself having to parry hundreds of sword strokes delivered within seconds. His arrow absorbed most of it, but he was on the defensive entirely, just about keeping up. Byakuya came in with a powerful overhead swing, and as the espada parried it, the captain aimed a palm at his knee. "Shao!" he cried, and the simple spell disturbed Ulquiorra's balance for a moment. The next second, Ichigo came at him with a stab from behind. Ulquiorra twisted out of the way, the blade raking across his side and drawing blood. However, with pinpoint accuracy, Byakuya stabbed into the espada's chest wound. The blade sunk in, just an inch, but it was all he needed. "Tsuizuri Raiden!" cried Byakuya, and Ulquiorra twitched as an electrical current ran through his body. Before he could recover, Ichigo's blade emerged through the front of his chest, the young substitute having come in from behind. Ulquiorra did not lose his composure, though, and lashed out with his blade at Byakuya, forcing the captain to leap back. Ichigo pulled his blade free, twisting it as he did so, and took a step back. Ulquiorra was breathing heavily, bleeding copiously now. "Damn you both," he said, his tone still level, still dispassionate. "It is time you both died. You have long since overstayed your welcome, Shinigami. Sorry that we learned from before," said Ichigo. Ulquiorra's grip on his blade tightened. "Enclose," he said, "Mercy Lago." As he transformed, Ichigo and Byakuya both steeled themselves. The real battle had just begun. 3rd Division were holding the line, if only barely. Idrid watched the hordes of Arrancar throw themselves at the defensive line recklessly. Where they went, Shinigami died by the dozen, but soon enough they died in turn. It was pitiful, he reflected. If they cooperated like the Shinigami did, what chance would the Reapers have? He watched the body of an Arrancar tumble to the ground, writhing in its death throes as a kid of flame ate away at its body. With a single, decisive step forward, Idrid brought down his boot on the dying Arrancar's skull, crushing it instantly and ending its suffering. This was the grand vision his new master Fernandez believed in. Chaotically throwing oneself at the enemy like a blunt instrument, expiring after causing as much damage as possible? He shook his head in revulsion. He was grateful to have a strong leader to serve, but he couldn't help but question his judgment. Aizen Saushik clearly cared little for the lives of his soldiers. At the same time, he could not help but admire the Shinigami before them. Despite horrendous casualties, despite their soldiers dying by the dozen, they held firm in the face of overwhelming brutality. Despite their weakness, they were prevailing. Such spirit was admirable in itself. It was a shame he had to crush it. There was one officer who directed the effort with competency, barking commands, and cutting down Erza with relative ease. His blade was strangely shaped, like a hook except with sharp, straight edges rather than a curve. 3 had already been slain while Idrid approached, and each time, they seemed to slow in their swings, as if they could not lift their blades. He had taken their heads, one by one. Judging by his Ryotsu, this was one of the Shinigami elite, just beneath the captains. A vice-captain. That was it, then. Idrid would crush him, and with that, the line would crumble. Halt! He bellowed, loudly and aggressively. The next wave of Erza, already moving in, slowed in their advance. They sensed Idrid's superior strength, and by their Hollow's instinct, they knew to respect it. They had no discipline, but they still knew pecking order. It was just as Idrid wanted it. He stepped forward a few paces more, drawing his blade and pointing it at the street barricade. "I am Idrid Leones," he rumbled, "servant to Jalal Fernandez, Septimo Espada." There was a long pause. The Shinigami looked surprised to see the assault relent so suddenly, looking anxiously to their leader. Finally, the vice-captain spoke up. "I am Vice-Captain Kira Izuru, of 3rd Division. What is the meaning of this?" "As you see," said Idrid, "my kin will not attack, not until I permit it. Let this be decided one-on-one. Let our people live a little longer. Face me man to man, and I will spare your men. I don't expect you're giving me much choice," said the vice-captain resignedly. He was sizing up Idrid, assessing the threat he posed with calm, focus, and care. A level-headed fighter, Idrid figured. Those could be quite dangerous. "If you refuse, then I will charge your line, break through it, and slaughter anyone who opposes us," boasted Idrid, "but if you will face me and me alone, there will be a respite. For as long as we fight, at least." Kira appeared to weigh this for a moment, then nodded, and jumped over the barricades. An officer his second, Idrid assumed protested, but Kira waved him off. "Any time I can buy is worth it," said the vice-captain firmly. "If the assault stops for a minute or two, we'll have time to call in reinforcements. Get a runner on it, now." That, Idrid realized, was the best move he could have made. This line held up one of the flanks of the Shinigami perimeter, and if it crumbled, so might their entire defense. The smarter thing for Idrid might be to go back on his word and attack with all they had, right now. But all the same, he didn't want to. There was something in him from both his masters, former and current. Grimjo had taught him to appreciate proving himself in combat. And, Jalal, naive though he might be in some respects, Idrid had come to understand the importance of trust, maybe even honor. Besides, he wanted to know if he could beat the vice-captain. He took another step forward, towering over the Shinigami. He would have reach and probably raw power over the Shinigami, but nothing was ever easy when fighting the Shinigami's best. He lashed out with a powerful overhead strike, just testing the waters. The vice-captain parried, reeling from the hit. Idrid's blade slid off, but he pushed the attack, raining down heavy blows on the Shinigami. Kira parried each strike, always just barely in time to counter a fatal blow. After a good few strokes of failing to break the Shinigami's defenses, Idrid took a few steps back, breathing heavily. His blade felt heavy in his hands. 12 strikes, said Kira levelly, his voice coldly neutral. "You counted," said Idrid bemusedly. He was impressed by the vice-captain's martial skill so far, although he was loath to say it. "I did," said Kira with a nod, "because it matters. It matters." "Try lifting your blade, Idrid Leones," said Kira. Idrid did so, and found it overwhelmingly heavy. He rested it on his shoulder, and he felt it strain against his bones. "Everything my Wabisuk cuts," explained the Shinigami, "will double in weight. If your blade weighed 5 pounds, it would have weighed 10 after the first strike, then 20, then 40, then 80. Idrid's eyes widened. So that was the effect he had witnessed before, not just superior swordsmanship, but a powerful Shikai ability. He grit his teeth in anger. "What's wrong?" said Kira. "Why, you little dash. The vice captain lunged, blade raised, and Idrid had to fight the reflex to parry. Keeping his sword rested against his shoulder, he raised his forearm, trusting his arrow to protect him. The Zanpakuta clashed with his flesh, drawing blood but failing to cut deep. Kira took a step back, nodding appreciatively. Quick thinking, but hardly a winning strategy. Indeed, said Idrid, his eyes narrowing, it is no wonder you could not be bested 1-to-1, when you had such an ability. Not much of a fight, is it? Spare me, Kira scoffed. Don't tell me an Arrancar is going to lecture me on fairness. Idrid chuckled. I guess you're right. Fair doesn't have much to do with how life turns out, does it? Indeed, said Kira. The officer lunged at Idrid, who found himself hard-pressed. Without the use of his blade, he could do little more than dodge. He took another couple strikes on his forearm, each one drawing blood. Grunting, Idrid took a couple step backs as Kira paused to assess the situation, blade still raised. As I thought, said Idrid, shaking his arm lightly, your ability affects my arm too, even if it doesn't catch all of me at once. That's fearsome. You're brighter than I expected, said Kira sharply. I'll take your head all the same. Without your blade, you cannot win. You forget, said Idrid, I am an Arrancar. I do not need to fight with a blade to win. He held up his blade in one hand with great effort, struggling to even lift it, and called, Awaken, Volcanica. The shockwave of power overcame Idrid, and he felt almost ecstatic. To release the beast within, to be his true self, it had been too long. Kira reeled. There was not just dust kicked up, but smoke. The Arrancar had changed radically. His already bulky form now looked even larger, with great, bony protrusions extending from his shoulders. He had stood tall before, now he was a literal giant, standing more than twice as tall as Kira. His arms, bone-white, had become almost comically massive, large even in proportion to his massive form. Smoke trailed from the protrusions at his shoulders. Kira did not show it, did not allow it to show, but he felt intimidated. He took a deep breath and reminded himself that nobody was invincible. The bigger they were, the harder they fell. 1-to-1, right? He said, taking a few steps further out into the street. Idrid turned to face him, and the lesser Arrancar shied away even further, clearing out of the immediate vicinity. Little spurts of flame burst from his shoulders. He was eager now, ready to let loose. 1-to-1, Idrid reiterated, balling his fists. Just as he had hoped, the spell cast by the Shinigami's Shikai had been lifted, contained to his blade. But, he knew, it could be remade. With surprising speed, the vice-captain charged, and Idrid knew that if he was caught in a series of quick strikes, his massive size would soon start to work against him. With a thundering roar, he slammed a fist down into the street. The asphalt cracked under the blow, the earth shook as if by an earthquake, and Kira lost his footing. This would have to be decided quickly, Idrid knew, for either one of them. He looked like something savage. The Primero was an unknown quality to the Godii, because even the deserter Grimjo had known nothing about him except that his strength was legendary. As Kyoraku and Yukatake stared him down, the battle raging all around them, they started to realize why. Outwardly, he did not look that impressive. He cut a handsome figure. He could have been called elegant, if not for the look of tired resignation in his body language. His uniform was nothing out of the ordinary, except for a cloak lined with fur. Only a set of bone fragments shaped like canine teeth beneath his neck spoke of his nature as a hollow. Most Arrancar they had seen had never looked quite human, all of them possessing some feature just a little too exaggerated or unusual, but he was an exception to the rule. Well proportioned and restrained, he looked more human than any of the monstrous creatures they had seen. By his side stood what looked like a small child, although Kyoraku could tell something was unusual. Their Ryotsu felt nearly identical, for one. You know, said Kyoraku in a jovial, friendly tone, I get the sense that you're not all that invested in this fight. I sense no murderous intent from you at all. The Primero stared at them for some time, before responding. You're not wrong. No murderous intent, Kyoraku. Yukatake muttered. Can't you sense it, too? Kyoraku knew what he meant. There was an absurd, shocking force lurking beneath the surface, monstrous in nature and far surpassing anything else they could sense on this battlefield in strength. "He's hiding it pretty well," said Kyoraku. "What you can feel isn't killing intent. This is just you at rest, isn't it?" The Espada gave them a long look, before finally speaking. "It's true as you say," he said slowly, "that I have no personal stake in this conflict. I'd rather not raise my blade at all. I spent a lifetime doing battle. I have seen enough of it." "But," said Kyoraku. "But I owe Aizen a debt," said the Primero. "I will not bother to explain it. It does not matter. All that matters is that I must fight, whether I like it or not." "It's a shame," said Kyoraku, and slid off his pink jacket, letting it drop toward the ground. Then he reached for his blades, pulling them out in a smooth motion, Yokotake following his lead. "If that's just him at rest," said Yokotake warily, "I'd hate to see what he's like when he's made his mind up to kill us." "Lilinut," said the Espada, "go hide somewhere else for now." "But Stark-A dash," protested the childlike Arrancar. "Now," he insisted. Sighing, the smaller Arrancar scurried away. Stark-A pulled his blade from its sheath, and Kyoraku found himself hoping the Arrancar was not as terrifying as he seemed. "You know," he started, "we don't really have to do this. We could just have some sake dash." The next instant, the Espada was upon him, and only instinct and muscle memory saved Kyoraku from losing his head, catching the blade inches from his neck in a parry. "Yes," said the Espada, "I do have to do this. Stop messing around." Yokotake called, lashing out with his blade. The Espada evaded easily, taking a step back. "I'm not messing around," muttered Kyoraku. "But we've got to find out what this guy can do, haven't we? We need to go all out," Yokotake urged. "Finish him before he can do the same to us." "Finish that," Kyoraku said, shaking his head. "No, that won't happen. I'll try to press him from the front. My sword play should be good enough to keep up. You, try to find an opening in his guard. Take it easy until we find a way in." Yokotake gave him a sharp look, but when he saw the serious look on Kyoraku's face, he nodded. "I'm with you." The Primero made no sudden moves. Unlike so many of his kin, he seemed to possess not just power, but restraint. That, Kyoraku guessed, was why he was number one. Kenpeki had walked into battle, completely without the normal zest he usually felt. It was such a bizarre feeling normally, this would be perfect. His boys all around him, getting stuck in like blood-mad berserkers, making him proud in the middle of the greatest battle the Godai had ever seen. A war with more strong opponents than he could ever have asked for. Carnage, battle, a free rein to rip and tear. Yet, his enthusiasm was dulled. He had slain a few Arrancar wading into battle, but it was offhand, half-hearted. Ever since he had woken up in the sickbed, dried blood staining what was left of his clothes, he had felt a strange melancholy. He had entered a battle he could not win to put him in that state, and it had brought him no joy. To just be pummeled, to be somebody's punching bag, that was not fighting. So it was that Kenpeki walked into the greatest battle he had ever taken part in feeling strangely detached, almost distracted. He lashed out, again and again, but even though Arrancar fell left and right, even though his soldiers cheered his name to the skies, he did not feel half the excitement he should. He had even removed his eye patch without thinking about it, even though it made every encounter he'd had so far even more one-sided. Standing in the street with his men, he did little more than hold the line, waiting for something worthwhile to come to him. What was wrong with him? Nelia watched the captain from afar, staring him down. She stood in the sky, hand on her blade. Where the Kenpeki wrestled with apathy, she wrestled with shame. She had failed to kill that monster. Lord Aizen had scolded her. She had let him down, had let herself be distracted. She had to make it right. That's why she had held back, looking for him and only him. Slowly she descended to ground level, drawing her blade. Kenpeki looked up. He should have felt excited. He had been beaten before, hadn't he? That Scarlet woman had done a number on him, and all it had meant was that he wanted another go, win, or lose. It wasn't something stupid, like the wounded pride of losing to a woman. No, he had lost, and that was fair. But, It wasn't fun. If fighting wasn't fun, then what was the point of anything? Oh, he said, resting his blade on his shoulder. It's you, huh? We have a score to settle, she said firmly. You know what? Kenpei growled, with sudden, newfound purpose. We do. I don't know what the hell you did, but you fucked my head up. Maybe killing ya will solve it. Anger welled up inside him. Well, it was better than lethargy. Snarling, he charged with a strong overhead strike, fast and hard. The espada parried, his great blade sliding off hers as she angled it down, and in a single smooth motion she cut through his guard as his blade deflected off hers. It cut into his side, but Kenpei barely registered the pain as he lashed out, his counter-attack having begun before she had finished her strike. She bent under a blow that would have severed her head, and Kenpei launched into a furious series of strikes, raining blow after blow on her. His strikes were wild and uncontrolled, even for him, but they put her on the defensive. She was being overwhelmed. His technique was completely non-existent, he was hacking at her like his blade was some kind of blunt instrument, but he did so quickly and hard. In terms of raw power, she could not compete, not like this. Nilil took a quick step of Sonido and moved behind him. She stabbed at him, but he was already twisting around, like a wild animal acting on instinct. Her blade bit into his side, sliding halfway in before he retaliated. He didn't even react to the wound she had given him, and she had to wrench her blade free in a hurry to parry. She was not quite in time, and a glancing blow caught her across the face, splitting her cheek open and raking over her knuckles as she tried to parry. She took another quick step back, a Sonido taking her 20 paces back, only to realize she was holding on to her blade with only 2 fingers, 3 of them had been severed. She took a couple sharp, short breaths, forcing herself calm. The pain would come soon, she knew. Adrenaline only lasted so long. How long would it be before this berserker scored the hit he needed? Declare, she hissed through the pain of her fractured jaw, Gamdash. He was already upon her, screaming wordlessly. Cursing under her breath, Nilil ran back. His blade came down in the space she had been a moment ago. Realizing she needed more space to even finish her declaration, she landed on a rooftop, her head spinning. Kenpei swore loudly as the espada disappeared from right under his nose. Where she stood now, a level higher, he would not have reached her in time. Had he known anything about Shunpo, he could have given chase, but he had never bothered with it. He had never needed it until now. Hell, normally he would have welcomed this. He watched the flash of her transformation, briefly felt the surge of power, and his eyes narrowed. Without thinking, he took his blade in both hands. Something had changed, all right. He didn't want to fight her. He wanted to beat her. Nilil landed gracefully on the street, raising her lance, breaking into a gallop. Kenpei held his ground, blade in both hands, staring her down with a stubborn, angry look on his face. She upped her speed, aiming the tip of the lance at his heart. This time, she wouldn't mess up. This time, she'd kill him for Lord Aizen. Time seemed to slow. He was fighting for his life, he knew that. Usually that didn't matter, but now, somehow it did. Was this how everyone else felt? He would have to time it perfectly. He had been hit by her before, and she was very, very fast, but it wouldn't be impossible. His eyes narrowed, and he waited with atypical patience for the few seconds he had left. On she came, her hooves thundering across the street, and as her lance came in, Kenpei angled his blade and caught it head-on, redirecting the blow. There was no time to counter-attack, though, although he had managed to redirect the blow, the full force of her body slammed into him the same moment. He was knocked to the ground, sharp hooves trampling him. His head spinning, he struggled to get to his feet, only to be struck by a powerful kick from her hind legs. He was thrown far, slamming into a wall some 40 yards away. It broke under the impact, and he struggled to breathe as he stood up once more, the air knocked out of his lungs. He was fairly sure he had busted a rib or two. But, he realized, he did not have a hole in his chest this time. He grit his teeth, and stumbled forward. This wasn't over at all. Ikeka was like a whirlwind. He was distantly aware that he had broken ribs and probably some internal injury, but he barely even noticed it. Pure anger and adrenaline fueled him, as he worked his two weapons with remarkable speed, considering their unwieldy size. Pao matched his fury surprisingly well, although he could not hope to match Ikeiku's speed. The Aaron car was just too large to be overtaken easily. Ikeiku was tearing great chunks out of his arms and his gut, covering him in sprays of gore each time, but although the pounds of flesh he claimed were severe and brutal, he was tiring. He fought more slowly than before, and it was only the full power of his Bankai that kept him going. That, and an absolute desire to see the Aaron car and all his kind die. Ikeiku dodged another set of bala which pounded the street and sent up sprays of concrete where they struck. A Zero followed it, and Ikeiku leaped out of the way, using a flying chunk of rock as a stepping stone to launch another attack. Die 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 die. There was no complexity left in Ikeiku. He fought only with the technique his muscle memory kept, all sense of strategy gone. He was putting his back into killing this Aaron car, here and now, now or never. Unfortunately, never was the destined time. As Ikeiku reeled back from a thunderous stomp that nearly knocked him off his feet, a gigantic foot came down on him. He managed to avoid being stepped on, but before he could recover, a bone-shattering backhand caught him. There was a brief flash of pain as the air was knocked out of his lungs, and another set of fractures added to his battered, bruised body, and Ikeiku was thrown far back. He slammed back first into a wall, and staggered to his feet. He felt his grip on his weapons loosen. "You, son of a..." He wheezed, barely able to breathe. He tried to take a step forward, but the world was fading away, into darkness. What was wrong with him? Why couldn't he do anything right? Why couldn't he kill this damned Aaron car? Mercifully, unconsciousness stole these doubts from Ikeiku as he slid into oblivion. Chad watched the Shinigami fall from afar. He had wanted to coordinate, but the third seed had not been forthcoming in any way, shape, or form. Chad was not the cursing kind, but watching the battle unfold had been frustrating. Ikeiku was powerful, but his way of throwing himself at his enemy over and over, no matter the injury he took, was not a winning strategy. Not against an opponent who could take this kind of punishment. Pao looked down on the Shinigami. His belly ached, naked flesh exposed in several places where that accursed Bankai had bit deep. No matter. He was finished now. Well, no, not quite. His eyes narrowing, Pao stomped over toward where the Shinigami had fallen. There was life in the little bastard yet. Nothing he couldn't remedy quickly. Chad took a deep breath as the Aaron car moved toward Ikeiku. There was an opening there, but it would mean great danger, and he couldn't be sure it would even work. But, unless he wanted to cower and watch his comrade in arms die, there was no choice. Pao stomped forward, slowly and inelegantly. He was breathing heavily, grunting with pain. The cuts he had taken hurt more than he had expected. The Shinigami was a fool, but he certainly knew how to throw a punch. Waddling up to him, Pao decided to do it up close and personal. No Zero, nothing so meager. He would crush the Shinigami personally, feel his skull turn to pulp under the weight of his feet. Gritting his teeth, he raised a gigantic foot, and La Muert. For a moment, Pao felt shock, and then a fresh wave of pain. As he looked down, there was a shower of blood and guts spilling over the street. Chad was breathing heavily. He had slipped in from the side, readying his brazo as Cuerda del Diablo, and he had been able to slip in beneath the Aaron car's massive legs. Aiming for the biggest gut wound Ikeiku had delivered, he had struck with all his might. It worked beyond his wildest expectations. Stepping back, covered in blood from head to toe, he could see that the crack in the giant's armor had been significant enough, and the sheer force of Chad's punch had split his gut open. The monster convulsed, letting out gargled cries of pain as its entrails spilled out onto the street. Thrashing and twitching, it leveled the buildings near it. Chad quickly stepped back, grabbing Ikeiku and dragging him away. "Thank you, Mr. Madarame," he murmured under his breath. "I could never have done that without you." There had been some team effort, albeit incidental. Momo's breathing came in sharp, short bursts, panting as she ran for her life. She had held her own well enough, until the three fractions, having learned from their last battle, decided that there was no reason to hold back. They had each released their Zanpakuto at once, and what had ensued was a lightning-fast dance with death as Momo ran, dodged, evaded, ducked, blocked, and at one point teleported herself a short distance. But, after a few minutes of pure fight or flight, where her reptile brain was almost fully in charge, it started to dawn on Momo that although she was constantly on the back foot, she hadn't yet been hit. Aside from the odd glancing blow, a cut here or a scrape there, she was quite intact. Although it all rested on a knife's edge, she was actually keeping up. She even found an opening here or there to launch a counter-attack, although it had not done much so far. Each of the three Arrancar was terrifying in their own way, visually distinct yet equally lethal. Apache seemed the most like herself. The only visible changes were a thick coat of brown fur covering most of her body and two elegant antler horns protruding from the skull fragment on her head. Mila Rose, for her part, looked like a lesser version of her mistress, dark-skinned and wild. The bony protrusions of her resurrection covered only the barest minimums of decency. Her mane of hair was long and thick, and she held a blade in her hand. The most warped of them all was Sun Sun, whose lower body had turned serpentine entirely, leaving her with a long, sleek body with surprising bulk. Each one would have been very, very dangerous to face alone. Altogether, they left Momo with little chance but to retreat, over and over. But, her retreat wasn't aimless. "Stand still, you dumb bitch!" Apache snarled, surging forward and launching a spinning kick at Momo, who blocked it in the nick of time with her Tabayum. Apache seemed to be the quickest of them, leading every attack sequence with a quick dash. Momo knew what would come next. Thrusting her palm at Apache, she cried "Show!" Before she had even completed the spell, she brought up her sword hand, a blast of heat already charging through her Shikai. As Apache was thrust back, Mila Rose came in with a furious overhead swing. Momo met it directly, blade clashing against blade. Rose held hers in both hands, and Momo felt the heat of the blast she was building up sear against her skin. But, at the same time, the Arrancar didn't dare to push her too hard, because she knew perfectly well what would happen if the blast exploded in her face. "Crazy bitch," Rose muttered, gritting her teeth as she pushed back against Momo. "You going to blow us both up?" "If I have to," Momo said resolutely. She was bluffing, she absolutely had no intention to die here, but the Arrancar didn't know she wasn't that desperate, yet. As suddenly as she had come in, Mila Rose dashed back, and just as she did, Momo flung the fireball away not towards Mila Rose, but beneath her, toward her 9 o'clock. Sun Sun weaved out of the way at the last second, buying Momo an absolutely vital blink of an eye to react. With her best shunpo, she skipped back, narrowly avoiding a serpent's strike. It had been perfectly timed, and if Momo hadn't figured out the pattern already, she would have been toast. Working in unison, the three fractions were an order of magnitude more lethal than they would be on their own. They were staring her down, assuming formation together again, Apache at the front, Mila Rose just behind, and Sun Sun just a little further back. Momo was breathing heavily, thick beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was starting to tire. But, as she stood there panting in the sky over Karakara, she started to smile. "What's so funny, bitch?" Apache snapped, balling her fists. "You're almost out of juice already. You're going to die any minute. So, what the hell are you laughing about?" "Oh, don't worry," said Momo. "You're about to find out." "She's gone mad," Mila Rose scoffed dismissively. "Let's finish this, girls." "Wait," said Sun Sun, furrowing her brows. "Something isn't right. She's a keto specialist." As she trailed off, the air around them came aglow. Around the three Arrancar 20 seals in arcane, gilded scripture appeared, forming a sphere of energy. It crackled with energy, little bursts of golden lightning bursting from each one. "You were so sure," said Momo triumphantly, "so very sure that you had me on the run. I guess you couldn't have anticipated that I deliberately placed keto seals I put on my skin into the air around you. And, you definitely didn't expect me to try to herd you to be in the same place, either. You bitch." Apache snarled, glancing around her uncertainly. "I'll kill you. I swear, I'll rip your guts out, you skinny, little pencil pusher bitch." Momo focused, the runes on her body glowing just as the ones surrounding the three fractions did. "Chronometron Devastator!" she cried, and at her command, the seals around her three enemies discharged in an instant. Momo closed her eyes, averted her head, and shielded herself with her arm, but the flash of light still burned bright enough to nearly blind her. That, she knew, was enough power to level a city, concentrated in the space of maybe 40 cubic feet. It was her ace in the hole, burning through nearly all the spells she had stored on her skin as pre-prepared, fully powered spells. She opened her eyes, seeing stars for a few seconds. The flash of light had been powerful, indeed. She blinked a few times, and eventually, her vision returned to her. The cautious hope she had let rise in her chest was quashed in an instant. That had been enough power to level a city, and it still hadn't been enough. All three of the Arankar were reeling, sure, injured and charred, with great burn marks on their bodies, but they were all alive, all remaining in the forms of their released Zanpakutu. God, damn it! Apache said, coughing, wobbly on her legs. I don't know about you, Sun said weakly, but we need to stop, we need to put this into overdrive. I can't take another hit like that. She doesn't have another hit like that in her, sneered Mila Rose. She was unsteady on her legs, too, and her left arm hung limp. Momo tried assessing the situation. All three of them were considerably weakened now, but so was she. Things seemed no worse or better than before. We gotta do it, said Apache. You serious? Said Mila Rose. I don't fancy growing a new arm. That takes forever. We can't let Halibel down, said Sun plainly. I can't face her after failing again. Can you? No, said Rose, shaking her head. Fuck it. This arm's not doing me any good right now, anyway. Momo took a few steps back, uncertain. What were they going to throw at her? Check the description for the links to the author.